But we do have quite a lot more to take a look at, so we're going to get into it right away here. Now, there's a few questions I have, I suppose, going forward in how I'm going to go about making this video. Some of them, and really all of them, have to do with how much editing I think is a good idea. So I could sort of over-edit, or I could edit too much. I think it could become kind of take away from the essence of the video. What's really nice about what this video is going to be is it's almost like a podcast, or I don't know, it's sort of like a podcast, but it's all with myself. But I'm talking about so many different topics and in such detail, and as I watch through it, I'm sort of aware of that. But let's get into it and see how that goes. I also don't know if I should go ahead and try to adjust the audio before I really start. So let's go into editing here, audio. So if I change the loudness, let me look at how loud this is on you guys' end. I feel like cable is doomed. But I could understand if somebody was like, it's not that cable is doomed, it's just going to have to go through a metamorphosis of some kind. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's auto-adjusting the volume to have some of the changes that I tend to make within it. But if I can do that beforehand, that feels like a good idea. So let's go set target loudness level in project settings Fairlight. Then head to Fairlight tab. So target project level should be, if I go into here, let's see, it would be File, Project Settings, Fairlight, -23 LUFS. I believe that's correct. Did I not note down what the target loudness level was? It's a bit rough. Go to Fairlight tab and look at the loudness meter in top right. Goes from -19 to +9 vertically. Press Start under loudness and play the video. Adjust bus/main until integrated is around -3. So let's go into that. So cancel here. Let's go to Fairlight. Is that this one? Fusion, color, Fairlight here. Okay. And then we're going to go to, go to the beginning, press play. I feel like cable is doomed. But I can understand if somebody was like, it's not that cable is doomed, it's just going to have to go through a metamorphosis of some kind. Like,
I want it to get to around -3.
And
it might already be there.
So let's say
range integrated. Yes. Okay. So this is why you guys are hearing it fine. Okay. Just wanted to make sure with the audio that was correct on your end. We'll say pause, reset, and come back into here. So you guys should be hearing this pretty well as well. Okay. So I'm going to play it for a little bit. I'm going to take some notes, and you guys can kind of listen in and tell me your thoughts if interested.
I feel like cable is doomed. But I could understand if somebody was like, it's not that cable is doomed, it's just going to have to go through a metamorphosis of some kind. Like, eventually, what will be the difference between cable and YouTube? So let's say all of the cable companies just have all of their shows and just put them on YouTube instead of putting them on TV. Like, what if sports is just online? People still do have an interest in sports. It's not like sports is necessarily going away. It might have lost some of its traction because of, COVID, whatever. I think it's still here to stay. So in the same way, maybe cable won't go away. It'll just change. Cable been dying for like a decade now. True. I remember, I don't know, how much YouTube did you watch back in the day? I'm a YouTube head for sure. Like, I remember there was this whole explanation of PewDiePie of like, eventually YouTube is going to be this big thing. And then I think mainstream media was just kind of like, that you just play games in your bedroom, and that was like a big part of conversation around it for a long time. There's a lot of push from cable to just kind of ignore YouTube's growing popularity. It's weird to look back on some of these things. I don't know how many people were actually there, or how many people like how many people actually cared about this stuff, because I was really big into YouTube during some of these early growth phases, like 2014, and I've been invested pretty much since. And so, like, looking at some of this stuff, like, YouTube is on such a different scale now than it was back then, but it also was big back then. It just wasn't big in the same way as it is now. There were things with, like, millions of views, even back in 2014 that existed. But now there's things with hundreds of millions of views. I guess that's the difference, right? I remember as well, like let's say somebody like PewDiePie back then is making, even if it was just making like $100,000, which is a lot of money, but nothing like what they make now. There's these like deca millionaires, like all of them. Like Markiplier probably has at least like 50 million. Like Markiplier is like Robert Downey Jr. You know what I mean? Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. Not because it's wrong, and I think he's put in a lot of the effort, like the effort to get there, sure. But I do think there was this early on thing where it was like reporters who maybe make like 70, 80K, or maybe pushing towards 1,000, or 100,000 I should say. These people are like, how is it possible that someone who plays video games is making 6 figures? They're making more than I make. So that's at 2. Okay. So the notes I have so far, I wonder if the start is too slow. That's like just going to be, I mean, always that's a general thing. Maybe I could throw some clips in. We'll say throw clips in. Throw clips in.
Question mark. Because I did that with the other one. I did that with the Thought Experiment Simulator vid. And then the other things are, how much do I want to add clips? So around 50 seconds, I start talking about PewDiePie and him saying, like, there's this future where maybe this stuff could grow big and people not really believing it. And then, I mean, look at us now. So I could throw in a clip. There was I believe an old venue or something he went to where he expressed some of these ideas, and then that got shown on the news as like, or he talked about it at least. And then around 2 minutes, we start talking about the media's response to generally this stuff going on. And I remember seeing old videos of people on the news talking about how, YouTubers are making so much money. They're making like $100,000 a year, which is insane because all they do is play video games and whatever. And so I wonder if it would be good to to throw in some of these clips as I'm talking, and how much that would interrupt the flow of the video. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's the question.
As a reporter with all these years of experience, that was the old conversation. And now it's like, it's just so different now. Things are so different. That conversation is kind of absurd now. Imagine if the biggest YouTube content creator right now was making $100,000, you know? Remember what XQC, for example. XQC made had a $100 million contract for 2 years with Kick, not even including merch sales, not including any of the other crap. Just
like, in an area like this, I could pretty easily throw an article in front of the screen that I don't have to stop the flow of what I'm talking about at all to do that, where I just say, like the article where XQC made $100 million for a 2-year contract. Like, that would be super easy. It wouldn't have to interrupt flow at all. At 2 minutes, I might throw a clip of reporters making fun of YouTube as a concept. Back then, because it seemed like how could people possibly make money doing these things? But now obviously things are so different, but still. And then maybe at, we'll say 2:10, we'll say like 2:15, article of XQC article. Okay, carry on.
Come on our site and we'll give you $100 million. Like, that's more, like, at the time, that was more than LeBron James made in his 2-year contract. Again, not including merch, to be clear. Like, LeBron James is probably making a ton of extra money elsewhere, and so is XQC, but I would imagine not as much as LeBron. Like, that's not necessarily the point. The point more being, like, the scale of these numbers is insane and ridiculous in ways that it wasn't back then. But back then, like, I remember having, like, a negative kind of feeling, because I watch all these guys. I gotta stop jumping off the wall, it's killing me. I remember watching all these guys, like PewDiePie, like all these different people, whatever, and the criticism that was coming out about them, and feeling so strongly like, this is wrong. Like, these people are doing something really cool, and they're in this emerging field, and you just don't get it, right? And there's so much potential there, and they're growing, and eventually they're gonna make a ton of money, and there's something else too there. There's something so core there of, like, this is a person. This isn't just like a character, that felt really important to early YouTube. And then you see some of these people like Bo Burnham or whoever stretch out to some other directions, and you think, like, yeah, they have talent. Like, Bo Burnham becomes like a hit comedian after being a YouTube meme guy, you know?
Okay, so that's at 3:30 or 3. My water bottle straw. Okay, so at 3:30 around. No, we'll say 3:25. Okay. Keep it going.
He was always doing kind of the same stuff to a certain extent, but now it's like, it's funny to look at, because I think of, well, this gets into a little bit of a different topic, and I'm very hip hoppity right now. Also, I don't eat sugar or like drink coffee very much at all. I feel like I have a good amount of energy. Any of that stuff just makes me go freaking, like, I go so fast on sugar. Oh, where was it going? Bo Burnham. Oh, thinking of Bo Burnham as a YouTuber versus thinking of Bo Burnham as a celebrity, right? Or as a comedian. Same thing happens with, Joji. Oh my gosh, like, that situation is crazy. Thinking of these guys as YouTubers. Like, I don't know if I think of Joji as a YouTuber because of the amount of a breakaway from Filthy Frank that he took. I think about Bo Burnham as a YouTuber because that is where he got his start, and that's where I think almost everybody who watches him, that's what they think of. But I don't know if people think of Joji, like, Joji's current fans are music fans, which is different, which is kind of strange. Because, like, he's about as YouTuber as you get, right? Like, that he is literally, like, the YouTuber of 2016 or whatever. Maybe besides PewDiePie. Like, was it 2016? And before that and after that. Like there's a span of time where
Welcome, Starlight. Appreciate you coming around. We are going through, it's going to be quite a task, really, to bring this down, because we've got an hour and 5 minutes of, so the whole stream was around 4 hours long, roughly. And I'm taking from the last 2 hours of that, I cut out the ending portion and then a ton in the middle, leaving me just with about an hour and 5. So around an hour, maybe we'll say like 45 minutes cut out to leave me with an hour and 5 minutes of just very directed content, very directed speech stuff. And then from that, it's like, do I want to split that up into multiple videos, or do I want to leave it into one big, almost podcast style thing? And how many clips and different things do I want to add in to elevate the content of the video? Because if you look at shorts, for example, if I made shorts out of this, it'd be really easy for me to do like me talking about a thing and then the short talking about the thing, you know, or like the clip of the guy or like whatever. Let's say I'm talking about Schlatt or one of these guys, some big YouTube guy. I can talk about it and then have them say something funny and then I can talk and then they can finish out the funny thing, and that can be a short on its own. But for a video, things like that can really detract from the overall feeling of the video. Like this video, this whatever, has a very steady kind of pace and movement, kind of naturally formed because I bounced from topic to topic and then I cut all that in, and then you're left with this really like flowing thing. I don't know. What do you call that? There's a term for that where it's like you just are, it's something like something of thought. But yeah, like you're just speaking out what's coming into your mind, and it creates a flow, especially if you can cut it down and take out all the middle parts where I'm thinking. It's left with this really solid thing. And so I don't know what I can do to avoid removing that feeling of flowing, or even elevate that feeling of flowing, without like interrupting it or shifting it in some way. Like it'd be okay to, but like for example, if I'm talking for a span of time and then I throw on some text where I'm like I talk about XQC and his 100 million whatever, it's really easy in that scenario for me to just throw that onto the screen, like have it spin onto the screen, let's say, or spin into existence on the screen, and be like, you know, the article of XQC getting a $100 million contract. But if I talk about something like reporters making fun of YouTubers, do I cut in a short like segment, like 5-10 seconds, whatever, of reporters, like some offhand comments or some point they make before cutting back to myself? And I think would that change the flow, remove the flow, or maintain or even improve the flow of the video? I don't know for sure. Especially if I'm talking about a whole kind of skit that somebody does, let's say, well, like Schlatt with his, would you rather have unlimited games? Would you rather have no more games, unlimited bacon, but no more games, or unlimited games and no games? If I throw in that joke, how much would that maybe pull away from what I'm doing? Or if I can just say, I think in those sections, my thought so far is that I'm talking about it, and then I cut in them saying a thing right as I'm about to say it, and then me continuing to say the thing, like let's say I say, and Schlatt says, and then I cut in Schlatt saying, would you rather, and then I say, Schlatt says, would you rather have, and then I cut in Schlatt saying, unlimited bacon, and then I cut myself back to myself saying, but no more games, or games, and then cut back to Schlatt, unlimited games and no games, as we say at the same time. Something like that, right, would flow super well. I've got to try to find ways to do that as often as possible without doing too much just like full, clip of person talking content, because that can be really, I think that can really pull away from it. So we're going to see how that goes. I have a lot of work to do here to make that happen. It's also, in general, because it's an hour-long thing, it takes time to watch through it, note down every piece of what I want to change and add and whatever. So we'll see how that goes. But back to it.
Where Joji, where Filthy Frank, was this unbelievably massive character that, although semi-controversial, at least YouTube, was at the core of what YouTube was. It's a place where anybody can do anything in any direction if they're creative and artistic and whatever enough. It works. And then, and there's different tastes for different people. Like, he was a very strange taste, in a way. I feel like, it's weird, though, that somehow, to me anyway, because I've listened to a lot of his music, I feel like his music, it's so separate from YouTube, and what he does now is so separate from YouTube that Joji isn't a YouTuber, even though Filthy Frank is a YouTuber. But Bo Burnham is still a YouTuber because he makes the same stuff he made then, just with a different twist to it. His early stuff was more juvenile, let's say. But then when you look at his first, if you do the same thing if you look at his first special to his last special, what was it before Make Happy? I don't know, the first big one that he had. I feel like that first special was much more juvenile, I guess, than the next one, and the next one, right? Careful, okay. Yeah, this I'm so trapped in this place. Pink Eye Arrow was so bad, the comedy doesn't hold up at all. It doesn't hold up at all. That's the unfortunate thing, though. So wait, actually, before I even go into that, the reason it doesn't hold up is because of the topics / controversy or the quality, right? These are two different things. And also, are you talking about Pink Guy era as in like pretty much all of Filthy Frank, or are you talking about the Pink Guy specifically as in like the peak of Filthy Frank, or when he made the Pink album? Because these are also all kind of different things. And maybe I'm getting a little bit too specific here, but like the Pink album, I think I wouldn't love it, to be honest. It's not my favorite thing.
It's so funny when I listen to myself that there are points where I'm just like, dude, this guy's saying exactly what I'm thinking. Like I'm used to I'm used to watching my own streams and things like that, and so, or like cutting into my streams and just taking a look for a little bit. But there's so many times with this where it's like I've already cut it down to just this, like I'm talking about a whole concept, and I'm like, yeah, when you say old Pink Guy stuff was bad, there's so many different sections there. Hey Sarin, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's a bit of an interesting one here. Welcome. It's going to be a lot of work. I'm taking notes. You can't see anything on the, well, no, hey, you can. Look at that. We're improving. The quality of the webcam is going up substantially. You can tell because when you look at this guy up here, he looks horrible. But anyway, taking notes of all of these different timestamps of things to add and change, and it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting to try to really make this into something, because it's quite a lot. I don't know how much I'm gonna cut out or not cut out at this point, but I've cut in a lot. Eat the camera, yes indeed. The old camera, the old camera, I think I set it off somewhere, but I'm glad to have a new one, better one, and better lighting. It's a great help. Lighting is so important. I think honestly the lighting is more important than the new camera, to be fair, but the new camera is a lot better than the old. A lot better. Not that different in cost, to be honest. The old camera was just, I got it from, I think, Best Buy or something. You got to, I don't know. You got to be selective. You got to look on Reddit, send it overseas. There you go. You got to be super, Reddit is such a good place to figure out stuff with specs and very specific technical stuff. So nice. But anyway. Send it overseas. Yeah,
I would love it, to be honest. It's not my favorite thing. I like hair cake and stuff like that. That was just hilarious. That was a great era. The Pink album is basically a culmination of the point, which is that this isn't Joji. It's not Filthy Frank. I guess it is Filthy Frank. It's a character, right? So honestly, George Miller, right? That's his name. George Miller exists, but Joji is a character and Filthy Frank is a character. Filthy Frank is a disturbing, dismissive.
You know what's funny about this is I would actually kind of disagree with this guy up here. I don't know where he gets off saying these sorts of things, but anyway, I would say that George Miller is also a character, to be fair. Like, so you've got Joji and you've got Filthy Frank, and Filthy Frank was this big YouTube, personality that was very offensive and so on. Joji is this very, not super, I guess, very pop, very, he does have some kind of offensive lyrics and whatever, but nothing like how Filthy Frank was. Very smooth, very artistic and so on. Both of them are artistic, but I think the Filthy Frank stuff doesn't come across that way because it's meant to be kind of gross, it's meant to be kind of vile and whatever, where Joji really isn't. However, saying George Miller isn't a personality, or that he's just a person, isn't super accurate, because there probably is a George Miller who is George Miller, who is that person, but there's also the George Miller that we're presented, which is a whole other person, right? The George Miller we're presented is like this very like real, authentic, a college student or whatever, and when you go on camera and you show your real self, kind of very rarely, but sort of for the first time, there's no way to be authentic, like really just you and nothing else. You are still kind of playing a character. You're trying to show people who you really are in a short video. How do you do that without presenting it intentionally in some type of a way? So, but still, sort of what I'm getting at here is like there is a person and then there are the characters. Hey Lapidev, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're going through step by step. I've got my notebook. It's gonna expand very quickly here as we go along, with different spots where I want to do little fine edits, little blips cut out. Add maybe an article here or there, add a clip here and there. But for the most part, I really do like how this has turned out. It's so nice looking back through. Well, we'll see. I won't get in too much into it. You can judge for yourself.
A bigot, right? Intentionally. That is Filthy Frank, and I don't know if you can do that anymore. I don't know if you can do that. That's the side of it that I think doesn't hold up as well. Is even as a character, you're still influencing people, right? You can still be all those things and you're fine. You'll be fine. Plenty of people do really well by doing those things. The problem is, can you do those things as a joke and hold on to an audience that is willing to take the joke but also doesn't agree with you? Well, look at iDubbbz. Holy crap. Filthy Frank might have held some of the opinion, or maybe still hold some of the opinions of, like, because not all, like, whatever, not all of it is especially controversial, what was being said, but there were some things that were pretty wild, right? So let's say Filthy Frank doesn't agree with these things. He's doing a bit, right? This is a character. Same with Bo Burnham, actually. Bo Burnham is also, he's very liberal, or very left-leaning, extremely left-leaning person. Some of the jokes are at the expense of people who he disagrees with. What if his entire audience was made up of people that actually agree with the people that he's making fun of? Because they don't really get the joke, or because he didn't really express himself very well as being a joke. Then he runs into a problem. This is the iDubbbz dilemma, right? And obviously, you might not agree with some of, like, the political leanings or the things that I'm talking about. That's fine. I'm not here to, like, preach to you, whatever. iDubbbz ran into a problem where his beliefs and everything might have always been, they weren't always consistent. He at one point was a lot more anti-censorship, I think, at one point in time. But some of his core beliefs are still the same. He's always made fun of people who he thought were, like, jerks, right? Like, people who he thought were, like, abusive and mean and whatever, like, all these things. It's just that he also kind of made the jokes, but he did it in a way that he thought was coming across as, like, obviously this is stupid. I'm making a joke on these people. But then his audience didn't really agree with that. And then years later, he's looking at it and he's like, obviously don't agree with that, because that's not what comes across at all. I did a terrible job expressing how I felt. But then, when he does this, he not only alienates his fans, he also, like, insults them and attacks them. Like, his only way out of feeling like this remorse or guilt or whatever is to attack his own audience. And that looks terrible. Like, what just like a disaster. Filthy Frank might have dodged a bullet there, because Joji, Filthy Frank is a character, Bo Burnham is a character, iDubbbz was a character. iDubbbz was a character that didn't ever, like, die. It's strange. iDubbbz's situation is strange, and it kind of sucks because there's a lot of, like, sensible people that I think have a very bad take of where iDubbbz is at, where they're like, you should have never disagreed with your past. You're attacking your own fans. It's like, yeah, because
in what way did so essentially the way that iDubbbz attacked his fans, and especially from the perspective of his fans, is that he always had these jokes that were sort of very they were very crude, and, like, sort of make fun of like this or that set of people, not just like this or that person. A lot of the time, his jokes could be very general. So I have to actually code raycasting anymore, so I might just code a new game. Well, good luck, whichever way you have to go. I hope it goes well. So iDubbbz has always had kind of this very crude, very gamerized way of making fun of people and things, and has always been very, like, hypercritical, I guess, of other people and whatever. And so his audience and fan base kind of takes on after that. And then I'm pretty sure that there's, like, there's points where when iDubbbz makes fun of sets of people, then his fans also make fun of those sets of people. His fans, like, when iDubbbz, for example, like a good example of this would be iDubbbz goes to, was it Tana Mojo or whatever, Tana Mongu, whatever, goes to this, so there's this lady, Tana. So Tana has TanaCon, which is this, like, awful convention where they sell tickets for a huge price, and then no one can even get into the convention, and, like, it's a disaster, whatever. And Tana does a lot of other kind of irresponsible things with her level of fame or whatever. So Tana is kind of seemingly a very bad type of creator who takes advantage of her audience and screws them over in all these different ways, whatever. So iDubbbz doesn't like Tana for these sorts of reasons. And then to put something on top of all of that, Tana also has, like, videos of her from the past, like, from within, like, the last year or whatever, saying, like, the N-word and whatever. They, like, being like saying things that you're not really supposed to say, that people don't like her to be saying. She seems to be sort of inconsiderate in whatever types of ways. And she also, while doing these things, is coming out publicly and saying, like, is condemning other people for doing the same things that she's done. So iDubbbz sees her as, like, a hypocrite. And then within this, as iDubbbz is kind of talking about these things, or as iDubbbz is finding there to be a problem with these things, Tana is rejecting that there's a problem with these things. Like she's never done these things, and iDubbbz is an awful person, whatever, and is just trying to kind of, like, throw everything under the rug. And so like, where this comes to a T, where iDubbbz, like, disapproval of Tana and her content and her type of style, and Tana's disinterest in, I guess, engaging with someone who disagrees with her, comes to a T, is iDubbbz goes to one of her events, and within this event, he goes and takes a picture with her. But as he's taking a picture with her, he says something, with the important part of what he's saying being that he says the N-word into the camera. And all of this, like him doing that, which is, I think now he would think was a really bad thing. Back then, all the people that watched him thought it was a great thing. You make this into a video too. Yeah, right. So everyone back then thought that like the people that watched him were like, yeah, you like owned her, like you got her, right? Because, which is crazy, which is kind of a crazy, like it's a crazy perspective a little bit. But back then, like everyone agreed with iDubbbz, and they were like, the problem with what she's doing isn't that she said the N-word. The problem is that she is condemning other people for doing it, and that she is trying to hide it, even though she obviously does it, or does it whatever in whatever way. And so the issue with her was that she was a hypocrite, not the actual actions she was taking or words she was saying. This was essentially the criticism that iDubbbz had for her. He's like doing like the content cops of old were character assassinations, and sometimes in a good way, right? Sometimes characters need to be assassinated when they are too grotesque or whatever. Like that's the concept. But people really liked that. They really liked iDubbbz doing that. But now, now after that, iDubbbz looks back at that and sees it as this like really disgusting thing. He goes on to whose channel was that? Anthony Padilla, I guess, and does this interview and talks about how like his fans, he had a fan come up to him and say, I forget exactly what it was, say say a bunch of like distasteful stuff. And he was like, no, that like that's just like a joke on the videos. I don't actually mean that stuff. Because basically with iDubbbz, when he says some of these more extreme things and slurs and derogatory things in the past, he's saying them within the context of like, I'm playing a character and this is not really me. I wouldn't go around saying this in public or whatever. And then and gotta love distracting Deadeye. Come on now. I just gotta explain. And then his fans come up to him and say the same stuff, but like where he's saying it alone in his bedroom with a camera as like a joke and is trying to be self-aware, his fans are coming up to him in public and shouting it at him with people around. And he's like, these people are like, and so then he goes on to, and so he's kind of recognizing that he's kind of doing harm or he's doing something bad. He doesn't like what's the result of his own actions or of his own videos, his own content. And that's like what he's recognizing on Anthony's podcast. But in addition to saying that, he's like, yeah, all these people are like basement dwelling trolls, these are all kind of disturbing or disgusting people that only ever come out because I'm in town. And so then they come over and say this stuff to me. And so that way of presenting your audience, even though like you could say, well, maybe he just meant specifically the people that would come up to him and yell slurs or whatever and think he would think it was funny. Sure. Okay. Like, and I can kind of feel for that. But the counter argument is the general perspective is like, you look at your audience as being this disgusting set of people, but that's exactly why you're popular. And so you're sort of, and this is again, like, so I'm presenting this in the way that I'm trying to say, like, this is how people see what he did, and this is why people see it. Like, this is the public perspective or perception of his actions or of his treatment towards his audience after realizing he thinks that that he's fostered an audience that he doesn't like or agree with. Like, this is that perception. I would go towards the opposite perception, and I do in this, which is that iDubbbz realized that he was having a negative impact. He didn't like the influences that he had. He wanted to kind of shift things around. And after a decade, he'd shifted some of his perspective. So back with his early stuff, his perception was like, it's all like freedom of speech, and it's all like every word is fine as long as you know how you're using it, as long as you're doing it with awareness of like the consequences or whatever. Where in a modern setting, he's saying like, I thought that I was doing that and realized that actually the impact of these words and of my presentation was that a bunch of young people are going around yelling slurs, basically. And that's not really what I want. That's not the impact I wanted to have on the world. I thought that I was taking down bad actors and that I was in a group of people that were aware of what I was doing and why I was doing it. But now I realize, like, what I'm doing is causing these negative things, and the reason I'm doing it doesn't justify those outcomes. He didn't know that what he was doing would lead to that, is basically his argument. But you run into a problem, right? There's this back and forth. So, okay, that's essentially like making fun of or attacking his fans. This is the public perception. Let's see. All right, we carry on, but that's my explanation for that part. Okay. All right, what do I have? 8:45. Let me go back to 8:45 just to make sure I didn't miss.
His only way out of feeling like this remorse or guilt or whatever is to attack his own audience, and that looks terrible. Like what just like a disaster. Filthy Frank might have dodged a bullet there because Joji, Filthy Frank is a character, Bo Burnham is a character, iDubbbz was a character. iDubbbz was a character that didn't ever like die.
I'm just going to briefly, I hope I talk about it in the video, but I'm going to briefly mention as well, a lot of this then plays into the iDubbbz versus Sam Hyde, iDubbbz versus Froggy Fresh stuff, where Sam Hyde and Froggy Fresh represent iDubbbz in a younger age. So, like, audience that iDubbbz had is probably going to shift, or the same audience, the same type of people would watch old iDubbbz as would probably watch semi-modern, maybe not fully modern Sam Hyde and Froggy Fresh. And so him completely like alienating that set of audience and saying like these like disgusting people he disagrees with for the same reasons as he talked about before, it does alienate his audience from the past and modern audience to a certain extent. Anyway, carry on.
iDubbbz's situation is strange, and it kind of sucks because there's a lot of like sensible people that I think have a very bad take of where iDubbbz is at, where they're like, you should have never disagreed with your past. You're attacking your own fans. It's like, yeah, because he doesn't like them. He's being honest, right? That's good. He should have been more honest the whole time. He should have been more open, or at least made it somewhat clear so he didn't run into this problem. But like the idea that he should have just been like, you should have always made fun of women or whatever. Like you should have always stuck to whatever you were doing before. That stuff's crazy to me. I think he probably didn't handle it very well. That's probably true. Entertainers should hunt their fans down for sport. Yes. Yes. Scumbag Dad does a content cop much better than iDubbbz. That's a good thing, too, is, like, give more room for people who aren't... Like, okay, let me give an example. Some of you might hate Schlatt, Jay Schlatt. I don't know. I like Schlatt. Some people hate him. I get it. I like what he does, like the way that he does it. And the reason I like it is because the first person that I watched on YouTube, my intro to YouTube, was CNanners. CNanners, awesome. You're probably familiar with CNanners, maybe you're not. CNanners then works with Mr. Sark and, let's see, Hutch, Gassy Mexican, Chilled Chaos, and a lot of other people. Chilled Chaos, actually, notably, despite his actual relevance now, although he's not, like, massive, he's always, like, massive-ish. Chilled Chaos back then, back when he was with CNanners and Sark and all them, was very new, very inexperienced, awkward, uncomfortable, needed to learn a lot. He was like the newbie in their group. Now, in every group he's in, he's, like, the guy. He's the guy that's been doing YouTube for over a decade, whatever. Hold on. Do you know CNanners? You do know Jay Schlatt. So Jay Schlatt's modern. So Jay Schlatt is, his entire shtick, his entire, like, brand is largely influenced by Mr. Sark. Mr. Sark is, like, the original Jay Schlatt. If Mr. Sark's old stuff were stuff that he did now, he would be very controversial. Jay Schlatt's controversial. Sark was a different type of guy. He was awesome.
True.
Sark is hilarious. If you look up old best machinima inbox moments, whatever, that sort of thing, they're so funny. Mr. Sark was hilarious. Modern CNanners is tradition. So, okay, how much do you know Jay Schlatt? Jay Schlatt has a podcast called Chuckle Sandwich, and Chuckle Sandwich was with Ted Nivizent and Slimesicle. Slimesicle is a channel that I found at like 2,000 subscribers back like a long time ago. Slimesicle is also like an OG or whatever you want to call it, right? He's also classic. But when I found Slimesicle, he had like 2,000 subscribers and was making little like Gmod videos with his friends. And he was baking for...
Okay, am I missing? Hold on. So at 11:08, I talk about Chuckle Sandwich. Chuckle Sandwich, which has... and then show members one by one. Show members in thumb one by one. Blur at first. And then right now, 754 subs. Yes, indeed. Along we go. So then I start talking about what?
And he was baking for... Well, I guess...
Okay, and then I can talk about Slimesicle. Okay, Slimesicle... I don't know if there's going to be old videos I can find like this. Slimesicle old vids / beg for subs. I don't think I'm going to find that question mark, which is at what timestamp? That's at 11:25, I'll say. Okay.
I don't know what you call it. He was view begging, right? But what he was doing was like, hey, my channel's, I'm trying to grow it. I'm working really hard to make it into something, whatever. He was that.
It's funny because as I'm hearing that, I want to justify it or explain it to you, right? I want to be like, well, you know, what he was doing is like literally that's what I'm about to say. Of course I said that, right? Okay.
That guy. That's how I found Slimesicle. Isn't that insane? I don't know if you don't, but okay, there you go. Okay, that's fine. He has a very particular sort of a vibe, Schlatt, and so that's why I kind of mentioned at the very beginning, like, if you don't like him, I get it, because he has a specific type of draw or appeal that doesn't really fit for everybody. Every time he does that podcast, there's this part where there's like this question. He's talking to Ted Nivizent and Slimesicle, and he says, okay, you know, I have a question for you. So they're all kind of like, all right, whatever, Schlatt, like, what is this? And Schlatt is like, would you rather, okay,
Schlatt,
would you rather have unlimited bacon, but no games, okay, no games at all, or would you rather have games? Unlimited games and no games. Which would you pick? Right? And then you have to decide. And you're like, what? Repeat the question. Okay. And then he's like, okay, fine. Maybe, I thought I communicated myself just fine, perfectly clear. Maybe you didn't understand me. Okay. I'll try again. We'll try again, right? Would you rather have unlimited bacon, but no more games, or games? Unlimited games and no games. Which one? and they just waits. And and people think about it, right? Because it's a stupid question. The reason that question exists in the first place is it was on a Machinima Respawn like inbox thing where like fan mail videos people make. So back with Machinima, which Machinima, there's a whole other thing to get into with Machinima. Machinima was this like big major company that owned a lot of YouTubers for a long time. So you would make a contract with Machinima. And then, that was like the only way to really make money because they would sell merch, they would push you around, you would become a big...
Funny thing is, I don't even know, like, what I'm going to do to this in the long run. I don't even know if I would risk doing this if I were monetized. I guess I probably would, It's probably always worth it to give something a try. But, like, this video is going to have so many clips of other people's stuff in it. Like, it's probably fine because, you watch people who do, like, analysis videos and they always have a million clips in it. It should be fine. I don't see why it wouldn't be. But, like... It's the amount of content this is gonna share monetization with this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing, and it's not even monetized. Okay, this is gonna be crazy.
Popular YouTuber, and then so like everyone had to go with them, but the contract was terrible. So this is classic YouTube contract abuse, which happens so much with other YouTube. It's crazy. So Sark, being one of the people that was caught up in one of these awful contracts, and APL Fisher, which is this other creator from the old Machinima days, were both part of Machinima Respawn. And so was Hutch and CNanners and so on. They were all part of Machinima. So Sark and APL would do Machinima Respawn, which is like a mail time, like a fan mail thing. And someone sent in mail, and that's the question in the letter. So they read it out once, and they're like, what? And then Sark is like, I'm like, mentally...
True, if I say everything I use in this video is under fair use in the description, it'll just clear it all up. They'll be like, oh, crap, okay, geez, I thought this guy didn't know what he was talking about, but okay, Yeah, we're all good. Yeah.
Ill, obviously a different word at the time, genie, right? And I'm popping up out of this urn, and now you have the question, and he says, would you...
Let me roll that back a little bit. Okay, where is it? Right around here.
Would you have, and he has this like crazy way of like presenting it, and they both crack up and laugh, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Classic old days. And then Jay Schlatt takes this and makes it like the key part of his podcast that gets like, many of them have like millions of views. Generally on average they have like 400,000 or so. And so people are seeing this joke from forever ago, mail time. I know, I thought about it as soon as I said it. Gosh dang it. Okay. Got to live long enough. All right. Almost. So Jay Schlatt kind of revives this, and it was actually interesting.
Those tubes are crazy in this game. It's funny because there's like this constant cross within this of me like talking about, and then suddenly be like, because of whatever's happening in the game. Because like it is, also, it's such a bummer I didn't fix the visual stuff prior to this. This was like one of the last videos I did where this was a big issue, where I fixed a lot of things after with bitrate and so on, especially more recently. A lot of bitrate stuff has been fixed, but back then none of that was. And it's because largely because of this video that I fixed that stuff, because it looked so bad in the stream. So the bitrate stuff is fixed for the stream. So in this, like this looks a lot better than it did during the stream, I think. But then my webcam looks but it's okay. We'll do a lot of editing to it. It'll look great.
There was a recent one of their podcasts where they actually brought some...
And the audio is good, and that's what matters.
...on, which is kind of bizarre. A lot of Jay Schlatt's jokes, like the jokes that kind of made him super famous, whatever, or like popular, and helped him grow his channel, came from Sark as well. So, but that's actually, okay.
Yeah, I fixed the webcam thing largely. Like when I move around, like look at this guy's face, okay? Look at that guy's face. You should see my face a lot better, all right? It might not be perfect. It's probably not perfect. If I move around enough, you probably see some pixeling. But I have the max bitrate you can have on Twitch. I have it 1,000 more than the suggested bitrate, or no, 2,000 or whatever it is. So it's like the exact highest level you can have it before like you run into problems with Twitch. And then unfortunately for YouTube, since I'm both of them at once, because of that, with YouTube, it's got to be lower than YouTube could have at its max. It is what it is, but still should be really decent. I have better green screening. I have way better lighting. Everything should be, and the webcam is better. So on that end, it should be better. And then for the overall image of the screen, because the bitrate thing should be better as well. A lot louder than this. So if I play if I do Driftforce again at any point, it should look substantially better during stream and hopefully during recording.
Here's why I like JSchlatt, right? It's twofold. One, he reminds me of old YouTube. But two, he loves old YouTube. It's a part of his character, part of his personality. So I watched old Minecraft YouTube. What a great place to be, am I right? I don't know if you get that, but holy
Classic.
crap. Old Minecraft YouTube, and all of the people who are now in prison from being old Minecraft YouTubers and doing things they shouldn't have done. I watched old Minecraft YouTube, and there's some of them, many of them, that have still lived to this day. So there's Ant Venom, for example, who is maybe like one of the... He's a very monotone or very like, he's not usually super excitable, but he'll take it like a little bit mod packs, and he'll take a look at some crazy map, and he showcases a ton of stuff. So he was big with old Minecraft YouTube. And I liked Ant Venom well enough. Also Captain Sparkle's a really big deal, who was actually part of like some of the early Gmod stuff, but then expanded into Minecraft and really expanded to Minecraft like crazy, became like one of the biggest Minecraft people. Like all these different people who are, in my mind, they're kind of like these weird celebrity people that I watched a ton growing up. All these people exist, but Minecraft kind of dies out. So DreamSP old? No. DreamSP is new Minecraft, but yes, at the same time, kind of. So the way that some of this stuff works with YouTube is people talk about being kind of cyclical in a way. So the way Minecraft has worked is Minecraft started, people were kind of like iffy on it. It really grew when people started doing, like making their own stories in Minecraft. That's really how Minecraft has been as successful as it is in large part, is because people will, on YouTube more than anything, people will create identities and stories and situations out of nothing because it's a sandbox game, and it's really good as a sandbox game. So they're not just building castles, they're building a narrative. And yeah, that's what...
Bro, dude, you know? My goodness. This is such a quote. Go back, listen to it once more so you truly, breathe it in.
Making their own stories in Minecraft, that's really how Minecraft
so deep.
Has been as successful as it is in large part, is because people will, on YouTube more than anything, people will create identities and stories and situations out of nothing because it's a sandbox game, and it's really good as a sandbox game. So they're not just building castles, they're building a narrative. Imagine like one of those, those videos where it's like there's got like a motivational speaker type of video, or like, I don't know, during a debate or something, and it's like you got it on the screen, and it's like they're not just building whatever, they're building, and then it like in the big bold text, a narrative that then like fades. Oh my god. All right, okay, we do what we can. All right. Oh man. 16. Honestly, yeah, this has potential for like a pretty funny short. But Minecraft, but taken so seriously. All right, let's see. 1630 building a narrative. A narrative. That's crazy. Short question mark. Okay. All right. And yeah, that's what blew Minecraft up like crazy. Is I think maybe even it might have been the old like Yogg's cast. I think was one of the first people to really do this. This is old stuff right now I'm talking about, where they would record themselves and they created like some type of narrative. It was kind of loosely held together, but like some character shows up and attacks them, whatever. Obviously in Minecraft, you know that that's not really possible because it's a real person that comes in and pretends to be this character. But still, this idea of like creating out of nothing a narrative within this game was really cool. Same thing happened with Gmod, actually. That's the reason why Gmod did as well as it did as well. On YouTube specifically. Obviously the game might have done well anyway outside of YouTube, but YouTube was really a major influence on its success and its longevity of success. So anyway, after Yogg's cast, you got people.
I know, but imagine with like the right music is what I mean. Like, so I'm just kind of talking, but with the right music and like subtlety or whatever, you could definitely do it. And I can separate the music from the game, from the music from like the audio from what I'm talking my mic, and I could put in that whatever type of music, like the old like what is it, Andrew Tate music or whatever, and then have like have a beat drop or something like that or whatever it is, and just have have that a narrative, and then cut off there. I have a cutoff there with a black screen. You know those ones where it's like someone says something big and then right there it stops, like the video cuts and there's like a pause with black. I don't think I would possibly ever do this, but it's funny in my mind. Okay, what can I say? All right, we carry on.
After Yogg's cast, you got people like PewDiePie who continue, like PewDiePie, not PewDiePie actually. PewDiePie was before Yogg's cast. He was just playing the game and it kind of sucked, and it's like his first set of videos, and then he didn't talk about it for a long time after. Sky Does Minecraft is a really good example. Ant Venom is a really good example. Captain Sparkles, Syndicate. Syndicate is one you maybe haven't heard of. If you remember CSGO Lotto, Syndicate's entire reputation got destroyed because he scammed people out of money, basically. Hard to go in exactly the details of, but he would pretend to have like some big success, like to have some big Lotto.
Good luck. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming around, Starlight. Appreciate it.
Victory, but actually he owned the website and was messing with the results to get people to pay money into the website to make money. So Syndicate's whole reputation got destroyed. But before that, oh my gosh, no. Okay, you're saying there's somewhere I can go through the middle, right? You said the middle. How would I do that? How would I do? Okay. Whoa. Okay. Syndicate was a big deal on Minecraft servers. He had things like Mayanite and Dianite, which were like huge religions or whatever that would fight each other with a ton of big creators that would be involved in each side. Kind of like anything like Dream SMP. That's actually a good example of like a similarity. Nowhere near to that scale because old YouTube was not where it is now. For the name of the streamer, Syndicate and Tucker, Tom? No.
Spaghetti with meatballs. Yes, you could definitely yeah, you can really do anything. I think it's just funny in that case to me because like the string of words is kind of like I'm 14 and this is deep or whatever. Like it feels like a little bit too serious of a set of words to say about Minecraft. But yeah, build it like you're not just building a character, you're building a narrative. It's like what are we talking about right now? We're really talking about Minecraft. I mean it's true, but like it's true. It's not true in that serious of a way. But yeah, you definitely could do it to anything. Yeah.
Tom is Syndicate's first name. I don't remember. There was Syndicate and one other guy were both in.
The other person I'm talking about there is Tucker. It was Syndicate and Tucker something, I think, right? Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure. We're gonna say Syndicate, CS:GO, Lotto. Enter Team Martin, not Tucker. Martin. It's true in a way that is true, very true, very true. Why did Team Martin? I wonder what they say here. 12 months ago, really. What do you got to say on Reddit? Why did Team Martin and Pro Syndicate get away with the CS:GO Lotto scandal? I started thinking about the scandal earlier today and decided to look into the scandal again after all these years. After a little over an hour of research, I can't believe the results of this entire situation. How can two grown men who are fully capable of understanding what is right and wrong, I mean, who cares? Get away with something so incredibly scandalous. Yeah, that is still crazy, though. Like, what happened there was crazy. Not only did they develop a gambling site for CSGO skins that allowed underage players to gamble illegally, true, they also never disclosed their relationship with the website as the official owners. More important. I mean, both are true, but, like, I don't know what the rules are around, like, putting money into a game. Kids can do that. This is kind of an outdated way of looking at this problem because kids can buy skins or whatever they want in almost any game as long as they have their parents' credit card or whatever, right? I guess, but gambling, like, what do you call gambling? What about gacha games? Like, I mean, it sucks. It always sucks, but it's not like uniquely bad. I think that this part is a lot worse. Not disclosing that you're the owner of a website and then using whatever within the website in order to make sure that you win more often than you should, so that you have bigger pop-offs, and also, or maybe not making it so it costs you any money to do anything because you own the website anyway. Or I guess it doesn't, regardless, because you own the website, so any profits from that are going to be taken by you anyway. It is super scummy. That part's really bad. They were even stupid enough to register their business under their names. Yeah, right. And then people found out about it because they dug into it, but they never disclosed it, which is crazy. But this is going to be what's used. Honestly, this is probably why they got away with it, though. They were stupid enough to register their business under their names. If they hadn't done that, because they can make the argument at that point that, well, no, it was publicly shown to be their names. Like, they didn't say it publicly. But, like, I mean, how do you not do that? They knew what they were doing, but that probably did go to their side of the case. The only relationship they claimed to have with CS:GO Lotto was a sponsorship. I mean, yeah, like they probably could get away with it. This is why they got away with it. Like you're saying why they got away with it right within this, I think, because they're able to say, well, like it's not substantively different to be paid to do this thing and to own it and therefore be paid by the fact that you're doing this thing. And it is substantively different, but is it substantive enough that you would go to prison or something? And I would say probably not, because it's too new of a concept, especially when it came out, but even now, for them to actually be held accountable, of course. I think that this is like, this is actually getting me more on their side. Not like, I'm not on their, what they did is horrible, but like, this is to not understand that this is why they got away with it is kind of silly. Even after being investigated by the FTC, the government agency let them off with a warning and told them all they had to do was disclose their actual affiliation with the website. No financial settlements, no fines, no jail time. A person would never wish jail time upon another person after experiencing what incarceration is like, but they definitely deserve some form of punishment more harsh than a simple warning. I know this scandal is like 7 years old. Yeah, I looked into this a while back too. It's bizarre that that they got away so lightly with it, but I can kind of see why. People keep misunderstanding what happened in this case. It seems you didn't do a very thorough research. Their lawyers were able to get the lawsuit dismissed due to a loophole. This is kind of what I'm getting at. The site was not considered a gambling site. Oh, yeah, true. Of course not. Because anyone could enter their contest for free, no purchase necessary. Okay. Leaving out that they also had to come to an agreement with the FTC to disclose any future online business they run so they could be subject to an audit. If they were found in violation of laws, they'd be fined a lot. Well, a decent amount. I mean, for them, I don't know if that really even matters. It's such a small amount of money for a YouTuber, but yeah, the most the FTC can charge civilians. Yeah, it was just simple questions. Type in Google. Right. Josh OG. I think everyone forgot Josh OG. I don't know who that is. Glad somebody said it. Total scumbag. Yet he's still around. Okay. Who is he? Did someone? Oh, and Summit. I do remember this person. Yeah. Maybe I do remember Josh. No, I remember Summit, but I don't know who Josh OG was. Anyway, okay, so that's CS:GO Lotto. It's T Martin. It's T Martin was the other guy in this. Yeah, I should note that down maybe. So we're at 18. We'll say 30. We'll say T Martin. It's funny because like you watch all these people and you get used to hearing their voices and their sense of humor and everything like that, and then they they just throw it all away to like gamble or to scam their fans and audience and everything like that, and then it's like, okay, well, that sucks. Like it just sucks. It's like you're not childhood heroes. I think that's a bit too far, but I think to say like entertainers or people that you relate to or whatever, it's a bummer when they do stuff. Obviously, there's a lot worse things talked about that people do in this, but Team Art it is still a bummer.
Involved in this. The story you probably heard was of the guy apologizing. One of the two of them, not Syndicate, apologized for this by bringing their dog in this super awkward, like strange. So it's recorded in his house, which is obviously like a mega mansion with like glass everywhere, like very fancy. And he pulls his dog in, and he's like, oh, whatever. And then he's like, sorry guys, I really messed up with this one. It doesn't really address the situation. It's like the worst, one of the worst YouTuber apologies outside of more modern. Obviously, you have the ukulele person and all that, but back then this was like this was like at the time before. This was actually also before Logan Paul, I believe. So it was considered to be the worst apology. And then Logan Paul replaced that with his I've made a series of grave and whatever mistakes that.
Okay, and this is at 1910. We'll say 1910. Logan Paul. Apology clip, we'll say. Because apology clip would be here, I think. Clip. Okay.
Whole thing. That's all old Minecraft stuff. Eventually, though, all this Minecraft stuff kind of starts to die off. So Sky Does Minecraft turns out to be kind of a jerk. There's a lot of predators that get arrested and so on, and people just in general, and Minecraft is kind of aging, and so people are kind of like, about it, right? So Minecraft kind of falls off. And people who do Minecraft content stop doing it. They start doing other content. So Minecraft is kind of gone and done. And Minecraft was this old game we all loved, right? It was great. In fact, we all loved it so much that one of the people who loved Minecraft made a tribute to it. It was called A Tribute to Minecraft. This tribute to Minecraft encouraged some of the big creators from way in the past to make a new server, jump on it.
So I've already mentioned Jay Schlatt and why people wouldn't like him. At the time, I was like, I'm a mastermind. My brain is expanding beyond your understanding, okay? Because when I was streaming this, when I was talking about this topic, I'd already talked about like Jay Schlatt a little bit and talked about like, yeah, I know a lot of people don't like him. I kind of like that he loves YouTube and these sorts of things, but I don't go into why I actually like Jay Schlatt at that point, so that later on I can kind of set this up where people are already like, yeah, I don't like Jay Schlatt. I'm like, yeah, that's fair. I can appreciate that. And then right here, I'm like, then I'm like, there was this video that basically kind of revived Minecraft that brought this in, and then I talked about the ways that it did and why it did and all the complicated layers, and then this person and some of the events of what we get into that, some of the events of what they do, so I'm like, yeah, there's this guy and he makes true to Minecraft. They actually invite him to the server. It's a huge deal because he's like kind of nobody and everybody else is like these important people. But anyway, so like he's just some guy. He made this cool video, but then as he's doing it, he does this, and people are like, actually, this guy's really funny. Like the audience is like, wow, like not only does this guy make this great video that brings you all back together, but he's also like super funny. This is cool. And then ultimately, like the revival of Minecraft, the boom of Minecraft after this, as people recognize, actually, no, there's still a ton you could do in this game. It's not some old game that's outdated. and then kind of the reveal of who it is. But like, yeah, I felt the mastermind a little bit.
And maybe we'll just I'll do a stream together and kind of reminisce about the good old days when this silly game was so popular and so amazing, right? We'll think back to those times and kind of look at how it is now and whatever. That's the point. So we're all jumping in. Call Me Carson's there. Nothing bad's going to happen to him later. Ant Venom was there. A lot of the old Minecraft YouTubers who are super big. Preston Plays, whatever. All these guys are there. And all the ones that weren't Predators anyway. Right. So they're all on the server, and they also invite the guy that made A Tribute to Minecraft in, just as kind of like a, hey, you inspired everybody to come in. The video got like 1 million views or something, your little channel, but you clearly have a lot of love for it, so maybe it'd be cool to have you around. Okay, so you've got this big server, all these classic people in it, and turns out, after not too long of playing it, Minecraft is actually still really fun. Even though it's such an old game that was like popular a decade ago or like 5 years ago now, it's kind of not been popular for all this time. Minecraft's actually still fun, funny, and people who are good at creating content are still able to make new and unique things from it. Kind of a shocker. What happens with this? Well, Minecraft blows up again to the point where even PewDiePie plays it after not playing it for his entire career except for the first or second video he made. Pretty kind of crazy news. Where is the relevance of this, and why am I explaining this detail? The person who made A Tribute to Minecraft, the person that brought all of these creators back to Minecraft and revived the entire game into making Dream SMP. This is how Dream, Wilbur, Soot, Tommy Innit, all these big names, this is where they came from. Wilbur Soot, nothing happened to him either, I imagine. George Not Found, whoever. All these guys. Techno, unfortunately.
At that point, I didn't want to say, also nothing happened to him, because I've already said it so many times and too recently for me to say Wilbur Soot, nothing bad's going to happen there, and then say George Not Found, I'm sure nothing bad happens with him either. Like, after saying that about, it's too many, you can't just keep saying I'm sure nothing bad happened there. At some point, you got to let somebody slide, and George Not Found, to be honest with that whole situation, maybe he's one of the few you can do that with, but okay.
Stuff, whatever. All that stuff happens because of pretty much one guy who made a video called A Tribute to Minecraft. That's JSchlatt. That's why JSchlatt is important. JSchlatt makes A Tribute to Minecraft. They all play the game. It revives the game. It brings in new audiences. It pulls in all of these creators who make content that appeals to a mass audience who are now in love with the idea of Minecraft again. I don't know if Dream would have had nearly as much success without A Tribute to Minecraft coming from JSchlatt. This is a little bit of a strong reading in JSchlatt's favor, but it's pretty important. And so they invite JSchlatt on. And you got all these big creators. They're all funny, talented, have been working for years in different games, and they're bringing that understanding back to Minecraft and talking, and it's fun, it's enjoyable. But what does JSchlatt do the entire time he's there? He fans over people. So he sees Ant Venom. He's obsessed with talking to Ant Venom. I've got to talk to Ant Venom. Someone get me to Ant Venom, right? I need to talk to Ant Venom because he's like my biggest inspiration. I love that guy, whatever. So we're all like, okay, JSchlatt, like, not only did he not revive this game at this point, we're seeing Minecraft again. It's really fun. It's really cool. What an awesome experience. And there's JSchlatt, and he made it happen. That's awesome. So there's JSchlatt, right? He's involved in all this. And then what ends up happening, though, is he's like, please, I want to see... He's just begging whoever he can to see Ant Venom. Finally, Ant Venom comes. They start talking, and JSchlatt almost immediately tries to punch him off a cliff. Classic, right? And Ant Venom obviously after this, doesn't want to talk to JSchlatt.
Dude, classic. There's a video. I wonder, okay, wait, when is that? Can I cut this in? 2245 classic from Grape Man. From Grape Man video. No one's even gonna know what this is. That's funny. There's a video. I shouldn't even get into it. There's a video it's titled Grape Man, and the whole premise, the whole idea, everything that happens in the video is like you got this guy. There's like a commercial. They're trying to like advertise or push for this commercial, and so there's these people in this meeting, and on the screen, they start playing the commercial for this new commercial they're pitching, I guess, for whatever grape juice. And within the commercial, there's this guy called Grape Man, and in every scenario, it's something like he's like, it's crass, but he's like, I'm gonna grape you, It's like, it's like, there's like, and every time they're like, are we sure that this, like, they pause it, and they're like, hold on, are we sure that this is the direction we want to go? Like, I'm just saying, I don't know if this is right. And everyone else is just like, what? Like the person pitching it is like, what's wrong? Like, he's Grape Man. It's like, yeah, but do we really think he wants to grape people? And they're like, well, he's Grape Man? What is that? What else is he supposed to do? Like, I don't understand. What's the problem? And he's like, okay, let's just play the video, and it just like progressively gets more insane from there. And it's a really funny video from like way in forever ago, but I don't even know if anybody even remembers what that video is, but it's a blast. And so I'm gonna put there's a line in it where this guy says where they're talking about the line grape and like that in this context, and he's just like, I feel like it's not quite right, and the guy's like, well, he's Grape Man. He grapes people. It's what he does. And the other guy's like, classic. And it's like this ridiculous scenario. So I'm gonna take that. And I'm gonna add the classic in there, and no one's even gonna know what I'm doing
anymore because he's just harassing him whenever he can. But Jason keeps begging, and they pull him into a call. And Ant Venom's like, you're not just gonna try to kill me again, are you? And obviously Schlatt says he's not going to, and obviously he does. So Schlatt's kind of immediately like, people are like, okay, this guy made a fun video, whatever, and brought people back in, but he's also kind of funny. So this goes on for a little bit of time, and this is all within this revival. This is during the revival, and probably why it was revived in part is because of the humor of what's going on here. They have this big meeting where all these big YouTubers come to what they've made. They've made this sort of like a theater, like a little theater. They built a little theater. They're all sitting in this theater or whatever, and they're going to tell jokes. So now we're going to add a little bit to this Minecraft thing. We're not just experiencing Minecraft, talking about it. We're going to like tell some jokes, whatever. So people go up, they tell a joke, people laugh, whatever. Jay Schlatt goes up. Instead of telling a joke, he says the setup to a joke, and then stops, and everyone waits, and he stays stopped. He doesn't say the punchline. And eventually people start kind of laughing, and then he starts talking again. Okay, fine. But now he's saying another setup to a joke, and he doesn't say the punchline. And he does this over and over again, and then he starts saying the punchline, but not the joke. And people are like cracking, like they can't believe what's happening right now, right? Because this is just some guy, right? Like they just invited this guy because he made a tribute to Minecraft, but this is just a guy that made oh my god, a video on the game. This isn't actually an entertainer, right? This guy's nobody, really. He has like a few thousand subs or whatever, right? All of a sudden, he's like stealing the show. And this goes on and on and on. So there's basically this new Minecraft YouTuber, I guess, is in town, right? This new Minecraft YouTuber is part of the conversation. From there, when you think about Dream cheats in a speed run, and people are paying attention to him for that reason, which is fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't care that much. But then, more importantly, from this little bit of fame that he's starting to gather because of speedrunning, being the best speedrunner of Minecraft. And
that, okay, cut up but then, because it's the audio isn't great there. That's, okay, 24.
Supposedly. He makes like hunters versus whatever, right? He actually is really, really good at the game, because even if you cheat a little on speedrunning, you still have to be extremely impressive to seem like you're not cheating. He, well, seemingly did and admitted to modifying the statistics of the likelihood of getting ender pearls and blaze rods, and then he streamed it. Obviously, he's at the top level. If he could become one of the best speedrunners. Definitely. He would just have to play the game for hundreds of hours forevermore. And eventually he could be the best speedrunner, sure. But he skips this by adjusting the game slightly. There's cheating allegations starting to come up. Then he makes the hunters versus speedrunner challenges and whatever. His channel blows up, and some of that falls behind him by a pretty long shot, I would say. And Dream is now known as the best Minecraft player in the world. And with the revival of Minecraft, that's a pretty good thing to be. At the same time this is happening, there's a thing called Minecraft Mondays, run by Killer Keemstar, who's a real scumbag, to be honest. But it's pretty cool. I mean, Minecraft Mondays is cool. You got people like Captain Sparkles and whoever else, because the revival of Minecraft has happened, and so they're kind of invested or interested. A few of these go by, and then, my way of experiencing this anyway, is pretty out of the blue, a new challenger enters the arena, who is actually growing in popularity, but hasn't been a part of the public side of this as much, named Technoblade. He completely demolishes everybody else in the ring, right? Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's what it was, either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun success. My understanding is that Tubbo and Tommy Innit followed Technoblade.
Oh, I cut out. Okay, wait. So there's an inconsistency there. We're gonna say 26, 08, I'm going to say. So the inconsistency here is that I'm talking about Technoblade, and I introduce this concept, and then I say, I believe so. Okay, hold on.
I understand. Was the speedrun success.
I don't need to say this.
It was either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun. Yeah, I believe so.
Because I'm saying, yeah, I believe so. That's a response to a comment regarding whether or not Dream became popular before or after the speedrun blew up, which is important information, but it interrupts the flow a little bit. And
side of this is much, named Technoblade. He completely demolishes everybody else in the ring, right? Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's what it was, either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun success. My understanding.
So this part I could maybe cut. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I believe so. It was either.
So cut out this part, we'll say.
He completely demolishes everybody else in the.
Okay, wait. So before that,
my way of experiencing this, anyway, is pretty out of the blue.
Okay. So right here, maybe.
A few of these go by, and then my way of experience. You got people like Captain Sparkles and whoever else, because the revival of Minecraft has happened, and so they're kind of
I just got to remove this dream part.
A few of these go by, and then my way of experiencing this, anyway, is pretty out of the blue. A new challenger enters the arena, who is actually growing in popularity, but hasn't been a part of the public side of this as much, named Technoblade. He completely demolishes everybody else in the ring, right? It was either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun success. My understanding is that Tubbo and Tommy.
So, yeah, so this middle part, I might have to move all of this back to when I'm talking about Dream, or else it's not really going to make as much sense the way it's cut right now.
A new challenge.
Okay, so where was Dream?
Invested or interested. A few of these go by.
No, further back.
But it's run by Killer.
Okay, where's Dream?
Minecraft. That's a pretty good thing to be.
Yeah, I mean, I it's okay. I think I just remove it. I'm pretty sure that the clarification is kind of important, because I'm pretty sure Dream did some other stuff before the speed run, but it was the speed run that shot him to fame. And like it's kind of an important set of information, to be honest, to like his overall narrative. But
there's cheating allegations starting to come up. Then he makes the hunters versus, and eventually he could be the best speedrunner, sure. But if he could become one of the best speedrunners, definitely.
Hold on.
Is really, really good at the game, because even if you cheat, seem like you're not cheating. He, well, seemingly did and admitted to, sure. But he skips this by adjusting the game slightly. There's cheating allegations starting to come up. Then he makes the hunters versus speedrunner challenges and whatever. His channel blows up, and some of that falls behind him by a pretty long shot, I would say. And Dream is now known as the best Minecraft player.
So maybe right here. Maybe right here like this.
Some of that falls behind him by a pretty long shot, I would say. It was either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun success. And Dream is now known as the best Minecraft player in the world. And with a revival of Minecraft, that's a pretty good thing to be. At the same time this is happening, there's a thing called Minecraft Mondays, run by Killer Keen.
Okay. Okay.
And then he streamed it, obviously. He's actually is really, really importantly, from this little bit of fame that this new Minecraft YouTuber is part of the conversation. From there, a video on the game. This isn't actually an entertainer, right? This guy's nobody, really. Okay. He's like a few, and this goes on and on and on. So when you think about Dream cheats in a speed run, and people are paying attention to him for that reason, which is fine. I mean, I don't know. I don't care that much. But then, more importantly, I don't care that much. But I don't care that much. More importantly, from this little bit of fame that he's starting to gather because of speedrunning, being the best speedrunner of Minecraft, supposedly, he makes like hunters versus whatever, right?
Oh, maybe here instead.
Speedrunning, being the best speedrunner of Minecraft, supposedly. It was either before or right around the same time, because that's what shot him to stardom or fame, was the speedrun success. He makes like hunters versus
that's better.
Whatever, right? He's actually is really, really good at the game, because even if you
so yeah. Okay, that's better. We fixed it. So the issue with that spot was like I talk about this extra thing. It's right in the middle of an awkward spot. It has to be right around there where I'm talking about he does a speedrun thing and that blows him up into success, allowing for the big boost of this other set of like the hunters versus whatever thing. And the importance there is like, well, what order did that happen in? That has that like questioning, like, well, maybe it was the other way around, but like that's the important thing. That's like is that he did the speedrunning thing and that's what shot these things into the stratosphere. Like that information has to be involved there and not somewhere else, because it's just gonna be out of place somewhere else. So now I can go forward, delete it from both the places that it currently is.
It was either before or right around the same time because that's what shot him to.
Okay, delete it from here.
You got people like Captain Sparkles and whoever else because they right. It was either before
and then delete it from here. Good. Okay.
He completely demolishes everybody else in the ring, right? My understanding is that Tubbo and Tommy Innit followed Technoblade into stardom. That they were both kind of smaller creators that had somewhat of a connection to him. And now we're finally, after all of that background, because like, so when I talk about old Minecraft, I guess what I'm talking about is pre-Tribute to Minecraft, so pre-JSchlatt. The reason I say it that way is because there was a big break in between, and old Minecraft is extremely distinct in a lot of ways, but maybe mainly in the way it's done. The entertainment styles and like the main market, I guess, the age bracket, the people that were watching, whatever, like all the influences, everything, to me is different with old Minecraft. Old Minecraft was slower.
I could even have like this could be a good spot to have like, you know, like those T graphs or whatever, or T lists where you have like the left side, right side comparison. I could do that here. So that'd be 26. I could do 26, 40 is 50. 40, we'll say 35. T list with new / old Minecraft. Okay.
The biggest thing, actually, it was a lot slower. That's a really central part of it. Because back then, we didn't make content as fast, just in general. So what blew up Wilbur Soot, as an example, to my understanding, Wilbur Soot's takeoff happened because of Minecraft, but water always rises. Minecraft, but lava falls from the sky. Minecraft, but blocks disappear. Minecraft, right? He had all these ideas that were pretty cool and like came together well. He was also funny and talented and so on. So Wilbur Soot kind of takes off with these things and then is invited to, I think, Dream SMP, meets Tommy, and their interaction is incredible. Tommy's like young and impressionable and like innocent, but also rambunctious and crazy, and he's like 16 or something. And Wilbur Soot is like an older brother. He's like very, oh, Tommy, don't do this thing, don't do that thing, right? Very, like their dynamic is incredible. Anyway, it's sort of strange to look at all this now, to be honest, particularly because of Wilbur Soot. That stuff is weird now. It's weird. I don't know what to think about it. Because it's not like it was with... The reason it's weird is because I don't know if there's like an absolute right answer, even though I think generally there is a right answer. Like, well, here's one thing. When I first heard about this stuff with Wilbur Soot, what had happened, I was like, okay, what happened? Like, okay, gotta kind of try to figure it out. And then I was like, okay, he's been popular for so long. It's surprising something like this, like we wouldn't know about it, right? It seems like if it's been going on for a long time with a lot of different people, we would have known about it sometime before now. This is a bad thing. I'm going to kind of admit something here a little bit. I realized that it was Shovel talking about it, and I was like, oh, okay. Because when some random thing happens, like something like this, I feel like although it's good to be like, okay, like you shouldn't brush it aside, shouldn't dismiss it, you also probably shouldn't automatically accept it as like a fact. You should sort of be like, okay, what happened? That's not good. What are the details of it? How bad is it? Like, what did he do? What is he being accused of? What has he said in response to it? What have they said? Like, this stuff is all pretty important. But Shovel she'll do this for a long time, creating for a long time. She's not like some new creator trying to like get clout or something like that. Not that that's like, you know, very common, but it does happen. Shovel is a pretty serious person. She's a pretty private person.
Genuinely, yeah, me walking the tightrope right now, like this sort of topic is so sensitive that you kind of have to be careful exactly how you word it. I mean, maybe for good reason, of course, but it's still like how exactly do I want to present my feelings on it, and also like my initial reaction and then my overall kind of understanding. It feels kind of important to say in the right way, even though like I'm not really somebody really, like I'm just a little YouTube channel. I still feel like I feel like it's important to think about first. And so in this case, I was like considering like this is how I felt at first, and this is why I felt that way, and this is something that I don't know if it's really a good thing, but I thought about it more, and this is kind of my overall takeaway right now. I think this is probably a decent way to talk about it.
Like, what did he do? What is he being accused of? What has he said in response to it? What have they said? Like, this stuff is all pretty important, but She'll do this for a long time, creating for a long time. She's not like some...
And it's funny, actually, I don't know if at this time... No, I think... Well, actually, hold on. So I don't know if when I did this, if the George stuff was even out yet, because in my mind, when I talked about George, I was probably like... I could have said, I'm sure nothing bad's going to happen with him either, there as well as with Wilbur, but I don't even know if that was a thing yet. So, like, within this conversation, I'm trying to sort of avoid, like I'm trying to be careful around the topic of, like, sometimes people do say stuff because they're small creators and they're trying to blow up more. And so if you have some horrible or great story with some creator, then you're associated with them in these types of ways. And it sort of boosts you and also either damages or like forms a relationship there in some way, more stably, I guess. I don't know. That's like a common thing. Like when you look at Ant Venom and Small Ant, for example, Ant Venom and Small Ant, there's like this, for a long time, very kind of negative relationship they had because their fans kind of resented each other and thought of each other in these negative ways, which led to them thinking either of them were like probably against each other, which brewed this weird resentment that they had to do a lot to like undo, but might have also helped Point Crow grow as a channel because there was a fabricated competition going on. So that that's a thing that exists, and it obviously also exists in this context. But then, like, at that time, I was like, oh, I don't know if I want to really go there at all here. And I still don't think I want to go there too much. But I do think, like, the George Not Found stuff is really on the nose of, like, this is exactly a thing that I'm saying, like, right here where I say this.
They said, like, this stuff is all pretty important, but She'll do this for a long time, creating for a long time. She's not, like, some new creator trying to like get clout or something like that. Not that that's like, you know, very common.
And I don't think it's very common, but this is seemingly exactly what happened with George. Was like some weird resentment, some weird internal stuff that led to accusations that seemingly just didn't go anywhere. Or like we're like said, like this is just like tickling allegations was what the ultimate allegations against George were, which were initially like they were more than that, we'll say. And then they slowly just got whittled down until it was like, well, you know, like, and it became this like, well, this is what happened. Well, no, this is what happened. Well, this is what happened. And then adjustment down into being almost nothing. And where with Wilbur, I think it is a lot more substantial because it's corroborated with multiple different people, because it's something that was, you know, from an established creator, like these sorts of things, which is unfortunate because, yeah, like it makes the whole situation a lot more complicated to talk about or to approach, which at the time, this is why I was, kind of the way that I was communicating this relating to Wilbur stuff. But then the George stuff is just, it's a little bit on the nose of like, this is exactly what I didn't want to say is a common thing. And then it literally happened like right after I talked about this. It happened to somebody in very close proximity to Wilbur, which is weird, but like that doesn't mean Wilbur wasn't whatever, you know.
Like, okay, what happened? That's not good. What are the details of it? How bad is it? Like, what did he do? What is he being accused of? What has he said in response to it? What have they said? Like, this stuff is all pretty important, but She'll do this for a long time, creating for a long time. She's not like some new creator trying to like get clout or something like that. Not that that's like, you know, very common, but it does happen. She'll is a pretty serious person. She's a pretty private person to my understanding. Like that dispels some of it. I don't think that she would have just brought it up for no reason. And I also don't see any of this. I don't see almost any of the incentive for her to bring it up. That's kind of part of my outlook on it, which is maybe a bad thing because I probably shouldn't care so much about the details in that way and should care more about just like the facts of what's been released. That being said, I do feel like then you get into this kind of weird area. Where the actual circumstances of what was done, that this is why it's weird. So as I was trying to kind of starting to talk about before, to me why it's weird is because I remember there was a guy back with old Minecraft. So we're talking about old Minecraft here. So Sky Does Minecraft was one of these big names, much like Ant Venom, but Sky Does Minecraft was not Ant Venom was like a solo content creator. He was very focused, very gradual, very like consistent. He would create like reviews of something and he would spend hours on the same thing and then hours and hours and hours more on like a map or something. And then he would talk about it and discuss it in great depth. we don't really do. That's not a YouTube thing, right? YouTube is.
You know what I need for the thumbnail for this? So I imagined a thing for the thumbnail for this whole time, which was Driftforce down the middle with Frank or Joji or whatever on the left, or maybe Bo, and then Bo on the right. So I'll like interchangeably, one side is going to be like Filthy Frank / Joji, and the other side is going to be Bo Burnham. Another option would be the left side being Filthy Frank and the right side being Joji. Either way, I think Bo Burnham kind of represents a similar thing to Joji, which is an established, well sorted out, and kind of very self-aware and very like publicly, clearly self-aware figure, where Filthy Frank and iDubbbz actually interchangeably almost represent a not very self-aware version, where like, yes, they were trying to go for this thing, but no, it didn't really work because a lot of their fans were not really like, they weren't just making fun of, you know, women and people like different races and so on because they were like, because of like, oh, it's just ironic and it's whatever. They legitimately felt this way. So like, I think there's a pretty good left side, right side concept there. And also like, I have a lot of appreciation for both of these sets of people. And so I think on the left side, we kind of like this red approaching, because it's a very aggressive approach or a very strong approach to it, where like Bo Burnham and Joji have this very mellow, very controlled approach to it. And so like kind of meeting like over top in the middle area with Driftforce coming down the middle. It should be J like Sky. Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. Is like, that was my original, like, after I finished this and I thought a little bit about it, I was like, okay, I could do something like that, and it could kind of like meet together in the middle, like these color options with Driftforce down the center. It would look really good. The issue is, I talk about a lot of people in this video. I think a better approach would probably be something like that. J and Sky. I think a good approach to this, probably, because either J the tough thing is, who is the most important person I talk about in this? It probably is Sky Does Minecraft. Try out multiple thumbnails. That's a good point. The other thing is, like, I don't know yet if I'm going to want to split this up into multiple videos or not. I probably am not going to. I'm probably going to keep it as one, but there's an option there. Certainly in multiple, like, shorts and stuff is an option as well. But in the very center of the video, like, instead of doing it left side, right side with Driftforce in the center, I could do it a central character with characters kind of like stemming out to the sides, because there's just so many involved in this overall narrative or story or structure that I'm talking about. So like, Basher has a really good potential here, because we haven't gotten into Basher yet, which is crazy to me, because in my mind, Basher was like a huge part of this, and Sky Does Minecraft. Like, Basher and Sky are probably the last half of this. The first half is seemingly... The first half is a ton of people, though. And the last half, I think, is a lot more directed or focused around a certain set of people and their interactions. But it's weird. It's weird listening to this. That the first half is basically... I would have to kind of write a list out of all the important main characters of what I'm talking about, and then structure around that. Because honestly, like George Not Found, I briefly mentioned. Ant Venom, I briefly mentioned. Like, some of these guys are just like kind of touched on. They're not as important as some of the other characters that are like really major players in the 3 or 4 maybe really main topics that I talk about here, which are Basher and his entire situation, Sky and his entire situation. Keemstar is a maybe, right? But certainly I could go, but honestly, like, Joji and Bo are not really massively important. They're semi-important, but Joji and Bo are this. Honestly, iDubbbz is more important than either of those. So probably it's going to be something like Basher, Sky, iDubbbz, maybe Keemstar, and then like, who else would there be that was like really central to everything I was talking about in this video? We'll get through the rest of it, and we'll kind of, but I'm going to write down some names at the top of this. So Basher and Sky are like no-brainers, because in the last half I go very thoroughly into their details. It's Basher / Sky / and then there's so Basher, Sky, there's Keemstar, and there's iDubbbz. And the other players as options, I'll put in parentheses for now, are people like Bo / Frank Joji / I don't know. But that's kind of like a preliminary list that we'll have going for now. Okay. He would create like reviews of something, and he would spend hours on the same thing, and then hours and hours and hours more on like a map or something, and then he would talk about it and discuss it. What was I going to say at 2850? Where was I going to say at 2850? I wrote down 2850. I don't remember.
She'll do this for a long time. She'll do this for a long time. Creating for a long time. She's not see any of this. I don't see almost any of the incentive for her to bring it about just like the facts of what's been released. That being said, I do feel like then you get into this kind of weird area. You get into this kind of weird area where the actual circumstances of what was done, that this is why it's weird. So as I was trying to kind of starting to talk about before, to me why it's weird is because
I think I need to so yeah, we got to do like something around there where I cut out some spots so we're going a little bit more streamlined. I'm doing a lot of like what I was going to say is, well, as I was about to say, whatever, like a lot of like self-correction. I do that a lot in general, but I need to cut some of that out.
I remember there was a guy back with old Minecraft. So we're talking about old Minecraft here. So Sky Does Minecraft was one of these big names, much like Ant Venom, but Sky Does Minecraft was not Ant Venom was like a solo content creator. He was very focused, very gradual, very like consistent. He would create like reviews of something and he would spend hours on the same thing and then hours and hours and hours more on like a map or something, and then he would talk about it and discuss it in great depth. We don't really do that's not a YouTube thing, right? YouTube is like fast paced. Okay, here's what I think, and now you're done. Now you can move on, right? He didn't work like that.
This is entry. Okay, I'm gonna need, instead of multiple videos, it's multiple chapters. So this is Sky's chapter. I know what I'm doing here. I'm setting up Sky's chapter because I'm talking about Ant Venom, one of the big players of the general thing. Okay, Ant Venom could also be added as like a potential. I'm talking about Ant Venom, but I'm using Ant Venom as a good example of the ways in which someone can understand where YouTube is going and make the right choices to get themselves right where they need to be. And Sky is a really good example of doing a lot of things right from a really early point in time.
So Sky Does Minecraft was one of these big names, much like Ant Venom, but Sky Does Minecraft was not Ant Venom was like a solo content creator. He was very focused, very gradual, very like consistent. He would create like reviews of something and he would spend hours on the same thing and then hours and hours and hours more on like a map or something, and then he would talk about it and discuss it in great depth. We don't really do that's not a YouTube thing, right? YouTube is like fast paced. Okay, here's what I think, and now you're done. Now you can move on, right? He didn't work like that. So unlike Ant Venom, Sky Does Minecraft was, as he developed, unlike Ant Venom developed into a better critiquer, someone who was better at explaining his thoughts, but he did not develop into someone who expressed them faster or simpler, maybe more accurately, but not really simpler. Sky Does Minecraft started out as your kind of casual, plays Minecraft, talks about it, whatever, just having fun with his friends, and over time became more like a hype beast, you know, like modern YouTube. Sky Does Minecraft took the direction that YouTube ultimately took, which is why he was more successful, I think. I think Sky Does Minecraft's success was so incredible, massive, and unbelievable because he was going in the direction that YouTube would go, ultimately. One part of what he did as well, which was in the direction of YouTube, is that he developed a lot of friends and made a lot of content with them. It was very cooperative, collaborative, whatever. One of these friends was called Jinbop. Let me think. So the friends of Sky Does Minecraft early on, in my head I'm like Sapnap, and I'm like, I know that's not. Sapnap's a dream person. I know there was Jinbop. I know there was a guy. I'm recalling all of this on the fly, and I was feeling pretty good about it, but there is a guy that I can't remember the name of. Not important. Sky Does Minecraft had like one core friend, and then he had a girl that he was dating named Dawn, and they all made content together, and then ultimately, Dawn and Sky Does Minecraft broke up. Sky apparently paid her off to never talk about it and to delete her channel and never make a new one.
So that claim is really strong. I thought about it after, and I came back and I did some research, and I looked at the video that I mainly looked at to try to see if it was there. I looked up everything I possibly could, and I couldn't find anything to prove this for a long time, at least. I was looking and looking and looking. No one's talking about it. It's not within the video that I know I watched. And I looked and looked, whatever, it's not here. And then finally I thought, well, there was a guy named Tuv, that made a video on this. And I remember watching that, probably a reaction to it from like Moist Critical or somebody. And so I looked up that guy. I click into that. I look through, and I find where he talks about this scenario. I forget exactly what it is. I had it written down before. I mentioned it before on stream at one point. But within that video, Tuv, I guess I'll say his name is, Tuv says something about this situation, and I forget exactly what it is, but Tuv says that, he says that that Sky had, he says something incorrect. He basically, he talks about the situation, and he says, hold on. Tuv, Sky Does Minecraft. He says something just completely incorrect about the clip that he then shows, which is crazy. Speedrunners Minecraft. Here it is. Okay, so this is 8:17. So his clip is the one that proves that this is something that happened, and also he describes it completely wrong within the preamble of the clip, which is just insane. I don't know how you make a mistake like this. Is it the preamble or the post-amble? Is that a word? But, okay. So this is going to be, let's see. Where is this within mine? This is 3130. So 3130 TUV clip. Okay.
Ended their relationship while engaged in 2013. Sky would later go live on Periscope, which is Twitter's old live streaming service, and say that he actually paid Dawn $25,000, bought her a car just for her to stay with him.
So that's the claim. That's what Tuv is claiming here. Now, okay, maybe this is a thing where he talked about it way later, and Tuv is talking about some earlier Periscope or something like that, but the clip that he shows doesn't verify what he's saying. It actually verifies something substantially worse. So the claim here from Tuv, again, that Sky paid Dawn, what was it, $25,000 just to stay with him and gave her a car.
$25,000, bought her a car just for her to stay with him.
Now, I'm just gonna go out full 100% clarity. I did Dawn dirty. I was a stupid kid who was receiving a lot of money, and I didn't want the money to go away. I paid her 25 grand, I gave her a car, and I basically had her delete her social media.
So that's not the same claim, not even close to accurate. I don't know how you do this. How do you do this? I was watching through this, and I just couldn't believe that he said that this is what Sky said in a video that he put in, and then he just didn't change it. Like, when he's watching through when he made this video, does he make this part and say, oh, it's not that different, and just go on, or do you just not watch his own stuff? I mean, like, you have to put something like this together, you have to watch your own stuff. How did that get through? Anyway, okay. Took 5 days to go from 3,000 to 4,000 subscribers, and then 4 days to go from 4K to 5K, exponential speed increase or something. All of this stream. True, that's how it goes. That's how we got to get it. I don't understand how this happened. This is a catastrophic mistake to make in a video where you're talking about this.
And say that he actually paid Dawn $25,000, bought her a car just for her to stay with him.
Now, I'm just gonna go out full 100% clarity. I did Dawn dirty. I was a stupid kid who was receiving a lot of money, and I didn't want the money to go away. I paid her
destroying someone's server, and they were talking about that. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that sort of. It does. I mean, it can happen, I suppose.
25 grand. I gave her a car, and I basically had her delete her social media.
So
how do you make this mistake? Also, this apparently is from Sunny V2, so I feel like it's fine for me. Whatever clips, but this is crazy. This is crazy. That's a crazy thing. I'm sorry. Like, I really like Tuv's style. I really like a lot of the stuff that he makes. I'm not at all saying like he's a bad channel in any capacity, but this is substantively wrong. Because what you're saying is that Sky, all that he did was that he paid her money so that she would stay with him, or they gave her money to stay, like, which is a sort of childish approach, right? Like, if you have friends and you're like, hey, I know you're mad at me right now, but I'll give you like $50 if we just like drop this. That's kind of like a gross or dumb way to make friends or maintain relationships. And I've known people who do those sorts of things, and it's really weird. It's really weird and not a good behavior. This is a much bigger thing, but you could say, okay, well, he was making $1 bajillion. He's probably a millionaire at this point, so sure, like, who cares? Or like a few $100,000 a month or something. Like, this guy is making a ton of money. So if he does, like, $25,000 for him might be like $50 when you're a kid, right? That might be equatable. So that's like a really irresponsible, or like not irresponsible. It's a really out of touch way to engage in relationships. That would be a thing that you would say, like, yeah, this guy really needed to grow up, I guess, right? That's all you would say for that. Like, who cares? What he actually did was he paid her $25,000, gave her a car, and
paid Dawn $25,000, bought her a car just for her to stay with him.
Now, I'm just gonna go out full 100% clarity. I did Dawn dirty. I was a stupid kid who was receiving a lot of money, and I didn't want the money to go away. I paid her 25 grand, I gave her a car, and I basically had her delete her social media.
So he's basically
this
girl, like, yo, please stay with me, and he...
What is this? I'm sorry, I don't usually get this heated, but what is this? How did you do this? How did you make this mistake before and after, your preamble and your post-amble, okay? You're completely wrong about the clip that you provided in a substantive way that, like, seriously undermines or devalues the amount of seriousness of this clip, that makes it seem like Sky is just kind of immature and not like a really gross human being that did something demented. Like, this is, like, this might be one of the, okay, the modern stuff that Sky does is so much worse than this, all right? The stuff that's happened more recently is worse. So, like, maybe it's just like a detail, but like, the worst thing seemingly that we know of that he did within the first, like, from the start of the channel towards like towards like where things get really bad is this, and it proves this is also like in terms of like what this is, which is a character assassination, which is what anything like this is. If you're going to assassinate somebody's character, okay, then you have to prove that it's not just like they were in this really tough spot over here, or you don't have to, but like this really tough spot over here, they do all these bad things and that's not good. But if you say, look at them from the very beginning, okay, this is the, like, you guys are trying to say that this is the moment that Adam became Sky Does Minecraft. Okay, this is the moment that, like, Walter White became Heisenberg. But actually, look at this event back here. He was already Heisenberg, okay? This is the point. This is the point of this. This is... it's like a tragically awful mistake. I'm gonna go by. Appreciate you. This is crazy to me. This is an insane mistake to make. Completely unacceptable mistake to make. Okay, but that's all. Okay. I'm just saying. I'm just like tragically bad mistake, in my opinion. Okay, you know. And I bet he doesn't get called out for it. I want to write him a comment. Oh my gosh, tragic. I can't believe this. The meme. Okay, all right. But like actually the meme, right? Like this is actually this guy actually is the meme in this moment. It's crazy.
Not important. Sky Does Minecraft had like one core friend, and then he had a girl that he was dating named Dawn, and they all made content together, and then ultimately Dawn and Sky Does Minecraft broke up. Sky apparently.
Dude, what if I turned what I just did into a short? Oh, can I write this down? Like that's a real thing that I was doing because I feel that way, but actually also that's kind of funny. Okay, what stream is this right now? All right, I'm just joking, but I might not actually be joking. You don't know. You can't tell if this is meta or if this is real. All right, let's see. 31:30. Okay.
Apparently paid her off to never talk about it and to delete her channel and never make a new one. I remember watching videos with them together, and I was like, oh, that's nice, that's sweet, whatever. And then she just disappeared. Okay, weird, but maybe she decided she didn't want to make content anymore. I don't know. They didn't tell us. Okay, so this is so long ago. So this is before he got famous. This is like when he was mid to like semi-famous YouTube, early Minecraft stuff. So he was famous for Minecraft, but not actually YouTube famous at this point. And this is also all my understanding. So like if I've got some details of this wrong or like whatever, you know, he continues on and he brings in all these new people. One of them was Jinbop. Jinbop was, there's a whole story, and I bought into the story, and I liked Jinbop because the story was very endearing. So here's your story, and caution yourself because it will not be endearing the whole way through. Jinbop and Sky Does Minecraft. Sky is basically, he's very depressive and very unhappy and very lonely and miserable. Basically, this is his high school experience. And then he starts making content on YouTube, and he makes it on a game called RuneScape. And the RuneScape content does pretty well. Then he finds Minecraft, and he starts doing Minecraft. Minecraft does really well. He changes his name to Sky Does Minecraft. But before he starts taking off, before he starts making friends with RuneScape, he's sad, alone, whatever. And this is also a trend for old YouTube. So modern YouTubers aren't necessarily all from like miserable backgrounds. Old YouTubers are. Because why would they go to, honestly, and this is something I've thought about before too. Old YouTubers, when they were doing YouTube, nobody was doing YouTube. There's no reason to do YouTube before too. Old YouTubers, when they were doing...
What was that? Okay. 3256. There's a bleep. Okay.
They go to, honestly, and this is something I've thought about before too. Old YouTubers, when they were doing YouTube, nobody was doing YouTube. There's no reason to do YouTube. It didn't give you any money. There was no motivation. Like there's just no purpose to it. So what they're doing is they're uploading videos online. No one does this. No one watches them. Why would you do that? It kind of navigates you down to a very small subset of people, and Sky is one of those people who are lonely and have nothing to do with their time. And that's not meant as an insult. It's where he was. So he's just uploading kind of free.
I've said this to different people before, and I get a lot of pushback, and I don't know, like, I feel a little bad about it sometimes, because I'm just like, I don't feel bad about anything, okay? Fight me, all right? But, like, I kind of do. Like, I feel like I have this perception that formed somewhat recently when I started thinking about old YouTube and the consequences of different aspects of it, where I'm like, man, like when you look at early YouTube and the people that were mainly on it, like there is a very, it's a very selection. Like old YouTube selects for people that have a weirdly unique amount of time to do something that seemingly has no benefit. That's like pretty selective, and it's a thing that you do specifically indoors on a computer in a time when computers are still not very like advanced in some of the ways they are now, and it's like there's all these and on a space that no one's even really heard of, like all these different kind of aspects of this. I look at these and I'm like, well, okay, like what type of a person would join and be a part of this this platform during this specific era, and it whittles me down to people that I know that there's a much higher amount of them relative to the overall like amount of people on it. There's a much bigger percentage or larger per capita, whatever, that do these awful things. And so, like, to me, I could be using the fact that there's so many of these awful people relative to the overall amount of people on the platform to say, like, well, then it must be selecting for this group. But also it makes, and I sort of am, right? I'm saying, like, okay, so there's this, like, larger group of people, so it seems like they probably come from this set of people because they all have these similar backstories, and everyone kind of did at the time, including, like, Markiplier and these people. And then I'm like, okay, well, this set of people, well, like, what would cause so many of them to come to this platform? Well, look at the scenarios of the platform. The difference between now and then, like, you hear about people talking about, like, oh, yeah, back then we didn't have video editors. Back then we didn't have thumbnail makers. Back then we didn't have any of this stuff. And so we were just inventing it, coming up with ways to do it. Like streaming, OBS didn't really exist or wasn't like it is now. And like, all these different sides of it. There was no Reddit or whatever, didn't have information on how to do this or that thing. It wasn't abundant at the time. And yet people still went through and made it anyway. It selects for a particular type of a person, which you could say that those are like go-getters, but I think it's actually sort of the exact opposite because there was not believed to be an incentive to do this. There wasn't believed to be any money involved. And so they're not go-getters. There's something very specifically different there that's like, yeah, leads to a specific type of person, I think. But that's also, it's a sort of a judgy way to look at it, admittedly, and so I have to think about that more.
For no reason, really. Just uploading videos. There are cases where that's normal. What I'm saying is like big YouTubers, those are the people that stuck with it for a super long time and grew the channel despite there being no financial incentive. Did I just turn around? That's kind of crazy. So, carry on. Sky, as I said, miserable, life is tough, whatever, and bad home life, all this stuff. Jinbop is another high schooler. He does sports, whatever, we were kind of presented with a guy who doesn't necessarily have these same problems, but who recognizes Sky and his problems. And so Sky, as he always did, was in the bathroom eating his lunch alone, and he starts crying because, as he often does, he feels miserable, alone, and kind of recognizes the position that he's in. We kind of get this really sad story about Sky's Minecraft here. Jinbop comes into the bathroom, hears Sky crying, and sits in the next stall and talks to him. And he does this that day, and the next day, and the next, and the next. Every time when Sky goes in the bathroom, Jin comes around and basically become friends without ever seeing each other. Jin doesn't know who he is. He doesn't know that he's like this weird, loser kid, whatever the idea is here. He just knows that it's a guy that's in pain, struggling, whatever, and he talks to him. And that's really cool. And so I'm immediately like, okay, Jinbop's a cool guy, right? Great guy. Probably a great guy. Then Jinbop stops showing up. So no more Jinbop. Why? What happened? I don't know what happened. I didn't know what happened for a long time. And then I looked it up. And I found a lot more than I was expecting because he went to prison for engaging with a 14-year-old, knowing it was a 14-year-old. It's screwed up. It's terrible. It's crazy. And that's just one of those Minecraft YouTubers. That's just one of those stories. Like one of the classic, like this is, it's to me, it's like core to my understanding of Sky and his experience is that he had like this miserable life and things turned around for him. And one of the important people in that, one of the people that are like the key influences is somebody like Jinbop. And then Jinbop's in prison. And that's weird. And Dawn's gone. And that's weird. So, a lot of strange things. And we carry on. So now we're continuing on, I guess. The story goes on because Sky Does Minecraft continues to grow in popularity. And this is not the last time that something very similar to this happens. Now we're going to talk about Keemstar and why I hate Keemstar. Because this is where it comes in. So whenever I say scumbag, I'm not saying scumbag because of a lot of different things. I'm mostly saying scumbag because of a particular thing that nags at me when it comes to Keemstar. He has done a lot of different things, so I think almost anybody would just be like, I'm sure it was something. Any of the things that Keemstar has done that were kind of screwed up, we go with. Keemstar made a video on a creator named Basherverse. We're going to talk about Basherverse now. So before we get into Keemstar and what he did, we're going to talk about Basherverse. So Basherverse is this creator that, much like Sky Does Minecraft, Sky Does Minecraft probably found him because he's so similar, like a similar set of things that happened. Basherverse is this kind of funny, his laugh is like contagious. It's hilarious. He has a hilarious laugh. He plays RuneScape. He starts to make friends in ways he never had before. Shifts over to Minecraft. Hear anything, you've heard before? And then from there, has this great opportunity. because Sky Does
Minecraft.
Minecraft hit big, successful Minecraft YouTuber, still very much in the prime of his success, and before he made his own company with people involved in it, reaches out to Basherverse and says, hey, you seem really fun, funny, whatever, you want to come on, and we'll play this game together. They play it together. It goes extremely well. And Basherverse is, much like Jinbop, much like, many of those people, shot into the spotlight. So Basher just keeps on making content, keeps on making videos, keeps on growing his channel, and becomes a core member of Sky's Butter Army or whatever, right? Basher is so core to this community, right? There's this thing called the Clout House that's formed. It was like a Minecraft house, like a Minecraft version of a Clout House anyway, I guess. All these different big Minecrafters, that's like Bayesian Canadian, if you remember that guy. Probably don't. But Bayesian Canadian, ASF Jerome, big successful Minecrafters from old Minecraft all joined, and I'm pretty sure Sky Does Minecraft, I don't know if Basher was part of this one. One of the people in that, by the way, might find this kind of interesting, is Post Malone, before he started singing. He was a nerdy, Minecraft-playing, sloppy-haired friend of the people in this house that came around to the house and took part in their content production. Kind of weird, but it's a thing that happened. Anyway, and then he becomes famous later, and it's weird. Feel like you need to do a video essay on this. I know, it's just all useless information in my head, but I like talking about it, I guess. The house is just kind of an example of what I'm going to get into here a little bit. So it falls apart because of some internal problems where someone's fighting with somebody, and it's probably Sky Does Minecraft because that's a trend that happens after a lot. This house kind of inspires creation of another house, a later house where they wanted to kind of recreate this but make it work this time. It was going to work this time. And that one had Basherverse, it had Bayesian Canadian, and it had a couple other big Minecraft people in it. I don't believe that it had Sky in it, though. So this house comes along, and they're all in this house, whatever. And then, suddenly, and kind of out of nowhere, as Basher is making content, he gets a girlfriend. And they do weird kind of like semi-sexual content together. Not like actual, but like ice bucket challenge, but she's in the bath, and it's kind of awkward and strange.
Her name was Clara, Basher, and girlfriend. Clara, Basher versus Basher, Oh, yeah, I think about Basher, he's gone now. Oh, Basher X girlfriend. Maybe I should open this in a new tab because I know she did stuff. Girlfriend, Clara. It is Clara, yeah. Supposedly 17 when they started dating, though they have been conflicting reports in the exact age and moved about. Yeah. Yep. Close this. Okay.
$25,000.
No, not you. I'll just close you at this point. Okay.
But he's doing this type of content, and he's also doing a lot of Minecraft content at this point. And he's very famous, very popular, very successful, whatever. Suddenly, breaking news. Killer Keemstar is on the news, and he's talking about Basherverse. What did Basherverse do, and why is he talking about it? Basherverse, it turns out, is a sexual predator. Oh no, what are the odds? Anyway, Basherverse, at some point, like, he is
on crazy thing to say right after that.
How did this happen, right? He's this big, successful guy. Is this new, whatever? Okay, well, all that we know, all that Keemstar knows, is that Basher is on a list for people who've talked to minors, which is obviously not a good list to be on. We don't know what it's from. We don't really know the circumstances, but it was with like a 14-year-old. Yikes, right? This is just Jinbop all over again. Another Minecraft YouTuber goes to the dark side, I guess. And what happens from this? Everybody in the house kicks Basher out. They freak out. They yell at him. There's a whole like very public situation going on where Basher is a predator and we all hate him, right? So as the story continues to develop, Keemstar just keeps making content on it. I can't believe this. This is crazy, guys. Basher did this thing. Oh, terrible. Right. It is terrible. That is a terrible thing to do. And obviously, Minecraft YouTubers, it's par for the course. So we all kind of believe that's what happened, most likely. And finally, Basher, after kind of responding with like, this isn't what happened, I'll explain what happened, but this isn't what happened, and it's also very personal, eventually he goes on this horrible thing happens with Basher. So he goes on a tirade. He starts live streaming. Terrible idea. He starts live streaming and has a breakdown on stream where he yells about Keemstar and he yells about whatever, and it's like, what's going? Okay, this guy's going crazy, but he's like, it's awful. The whole thing is awful and disturbing. I've just beaten that. Okay, sorry, focus. Now we're in this weird position, and it's terrible, and everything's terrible, and it's like, okay, another big Minecrafter down the loop. It turns out, and Basher goes on this tirade, whatever, and basically loses his entire audience over it. But in the process of losing his entire audience, explains that, and this is the story, and we don't know any different. And actually, based on the records, it seems like it's true. He got put in a class for people who are like delinquents, right? He got put in a delinquent class. And so it's with other people of varying ages, right? He starts talking to this girl, or this girl really starts talking to him. He's a very shy person. He has like kind of anger management issues, and so he's very like he doesn't reach out and talk to people at all. And I didn't know how old he was now, by the way. No one did. Issues, and so he's very like he doesn't reach out and talk to people at all. Doesn't reach out and talk to people at all. And I didn't know how old he was now, by the way. No one did. No one knew how old Basher was. Yes, new high score, right in the middle of my... Yes. Girl starts talking to Basher, whatever. They chat back and forth. Girl gives Basher her number. Okay. Basher being a delinquent and their daughter being a delinquent, the parents of this girl hire a PI who notes down, like, who basically follows and monitors and whatever. And once he has enough, he takes this. And basically what they tell Basher... So he gets taken to court over this, where they tell him, you'll either be going to prison over this... or like not prison, but like juvie. You'll spend. They initially say you're going to spend 2 years in juvie, and we're going to put you on a sexual predators list, right? And Basher is terrified, doesn't know what's going to happen. His family is pissed off at him. Obviously, this girl's family is very angry, and the girl's not talking to him because she can't, whatever. And so this is kind of his position. And then, thankfully, they tell him, okay, plead guilty to it, whatever. You won't get put in juvie for this amount of time, but you will be put on a sexual predators list. And as you probably know, you don't get off those. And so this is where he ends up. What happens after this, though, this is where the story gets kind of crazy, is that Basher locks himself inside his house, literally, like his mom's house. He lives with his mom, never leaves his room, becomes afraid to leave the door. She feeds him for the next 10 plus years. He's in his 30s. He's in his 30s now, and he hasn't left his room in like over a decade. So that's Basher's story. That's why Basher played RuneScape like crazy, ended up becoming whatever on there. And if he had explained this, he might have gotten some flack for it, but he didn't just get some flack for it. He was, in a time where people were more and more wary of Minecraft YouTubers, where stories had come out, he was like the Minecraft YouTuber who was a predator. And Keemstar was all over this. He made like 5 videos in 5 days. Keemstar having, millions of people watching him and so on. This being a very catchy story for like when Minecraft was blowing up. Minecraft had continued to escalate and grow and grow and grow in size to a point where now it was at maybe the peak of where Minecraft ever was back then. And he became like...
I think, honestly, the tough thing with this section is, for a lot of these areas, I want to use clips and I want to use articles. But I don't think I want to use any clips for the segment here where I'm talking about Basher and his past scenarios for 2 different reasons. So the first reason is I think that the clips relating to this are all going to be Basher freaking out on webcam during these streams, and those streams were demented and crazy, and I don't really want to present Basher that way, especially in a space where I'm kind of saying, like, this is something that's old, like, happened a long time ago, and isn't nearly what people thought it was, and so, like, showing him in this, presenting him in this way, honestly, he should have never streamed, and it's really terrible. The second reason is because Basher passed away, like, in the last, few months or so, or like maybe the last year or something. I remember finding out that Basher was streaming again a couple of years ago and being very aware of this whole situation and finding it all to be pretty horrible and really Basher's not a great guy or perfect guy or whatever, or wasn't, I guess, at this point. But still, I think, yeah, I had found that, okay, he started streaming again. This is something, and the streams that he started again after years of being gone were all centered around, like, uplifting people. They were all very, they were all focused around just creating a community that was fun and casual and not, like that was very supportive to each other and obviously to Basher as well. And then I think he dropped away again, and then unfortunately during COVID, he passed away from COVID specifically. So... yeah, it's just like I like this whole section. I like when I was talking about this, I wasn't aware of that whole situation, and I looked into it after, of course. And so yeah, it's just like it's a little bit of a tough little spot to figure out exactly what I want to do with this part. I mean, I'm gonna still run it, I think, and talk about the different scenarios and the facts of the matter because I think it's very important to the overall story. But I think maybe not show too many clips of Basher in that segment just because it's pretty wild. Okay. All right.
Minecraft had continued to
or sensitive. It's pretty sensitive of a situation potentially. I mean, no one's going to watch the video is probably going to know any of that necessarily. But there's a part of my mind that's like, okay, should I say something about that? Like, should I add something to the video where I mention that as a situation? I really don't think it's necessary, and I think it would take away from both the video, and then also it's like, you know, what is the point of doing that, to like virtue signal or I don't know, like I don't really understand. But I think it's it's a weird position a little bit. Also, it's just like personally like emotionally impactful a little bit. That whole situation is crazy. But anyway,
catchy story for like when Minecraft was blowing up. Minecraft had continued to escalate and grow in size to a point where now it was at maybe the peak of where Minecraft ever was back then, and he became like the figurehead for a predator. He deleted his channel and he disappeared for like 3 years. Literally gone. And nobody knows if he's, nobody knows if he's gone, right? Like, it's crazy. It's crazy what's happening. Keemstar gets a little flack over it and continues to stuff. But I think for me that stuck with me because I'm like, so there's in telling the news, you're supposed to do a little bit of due diligence. This was so extreme to me that it tainted my view of Keemstar in a way that I don't think it'll ever change. I have a problem with the way that he operates and what he'll do for money and the lives he would be willing to ruin. Although, like, yes, Basher made a mistake. He was punished for it over a decade ago. And now he's just a guy. Now he's actually found happiness, success, a girlfriend who broke up with him over it. He lost everything. All of his friends, a lot of his fans, received an unbelievable amount of hate, death threats, and so on. Obviously, of course he would have. And at the center of it is Keemstar making a series of videos where he talked about Basher being a predator. It's just another Minecrafter, right? And really, really cashes in on this concept.
This whole segment, I don't think I need to do any editing or adding clips to. Like, this whole part is, I think it's fine as it is. Because, like, anything, like, what am I really going to add to this segment? I'm talking about the scenario from a more, like, overall standpoint than, like, specifics right during that.
We're ruining Basher versus life, and thankfully not literally getting him killed, but it wouldn't have been surprising. I gotta be honest, like, Basher versus Headspace at that point, I remember, like, because he did a few different streams after this that were deranged. Basherverse was losing his mind. And kind of understandably, because he was in his room for like a decade. Like, it's crazy. When all this stuff came out, it was actually crazy. After ruining his life, basically, Keemstar, well, what Keemstar tells his fans is that he invited Basher to the first Minecraft Monday. Like, years later, when he's doing Minecraft Monday, people ask about Basher still, because this was such like a demented situation. And Keemstar tells them, well, I invited him to the first one, and he said he would go, and he didn't go. It's like, of course he didn't go. You ruined his life. Like, this guy, like, he's so mentally screwed up. Now, like, not to excuse everything, but you almost can excuse everything. It's like, it's a whole situation that's such a mess. It probably isn't good for Basher to be in the position to be influential to so many people at that scale, because inevitably something would have happened. Something bad would have happened. Probably ruined his life. Like, this guy, like, he's so mentally screwed up. Now, like, not to excuse everything, but you almost can excuse everything. It's like, it's a whole situation.
I think I got to remove this part, because I think I looked back at, I think this stream is most relaxing. Awesome. Well, glad to hear. Honestly, this video in general does feel kind of, it's very smooth. Okay. And then the editing streams, yeah, a little bit less bouncing around.
Screwed up. Now, like, not to excuse everything, but you kind of...
Honestly, yeah, I think I got to take out the part of not to excuse everything, but you kind of can't excuse everything, because looking back at it, I think you can't excuse what Basher did at that time, because the age difference was a little bit worse than I thought it was. In my mind, it was like 1816 or something like that, but I think it was actually, or it was like 1614, or I forget exactly what I said during the video or during the stream, but it was more like 1815 or 1814, which is a lot worse. My understanding is that nothing actually happened, but that still the age difference was too bad. But also, it was over a decade before this, and it was something he did when he was 18, and so it's like, it's not... I think pulling it back up and destroying his life is kind of crazy after all that time. So, like, it's still condemnable in terms of the Keemstar thing, but I don't think I want to say that.
You ruined his life. Like, this guy, like, he's so mentally screwed up. Now,
like, I'm going to cut here. But outside of that, like, I think that everything else is good, just not to say, like, it's all excusable.
Like, this guy, like, he's so mentally screwed up. It's a whole situation that's such a mess. It's so mentally screwed up.
Okay. Yeah, because I want this to flow into itself a little bit better. Okay.
Mentally screwed up. It's a whole situation. It's a whole situation.
There. So now it should cut right into
Mentally
itself.
screwed up. It's a whole situation that's such a mess. It probably isn't good for Basher to be in the position to be influential to so many people at that scale, because inevitably something would have happened. Something bad would have happened, probably no matter what, because he needs, like, therapy and help. Like, he needs to, you know, that's probably all true, and that's fine. But, oh, man, I hated Keemstar after that. Like, that really twisted my opinion of him a lot. In all fairness, the thing that people think of more when it comes to Keemstar is, like, the old man who he accused of being a pedophile, who ended up not being a pedophile, and then, like, ruining his life.
Oh, yeah,
because he just kind of looked like somebody Keemstar saw who looked like a similar guy. Like, they're both old, I guess. So Keemstar ruins this, like, old like, YouTuber guy's life over it, or tries to. But, like, that guy, he was just one. And everybody's on his side. Like, so for, like, a day or two, you, like, massively harm this guy's future and so on. And everybody talks about that, but Basher just gets pushed to the wayside, forgotten. Again,
the funny thing is, like, the reason that this happens in this way, I'll probably go into it here, hopefully, but the reason it happens that way is because what Basher did was actually in some ways condemnable, and Basher is also kind of not a very good role model, I think, in a certain set of ways anyway, whereas this older guy was in almost every way perfect, from the public perception anyway, and so when people like Moist Critical or whoever talked about that topic, it was very like, yeah, this thing that Keemstar did is completely unacceptable and there's no excuse for it. Whereas the Basher stuff, people didn't want to take sides because of the severity of the situation, because it was clear that Basher wasn't like fully in the clear, just that Keemstar, like, so some video essayists who were a little bit less popular talked about the Basher Keemstar situation and were very harsh on Keemstar, but the bigger channels that could have said something about it, I don't think were as... I should look back and make sure about that, but I'm pretty sure that people like Moist Critical weren't like as vocal about things like Basher because it was a little less clean of a situation.
Again, I'm not saying Basher is like this great person, and I also don't necessarily think Basher should be in a position of power or control. I think Basher I think he needed help back then, and he probably will for the rest of his life. But that doesn't excuse it. That doesn't excuse it.
Right.
It's so bad what Keemstar did there. So that's your Basher story. Holy cow. But yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. This is crazy stuff. And it happened here on YouTube, right? This is the history and the mystery of YouTube, right? There's so many stories, though. Like, that might be one of the more extreme ones, and certainly one of the ones I'm more passionate about is, like, because I was there for so much of it, because I watched the descent into madness for Basher, it stuck with me pretty heavily. I was also pretty young, to be fair. Minecraft does feel a little bit haunted by that, but so does YouTube, okay? It's not just Minecraft. Not that I don't have any intention of playing Minecraft on my channel anyway, but I would go as far as to defend, like think about Onision, right? Like, think about, honestly, Onision's like the biggest one, to be fair. I mean, I guess you could look at Andrew Tate or something, right?
Oh, Onision, yeah.
There are always going to be people that do messed up things. Minecraft is just a very... Oh, Roblox. There you go. Roblox. It's not all Minecraft. Roblox is there, too. Yeah. They're all...
What's going on, Starlight? They just sent you a screenshot of Minecraft 2. Minecraft 2? Oh, yeah. yeah, true. Yeah. We talk a lot about Minecraft in this one, to be fair, but yeah.
Honestly, Onision's like the biggest one, to be fair. I mean, I guess you could look at Andrew Tate or something, right? But there are always going to be people that do messed up things. Minecraft is just a very... Oh, Roblox. There you go. Roblox. It's not all Minecraft. Roblox is there, too. Yeah. They're all Minecrafters. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay, we're in
46.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I hate this part. I don't know if I can beat them.
4640 I talk about. We'll just say Roblox, and then maybe people throw that in. Okay, making a new Minecraft creation. Do you care if I show on stream? Maybe if I can pull just a picture. But I figure it's probably fine. Okay, there. I'll do open image, new tab. There we go. All right, cool. So there's all right. There's a picture of Minecraft 2.0. Very nice, very nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a little bit more Minecrafty than the other one was more. The other one is more Terraria. This one does remind me more of a 2D Minecraft. Minecraft 2 2D. You know, Dina Princess. Anyway, nice. Yeah, I could see myself playing a game kind of in this style. It makes sense. I like that, like chests and stuff. I don't know. It really depends on like how the game plays, but yeah, good luck with it. I'd like to see where it goes from here. Okay, let's see. Try making Minecraft Skyblock. Nice.
Yeah, they're all Minecrafters. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay, where am I going? Oh my gosh. Oh.
Yeah, Skyblock is nice because it's like a puzzle game kind of. Okay, let's
honestly, Onision's like the biggest one, to be fair. Yeah. I mean, I guess you could look at Andrew Tate or something, right? But There are always going to be people that do messed up things. Minecraft is just a very... Oh, Roblox. There you go. Roblox. That's not all Minecraft. Roblox is there too. Yeah. They're all Minecrafters. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Okay, where am I going? Where am I going? Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. I hate this part. I don't know if I can beat this part. Ugh. Okay. New record, though. New record. So Sky does Minecraft's in a different position a little bit because, and I mentioned earlier, we remember from the past, the old part of the talk, where Sky's girlfriend Dawn, his first online girlfriend anyway, the first girl who he was online with, stuff happens there, and Dawn disappears, and no one knows really why, but it kind of gets forgotten about because he explodes in popularity after that, so whatever. It turns out that he paid off Dawn, and I think there is record of this, that he paid off Dawn to disappear, to not make a new channel. Weird behavior, right? Then we look at Sky Does Minecraft's friends. So you've got Jinbop, you've got Basherverse. There's some weird trends here going on, especially in this guy's circle. Actually, more than like almost any. The only other, like when I think that there's been like a few different people in Sky's circle that have been weird. Whereas I think outside that, like there's Lion Maker, I guess. But there's not like, I'm sure there's got to be other Minecrafters that were crazy. Maybe Syndicate, but Syndicate wasn't really like predatory stuff. Things start to go weird for Sky later. After all this stuff happens, the big house, whatever, all this stuff is going on, Sky is finally like, he's got these two different things on his mind. The first thing, I don't like being so family friendly. This is Sky's thought. I never swear, and I swear a lot in my personal life. It feels weird, like I'm faking myself a little bit. That's one side of everything going on. The other side is, I don't like just playing Minecraft. I've been playing Minecraft for a long time, and that's all that I play. I want to play something else. I want to showcase other things. I'm bored of it. I've been bored of it. I've been bored of it for years. And he's trying to think about how to solve it, and he has a couple different ideas. One thing is to spruce things up. What if he had a company? Because he's already big. He's at Minecraft.
Yeah, so it's funny because, like, I look back at stuff like this, and I remember, I was there for all of it. So I remember when stuff with Sky was going on, and Sky was talking about, and I wonder if we'll be able to find this stuff, because it was just, like, sprinkled in so many old videos that I was like when they came out, I saw them, because I watched Sky at this time. So, like, I remember there was, when Sky shifted from Sky Does Minecraft into Sky Does Gaming, not long beforehand, he talked about this feeling of, like, I swear some in my personal life. I don't like that I don't swear in my videos, because then it makes it so, like, if I were to swear, people would have a problem with it, and I don't like that lack of freedom, was his one part of what he was saying. And the other side was, like, I play Minecraft all the time. I kind of want to shift to other stuff. So that was, like, the reason for creating Sky Does Gaming, but was also it was a thing he had, I think, talked about a little bit before, or at least not long before he made it. There was like a reason for it. So if I can find a video on that, I could take a clip from that and add it in here. But it's strange because everything now is contextualized. So when someone like Sky does something demented or horrible later on, all of their prior stuff in my brain anyway, I have to like whenever I think about it, even though it was a very substantial thing, like it was like I was watching that content. This was like some of this funny to me, whatever at the time. Now it's like recontextualized into like this is that person that did this thing, and it's like it's tough because there's so many examples of that on YouTube with old creators, or older creators from the past, you know.
Minecraft recognized person. What if he took some other Minecrafters, made a company, and they did the Minecraft stuff for him, and he was more of a manager? He wouldn't have to be so in on everything all the time. He could push off some of the work to other people. He could still get paid. He could fund them and take a portion of the revenue, and he could advertise them. And so he's basically like, at this point, remember Machinima? He is basically like, I want to be Machinima now. Now your souls are mine. But now you have a chance. If you want to succeed, little Minecraft creatures, then I will give you all of the success you could hope for, but you need to give me your money and anything you make from it, right? Kind of actually a genius idea, because if you think about a genius and evil genius a little bit, because if you think about the success of YouTubers, a lot of the time when they get their big break, it's because some bigger YouTuber, they go on their channel, they showcase themselves, and now their channel kind of blows up. That happens a lot, where someone's personality, like think about like Jay Schlatt, for example, with Tribute to Minecraft, that kind of blew him up. But if he hadn't joined in on that Discord and been so much a part of the conversation and made all the jokes and whatever and shown his personality to this wider audience, it might not have been as big. So there's good and bad to this, right? So you're a little creator, but you have this bigger creator who's willing to put you in their videos. That's huge. You might go from making no money to making tens of thousands of dollars overnight. And at this time, maybe realistically, that might have been really how much they, like, because old YouTube paid a lot more per view. You're gonna make a ton of money. However, I want like 50% of it. Well, $0 versus $10,000, but they take half, so $5,000. That's a really good deal for me. But then if you think with the other creator, I've got to work with people. Normally, I don't get any cuts of that. So I'm taking $5,000 without having to do anything. And if I can allow their channel to grow further, they can do all the work. They can do the thing that I'm so tired of now, and I'll get paid for their work, right? That sounds pretty good. All of this is a little sketchy. Not just it kind of comes across a little sketchy, but in a way they're all agreeing to it, right? So like he could come out of this, make a ton of money, build a company, and never have to worry again about actually showing up on camera if he so wanted to. Sky Does Minecraft has been a big, popular, successful channel for a long time. He's not just going to leave the camera. And he also has a lot of unresolved things. As we may recall, Sky Does Minecraft was a very miserable and depressed and directionless youth. He got saved by a guy who's now in prison for predatory behavior. Then he blew up on the internet and became a sensation. So there's some problems going on in his life. And the last girl who he had dated, at least publicly, he paid off to not talk about it. So there's some stuff that we're cooking some. There's something cooking, and it smells not so great. Now we've started a company. We've started a company where now these people have to answer to Sky Does Minecraft, resident nice guy. This leads to internal problems, but externally things are going fine. The company is growing. Sky changes his name from Sky Does Minecraft to Sky Does Gaming.
Yep.
I don't know if you've known or heard of this. And plays more of a variety of games. But within his group, he still plays the Minecraft. Their channels are growing. He's taken a cut. Okay, things are working out just fine for Sky Does Minecraft here, or gaming now perhaps. And then some internal stuff starts to go wrong. So the internal things that went wrong with Sky early on, the stuff people heard of first, as this, the channel's growing, he's making a bunch of money, a lot of that came down to that he would yell at and harass the people who worked for him like crazy. He was a really weird boss. So people didn't want to say anything about it because it would ruin their reputations, ruin their futures, right? So he's got this whole group of people, and they're all really sweet, really nice, and honestly kind of like Basher. Some of them have this very similar attitude, and I feel like Sky probably was looking to recreate Sky Does Minecraft with new people. Just take people with the same set of personalities and have them interact, and it'll work. And it does. Behind the scenes, he's yelling at them. He's telling them that they don't make enough money. He's telling them they don't record enough. He's like, whatever. He's like harassing them. He's down talking them. A lot of stuff's going on. But on the outside, it feels like things are still somewhat okay. Then I'm pretty sure some video gets released where Sky is like freaking out on one of his employees. And then they start kind of complaining about what's going on, whatever, and Sky takes a step back. So there's some internal problems, and now they're in front of the audience. And people are like, this is strange, but we don't know why it's happening. And we all love Sky. He's been here. He's the OG, He's been here since the beginning. He started this whole operation. Maybe he's got something going on. Or maybe he's a jerk. And so now there's a divide in the fans a little bit. Sky gets with a girl, and what was her name? Like Alea or something? She is
Alicia?
Like the fans love her.
Alicia.
She's very friendly. She's funny. She plays Minecraft. They do the Valentine's mod Minecraft thing like every Minecraft YouTuber did to get some extra clicks on that time of the day, time of the year. She gets pregnant, and then we learn that she probably cheated on him. Not good, right? Not good. And that it seems like she's kind of crazy. She's kind of acting really weird. Like Sky's telling us that she is like going nuts, whatever, and then Sky's like, no, I shouldn't have said that, we're just having some problems, whatever, and this is back and forth over and over again. We're getting these like mixed signals. Like she's not good, she's abusive. Is she abusive? Maybe. Sounds like it. That's kind of what he's saying. But he's not fully committing. He's not fully committing to that being what's happening. And then she has the kid, and then they divorce, I believe. Or at least they split up. I don't know if they were married, but I know that the split up was really rough, and there was a lot of live streaming involved in a lot of it. Very bad idea. Here's where I start to lose track of some of what really went on. Is I believe Sky sent a ton of deranged stuff to his friends, to her. The whole time all this is going on, when he's saying that she's acting crazy, he's on drugs all the time. Turns out he has a lot of habits that are not very public. The harassment of his employees, the harassment of his like baby mama, I guess you'd call her, while she was pregnant was really severe. And there are messages to prove how severe it was. And there are times where he threatens to off himself. There are times where he threatens to do all kinds of crazy things. She has to like calm him down, and she's afraid for the kid, and she's afraid because he's the dad of the kid, and so on. So there's a lot of stuff that comes out later on. And that's really where this kind of gets crazy. And then he creates a new name, a new channel name. So he's no longer Sky Does Minecraft. He's no longer Sky Does Gaming. What direction do you think Sky went in terms of music? Where would a Minecraft YouTuber take their career next? Rap, apparently. He's not Sky Does Rap. He's called Net Nobody. That's kind of out of nowhere. And he calls out other rappers. And they're like, are you a Minecrafter? What's going on? And he's like, and then he starts doing, he does diss tracks, right? On big rappers, on like people that aren't like Minecraft YouTube guys. With his audience of Minecraft, viewers, largely children, he turns in, like he gets a bunch of tattoos on his face, all over his body. This is like a weird direction that is kind of out of nowhere. It feels out of nowhere, but it might not be that out of nowhere. So Post Malone is a close friend, like a friend of all of them, all the Minecraft YouTubers back in the good old days. Additionally to that, heavy drug use, marital/children problems, like things like this going on. Rap there's a lot of it, like an expression of struggle. Not all of it. Now, plenty of rap isn't like that, and it really depends. But I think there's a core. It's sort of like, honestly, I guess like jazz or like even country. Frankly, it's a weird turn though, isn't it? Like weird. Why? And the whole world kind of laughs at him. And then I think a couple years later, that's when everything started to come out. Video essays got made where they took all of these screenshots from his ex-wife. And he was spending a lot of money, by the way, as well. So it's like kind of, I guess, public knowledge at this point that he was spending an unbelievable amount of money on drugs, which is why he was so desperate for money, which is why he was so aggressive with his employees as well. Yeah, there's a general feeling that he's an addict and kind of a jerk. And he's willing to do things that are super unethical to get his way. Paying off Dawn, threatening people, harassing, yelling at, throwing things, attacking physically. He's willing to do kind of whatever it takes to get his way. That's kind of messy, because this is our Minecraft YouTube guy. This is that guy from before. Everything comes together. Yes, exactly. Yeah, the through lines. There's a lot of, I feel like, a bizarre thing about Sky Does Minecraft, or maybe it makes sense, really, is that the people that he associates with, a lot of them, these things happen. Abuses of power, especially. The downfall of Sky Does Minecraft, or whatever you want to call it, could most notably be recognized as a need to abuse power. Like, he was obsessed with the abuse of power. He obsessed with taking control of other people and having what he needed, getting what he wanted, whatever. And that's what a lot of his friends did in a lot of different ways. Although, when it didn't suit him, I think he was also, like with Basher, he dropped Basher so fast. When that stuff went on with Basher, it was like, no way. Because it's not like he's allying himself with people that do that because he cares about them. He's allying himself with people that do that because they're successful, because they get him closer to what he wants. When I think about old YouTube, I remember there was somebody that was talking about the problems of YouTube. I think I've talked about this topic before, where they're kind of chatting about, like, the problem with YouTube is all this censorship. We used to have all these people that could just say whatever they want, do whatever they want, at least up to a certain extent, and now we're censoring. And it's like, the biggest problem YouTube has been addressed pretty well, and it's predatory behavior. It's very consistent. If you look at the past, if you look at almost anybody in there, like any of the actions taken, it's so messy, it's so ugly, and especially like I think if you're young now and you're into YouTube, I guess I hope that you won't deal with this same perspective shift that I've dealt with. I feel like modern stuff isn't as bad. Like, if I look at the biggest negatives right now on YouTube, to my understanding, of things that are like for kids to experience where they're like, this sucks, would be someone like Wilbur Soot, somebody like George Not Found. And George Not Found is probably just innocent. Like, everything is kind of leading that direction. And Wilbur Soot's big issue is it's an abuse of power, but it's like biting. It's not like, which is bad. Okay, you shouldn't do stuff against someone's consent, but it's not Jin Bop. It's not Basherverse, or what we talked about with Basherverse. It's none of these things. And so I do think that that's on an upside, on a good note. It feels like YouTube is trending in the right direction, and that feels nice. That feels nice to feel anyway. I could be wrong. No, I think I'm right. And here's why I think I'm right. Think about Keemstar now. Keemstar would never do that stuff again. I don't think he would ever do that stuff again. Not because he's morally like objecting to it, because morals and Keemstar to me don't go together at all, but because it would hurt him so much worse now. People would remember, there's more people watching, more people criticizing, more people focused on it. Like, when Keemstar was, I mean, I can go into a long tangent about Keemstar pretty easily. Luckily, with Keemstar, it's a lot less severe, so that wouldn't be as bad to talk about maybe for an extended amount of time. Old Keemstar stuff was possible because nobody was really watching, and because the people that were watching were in the same, like, all of them relied on him. Keemstar was like,
maybe instead, okay, I shouldn't have the part where I say that the Keemstar stuff isn't as bad, I think, because it cuts into this. This is the point is I can say the Keemstar stuff a little bit and then talk about this. The point that I'm making within this entire ending section is about the positives and the good change, and so I want to keep that rolling and not have too much interrupting talk about, like, well, this thing, you know.
No, I think I'm right, and here's why I think I'm right. Think about Keemstar now. Keemstar would never do that stuff again. I don't think he would ever do that stuff again. Not because he's morally, like, objecting to it, because morals and Keemstar to me don't go together at all, but because it would hurt him so much worse now. People would remember there's more people watching, more people criticizing, more people focused on it. Like when Keemstar was, I mean, I can go into a long tangent, more people focused on it.
Yeah, here's where we would cut.
Like when Keemstar was, I mean, I can go into a long tangent about Keemstar pretty easily. Luckily, with Keemstar, it's a lot less severe, so that wouldn't be as bad to talk about maybe for an extended amount of time. Old Keemstar stuff was possible because nobody was really watching. Old Keemstar stuff.
Here.
But because it would hurt him so much worse now. People would remember there's more people watching, more people criticizing, more people focused on it. Old Keemstar stuff was possible because nobody was really watching.
Yes, this is a good point. Okay, so now we have to zoom in here and cut this part.
There's more people watching, more people criticizing, more people focused on it. Old Keemstar stuff was possible because nobody was really watching, and because the people that were watching were in the same, like, all of them relied on him. Keemstar was like, I guess, like Machinima in a way as well, because with Keemstar, like, he pulled in a lot of people who were somewhat interested in the same direction. Like Pyrocynical is one example.
We have a walking animation. Let's go. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Making some progress. Always a big deal. Okay, so Pyrocynical.
A bunch of these different, like, people who ultimately became massive video essayists who he used to be able to kind of just bully them in any direction and stay popular. But now I think that there's a whole new, like, video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A Under A, that's what it is. Grade A Under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. D'Angelo Wallace, I think, has been extremely successful with video essays. The big problem is the edgy era was that algorithms were young, and they were like, oh wow, people comment so much here, push it more without knowing that it's talking about dark stuff. I can agree with that. I feel like...
Okay, what's happening here? Okay, 140 is D'Angelo Wallace, but I barely talk about Wallace, apparently, so... I really like D'Angelo Wallace. I'm surprised I didn't talk about him more. That seems odd.
Out before. D'Angelo Wallace, I think, has been extremely successful with video essays. The big problem is the edgy era was that algorithms were young, and they were like, oh wow, people comment so much here, push it more without knowing that it's talking about dark stuff. I can agree with that. I feel like, it's kind of a mix, because you're coming at it from a perspective, a modern perspective. You look at Filthy Frank, I think, has been extremely successful with video essays.
Okay, a lot of this part I'm going to have to cut out. None of this makes any sense. Okay.
D'Angelo Wallace.
So even this part.
People.
Is there a part where I continue talking about D'Angelo Wallace? Because, like, I would like it if there was. I would leave it in, because I think it's an interesting topic.
See the objection to it. That should be there. There is another side to something like Filthy Frank that maybe doesn't exist with other things. So, like, if you think about Filthy Frank it ironically, although irony is a shield a lot of people use without earning it, I'll say, I guess. But still, he was using it ironically, and there were people who really weren't. So Leafy is a really good example of someone who wasn't using irony to hide what they were doing. They were blatantly hateful people. They managed to do really well on YouTube because of that. I've seen the Cake Trilogy. Yeah, okay, good, yeah. Have you seen Life Hacks? Life Hacks holds up pretty well, although it's a little bit crazy. And I think the Cake Trilogy holds up pretty well. I would agree that there's a lot of stuff from back then that doesn't really hold up, although, like, the mean comments.
Yeah, all of this can go.
It's hard. Like, there's some parts of it that don't hold up and parts of it that do, I suppose. Random equals funny side of it did exist, though, and I would also agree with, like, that aspect of things was not as good as it could have been. Like, when they say Filthy Frank wouldn't survive in a modern era, I think a modernized Filthy Frank would probably be really funny, too, though. Like, there are modernized iDubbbz. The problem with modernized iDubbbz, like, you mentioned somebody, I'll have to look at who that was you were talking about that does content cops better than iDubbbz did. iDubbbz's content cops were good in part because nobody else was doing what he was doing. So, like, to be fair, there's probably better ways to do them, and especially now, iDubbbz is kind of being compared against, what's that guy's name? Sam Hyde. iDubbbz and Sam Hyde, that's like the fight, right? That's the real fight. Because there was a guy named, Froggy Fresh, watched a breakdown, and I was watching it. I remember.
Honestly, yeah, I think I wonder if everything after, so at right around like 59 minutes.
Because with Keemstar, like, he pulled in a lot of people who were somewhat interested in the same direction. Like, Pyrocynical is one example. A bunch of these different, like, people who ultimately became massive video essayists who he used to be able to kind of just bully them in any direction and stay popular. But now I think that there's a whole new, like, video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A Under A, that's what it is. Grade A Under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. D'Angelo Wallace, I think, has been extremely successful with video essays. The big problem is the edgy era was that algorithms were young, and they were like, oh wow, people comment so much here, push it more without knowing that it's talking about dark stuff. I can agree with that. I feel like it's kind of a mix, because you're coming at it from a perspective, a modern perspective. You look at Filthy Frank, for example, and see the...
So basically all of this is going to go
of ideas that they didn't really have before. See the objection, other things. So, like, if you think about Filthy Frank existed, and Filthy Frank was at least doing it ironically. Although, irony is a shield a lot of people use without earning it, I'll say, I guess. But still, he was using it ironically, and there were people who really weren't. So Leafy is a really good example of someone who wasn't using irony to hide what they were doing. They were blatantly hateful people. They managed to do really well on YouTube because of that. I've seen the Cake trilogy, Filthy Frank, that maybe doesn't exist with other things. So, like, if you think about Filthy Frank, so, like, if you think about Filthy Frank,
here.
Like, if you think about...
So, then move here, delete, okay, and then...
They didn't really have before.
So cut out this part. Okay.
Bully them in any direction and stay popular. But now I think that there's a whole new, like, video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A Under A, that's what it is. Grade A Under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. Like, if you think about Filthy Frank existed, and Filthy Frank was at least doing it ironically. Although, Leafy is a really good example of someone who wasn't using irony to hide what they were doing. They were blatantly hateful people. He was using it ironically, and there were people who really weren't. So Leafy is a really, really good example of...
Okay, maybe here. We gotta find a good spot that we can basically pull it all together with.
Like, if you think about...
Yeah, this part it can go.
Leafy is a really good example of someone who wasn't using irony to hide what they were doing. They were blatantly hateful people. They managed to do really well on YouTube because of that. I've seen the Cake trilogy. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah. Have you seen Life Hacks? Life Hacks holds up pretty well, although it's a little bit crazy. And I think the Cake trilogy holds up pretty well. I would agree that there's a lot of stuff from back then that doesn't really hold up, although, like, the mean comments, it's hard. Like, there's some parts of it that don't hold up and parts of it that do, I suppose. Random equals funny side of it did exist, though, and I would also agree with, like, that aspect of things was not as good as it could have been. Like, when they say Filthy Frank wouldn't survive in a modern era, I think a modernized Filthy Frank would probably be really funny, too.
Okay.
Irony to hide what they were doing. They were blatantly of ideas that... Cynical is one example. A bunch of these different, like, people who ultimately became massive video essayists who he used to be able to kind of just bully them in any direction and stay popular. But now I think that there's a whole new, like, video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A Under A, that's what it is. Grade A Under A was one of the few people who was really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. Leafy is a really good
Okay.
Like, when they say Filthy Frank wouldn't survive in a modern era, I think a modernized Filthy Frank would probably be really funny too, though. Like, there are modernized iDubbbz. The problem with modernized iDubbbz, like you mentioned somebody, I'll have to look at who that was you were talking. iDubbbz's content cops were good in part because nobody else was doing what he was doing. So, like, to be fair, there's probably better ways to do them, and especially now, iDubbbz is kind of being compared against... What's that guy's name? Sam Hyde. iDubbbz and Sam Hyde. And I was watching it. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they were talking. That was a real fight because there was a guy named fight because
I need it to be. So come on, move. Come on, move. Stupid thing. There we go. It's not gonna let me listen at the same time. Sometimes that breaks. Oh well.
Named a guy named Froggy Fresh. That was a. It's funny actually. I recently watched was a. Funny actually.
This could work.
It's funny actually. It's
okay. So I come back to here.
Action and stay popular, but now I think that there's a whole new video essayists didn't really exist with old YouTube. Grade A Under A, that's what it is. Grade A Under A was one of the few people who was really successful at videos that they didn't really have before. iDubbbz' content.
Okay, cut here. So now.
Of ideas that they didn't really have before. It's funny actually. I recently watched a breakdown that was extremely anti-iDubbbz, and I was watching it. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they were talking, and they brought up some point, and they asked some question, and they were like, "But why would that happen?" And it was something like why would you in the past have done this, but now you do this? Like that makes sense. And it's like, well, yeah, you changed. Like, is that crazy? Some big point they made central to the video, like, this thing doesn't make any sense. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it does. Did you just not think about it?
I wish you could find this specific video. Because if I can bring in this point here, that would be pretty poignant for the video, for this video that I'm making. So we're going to say 101.11, which is video on iDubbbz / Hyde. We'll say Sam Hyde is really the point. So now if I look on YouTube and I find YouTube and I can find iDubbbz, iDubbbz, filth, right? No, it would be iDubbbz. Was it Sam Hyde, Froggy Fresh essay? If I can find, let's see, not Turkey Tom, not Destiny. Which one was this guy? Copy code from the Minecraft I coded in Pico 8. Awesome. Yes, make the thing. What I need to find is for collision. Gotcha. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's probably gonna make it a lot more convenient. Just copying it over. Not Jabroni. I'm sure they probably. I think Jabroni. If I'm. No wait. Is it Jabroni? My brain says Jabroni is the guy that makes good content, but actually I think this might be the crappy one.
I found this on Twitter a few days ago.
Yes, it is this one. Yes, this is the one with a point. Like, I was watching, and video essays, as I'm explaining within my editing video, whatever here, are very powerful for convincing people of things, but also you can destroy the whole thing by just being bad at convincing people of things. If this is the right guy, I don't know, it might not be this guy, so I don't want to like overly state that like this guy is horrible at conveying things or that he doesn't understand how to make a strong point. But if this is the right guy, then yeah, this is terrible. This might be a different guy, so let's...
And it's so true that it's scary. First, iDubbbz starts by bullying someone.
They're suing you to recoup the training costs they gave you.
Let me see if I can find. Okay, we're gonna watch we're just gonna look. We're looking for the specific part where this guy makes a point that is just so unbelievably awful, like awfully constructed or misunderstanding like the actual situation that it completely undermines the entire purpose of the video. But I don't remember where actually that was.
For Froggy, saying that he was an imp has.
Yeah, it is this guy. I bet it. I think it is. I think it is this guy. This is the smarmy, smug voice that states something as if it's just like a fact when it's like kind of self-defeating. But I don't know. I have to look for the unfortunate thing is I don't remember where it was in the video. I just remember sitting there and having watched it and seeing the comments. People are like, yeah, blah, whatever. And I'm like, doesn't he understand? Like you literally just said, and it's something along the lines of like, like that IDubbbz basically does something at one point and then does something different at a different point. But I have to find specifically where in this video he says this as if it's like a point that's like undefeatable, that people can like, it's like IDubbbz, like he says something 10 years ago and then he says this other thing now. Like, what does he think? Like, what does he like can't make up his mind or something? It's like so stupid, but he says it as if it's like the accurate or like the truth, and then carries on from there. Like it's crazy, but I have to find it.
Numb nuts and brain damage, and
Let's
should
speed
be
this up.
removed from the fight for his comment about Anissa's OnlyFans. Froggy replied pretty calmly, asking this person to watch her language since she is Anissa's mother. Wait, what?
Yep.
During this time, people on Twitter...
And there are parts to this that are accurate because like IDubbbz isn't a perfect person, and also not just a perfect. That's an unfair comparison. IDubbbz is a flawed person who has done stupid things and has had different points in his in his argumentation that's been bad. IDubbbz has also made some really incredible things, but this analysis of the situation is really garbage, especially because it hinges on a point that he ties back to that doesn't actually hold any water. But I have to find where that point is because it's pretty important to this. Only problem I have is that I want objects to be walkable through, but also standable on. Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know. But, good luck.
Twitter found and circulated an article from way back in 2016 showing that Anissa's mom had been a moderator of her Twitch chat for at least 6 years. In one of the most bizarre fluff pieces ever posted, the Kotaku writer said, as a chat moderator and mother,
Let me see.
allegedly violated. They also didn't say exactly what he did that violated the contract. They did say that he was a risk to the other fighters, fans, and others involved in the event, so they had to kick him. The plot thickened as Froggy joined a Twitter space to discuss this.
They're suing you to recoup the training costs they gave you? Like,
they said if I shut up and pay back the 15 grand for the 5 months of training, if I shut up and pay that back, they won't sue me.
But I really do appreciate the support, and thank you for coming.
Oh, do you want to hint at maybe what else you're going to do on your main channel? You don't have to say who it's
Yes, on my main channel, I'm going to be addressing controversies, and I'm going to be putting out I'm going to be putting out a content cop.
Yes, Ian hadn't made a content cop in over 5 years at this point, and even with all the recent disappointments, the idea of a new content cop coming out was very exciting. Who would the unlucky victim be? Would we see the infamous police uniform, the carefully crafted skits, the meticulous writing designed to be a precision weapon against a deserving foe? People used to worry about their careers ending if a content cop got dropped on.
Okay, I might have to come back to this spot. Oh, it's tough because I'll give you guys an update, I guess, in the next editing stream because I don't want to dwell on this overly long. But I know there's a spot. I feel like I'm getting close to it.
And finally, they were coming back. 2 weeks later, on May 3rd, IDubbbz uploaded addressing the Froggy Fresh.
Wait, it is here. It is here because this is where he comes back and admits that he thinks that his past behavior wasn't really very good and that he doesn't really like the ways that his fans were at that point and whatever. He doesn't like the influence that he had. And then this guy, I'm pretty sure Jabroni, more or less, like is not, he says something along the lines of like, well, he made the content and he believed in it, or like he believed enough to post it, and then he doesn't like his fans doing the same thing, like whatever. It's like, yeah, I think you can open transcribe on YouTube somewhere. Ooh, true. That'd be good. That's his old content. If there's a way, I don't maybe with like an add-on, but I think I'm getting close to it.
I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt a lot of people with the content I've made.
No, this isn't a content cop feel. Anissa said this is a content cop, so you're supposed to say something witty and confident to
Which
disarm
is
your
fair.
opponent.
I think I've done a lot of bad, and at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world.
Okay, that's not working. Let's try a logical argument. One of the cornerstones of content cops is building a solid argument that proves that you're right and your opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
Oh, this. Wait, is this it? He was kicked from the card because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you're also okay with him working with Sam Hyde. Okay, wait. Let me listen back to what he actually said.
Where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the...
Yes. So it sounds like this is not really a what. It's like he was ultimately kicked, not just for working with him, but there's going to be further, there's more than that. So the reason he was kicked from it was he was working with Sam Hyde, and then like more things kept happening. But it's more complicated than that, because early on, like the idea that someone at one point could be like, okay, you're working with Sam Hyde, but like I'll look past it, and then later on could change their mind and be like, you know what? Yeah, I don't like this. This isn't what I'm going for, and this is a charity event. I want it run in a way that's like clean. I don't want any drama, and so if I have you still in it, that's kind of whatever. I think that's the hinge point, but let me double check.
The event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
If you look at my
also, like looking past something and being okay with something are not the same thing. So like if this is the hinge point, like even if this isn't the hinge point, that's crazy, because actually that's like acting like that's absurd is kind of like undermining your entire perspective. Acting like it's absurd for someone to say like, okay, you're doing this thing and I don't like that you're doing this thing, and I said not to do this thing if you're going to be like a part of the thing, whatever, but I'm looking past it, okay, whatever. that's not the same thing as being okay with it. What kind of argument is this? If this isn't but this probably is the hinge point, I'm guessing, but let's carry on.
Text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that I didn't want to kick him from the card. All right, these are the text messages that Froggy alluded to before the event.
Okay.
So green is Ian and gray is Froggy. Froggy asks very plainly if he's allowed to work with Sam. Ian responds with a long text that doesn't even...
Just a tricky situation. I personally have been hurt by a lot of things he's done. If he's your friend, it's totally understandable. I just don't get along with him, and I'm afraid of him having him associated with the event. There are other involved in the event that also aren't comfortable with whatever. So what that all says is, I really don't want you to do it, and if you do it, I don't know if it's going to work. That's what that all means. Okay, now listen to the way that he's going to argue that this, like the argument that he's going to make here.
Very plainly if he's allowed to work with Sam. Ian responds with a long text that doesn't even fit on the screen. Froggy is confused and asks, what are we actually discussing right now? Ian explains that he's uncomfortable.
Okay, so now, so we're presenting it as like, it's long and it doesn't fit on the screen, and we're just going to ignore any of the context of what it says, even though it's pretty clear what it's saying. It's pretty obvious what it's saying, that he's saying, like, I'm not comfortable with this guy being part of the event, but, so what's really, that's all that it's saying. I'm not really comfortable with this guy's done these things, but he's not actively saying, like, no, you can't. It's like, hey, this guy's done all this screwed up stuff towards me. I'm inviting you to an event, which is why he says it's not about permission. He just called and asked if I was cool with it because he was making content around it. Let's see, what is this? Hold on, let's back up, because also, are you cutting things out here? Serious situation. I personally have been hurt by a lot of things he's done. If he's your friend, that's totally understandable. So I'm not against you guys being friends. That's not the issue. The issue, so like, he's been very nice to me. That's not the point. The point is, I don't want it to be involved in my event, which is pretty clear. So all of this is super clear, right? So are we going to try to show this as if it's not clear in some way? And to be clear as well, like, I don't know if I really agree, like, with the idea of not having him go to the event or whatever. Like, I think, honestly, though, it's a tough thing, because Sam Hyde probably would have gotten his way into the event and caused some type of drama. It's mostly because that's what Sam Hyde does. And I think Sam Hyde can be funny sometimes. Now he's, now he's like a Holocaust denier or whatever. But at least at one point, Sam Hyde was, at this point, Sam Hyde was just kind of a funny, like, iDubbbz/Filthy Frank style content creator in a modern day. I had a function here for purely horizontal collision. Gotcha. At this point, Sam Hyde has gone... I mean, Sam Hyde was always off the deep end. Sam Hyde has always been the type of person who would do anything for a little bit of attention. And so now where he's at is predictable, but, like, honestly, like, so was Filthy Frank. Filthy Frank was doing stuff for attention. So, like, all these people are. So you can't really, like, totally judge someone for that. Now, the levels of which they're willing to go to do it and the awareness that they have of things in order to do, like, Sam Hyde will do anything for attention. He has no moral compass, where iDubbbz now is losing a lot of fans because he's having a moral compass. So the argument, whatever. But, like, I don't think Froggy Fresh would do anything for attention either. Like, I'm assuming a lot of these guys wouldn't. Probably Jabroni maybe wouldn't either. But I don't know. He's willing to, like, totally misconstrue a situation. So maybe he would. But I'm assuming a lot of these guys aren't willing to step so far as to be like Sam Hyde is right now, because Sam Hyde's wild, even though there's some funny stuff with him and so on, right? True situation, I personally have been hurt by a lot of things done. Yeah, it's like, it's pretty clear. He's my friend. I don't understand what me going to Rhode Island to work with Sam has to do with anyone who is uncomfortable with him. They don't have to see or work with him. So that's a fairly good argument. We're saying, like, okay, I'm friends with Sam Hyde. I'm just going to go over there and do stuff with him. That doesn't mean anything with the event. So now let's see what iDubbbz responds. I agree, privately what you do is absolutely only your business. But because we are running a charity event, we have to be careful about these things because you do represent the event in some ways. Sure. I had similar issues last year. I thought, no problem, Harley. You can work with Sam Hyde. But it ended up attracting a bad crowd, and I got harassed online by a lot and whatever. So it leads to, like, drama, leads to problems. This is a charity event. We want to keep it pretty clean. And then he says, that's nice of you to give Harley permission to work with Sam Hyde. I didn't know I needed your permission as well. What a ridiculous response. What a ridiculous response, okay? That's nice of you to give Harley permission to work. It's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? So this is about permission. What a ridiculous... Okay, these guys are all so immature. Oh my god. Okay, this is a business situation. We're saying, I don't want something associated with an event. There's a lot of money involved, and there's charity involved. And so I want it to be a drama-free event. Last time we had an event, Harley, whoever that is, who cares, was interacting with Sam Hyde, and iDubbbz, knowing there could be some drama from it, thought, no problem. You, like, work with Sam Hyde, whatever, and then, it'll be okay. And then a ton of drama does come from that. So now, this time, he's like, okay, I don't know if I want one of my one of my fighters who does obviously need my permission to be in an event that I'm running, I don't know if I want them to be working with Sam Hyde. So I'm gonna say, hey, do you mind like not doing that? Or hey, like this could cause a lot of problems. Like I just want you to be like aware of this situation. And he's like, nice of you to give Harley permission to work with Sam Hyde. I didn't know I needed your permission. It's like, what an immature. All the words I want to say are like inappropriate, but this guy is a loser. Just from reading this text, like what? And this is presented by Jabroni as if we've got like a real like iDubbbz is being unreasonable here. Like, I can't believe that. Just reading the messages, it's like obviously. It's obvious from a business perspective, whatever, when you're saying like, hey, this is kind of like a PR risk. And it's like, okay. And the guy's like, I don't understand like what's wrong with me working with them. It's like, well, last time I was like, yeah, it's not a big deal. Do whatever you want. Best viewers on. Yeah. I don't know. Like it's not a problem. I thought it's not a problem, and then boom, it causes all these problems. Hey, Pale King, how you doing? We're talking. Well, I'm editing down a video within the context of this video, but I talked briefly about this video, and I was like, I don't know, like what was actually wrong with it. I'm going back and realizing there's a lot wrong with this video. This Jabroni guy is a loser and a clown, and so is whoever. Like this Froggy Fresh guy is a loser too. I can't believe like it's crazy. I didn't even think about this before. I wasn't sure if it was Jabroni, but it is. This guy sucks. Because I watched this video. It's like, and I'm talking within my video that I edited down. I'm talking here about like the power of an analytical like video essay and what it can really do for you. And then after I talk some about that, I briefly talk about, not even knowing really which video essay it was, I briefly talk about that there was a video essay made at one point that I thought was really uncompelling, and that just like simple mistakes in a video essay can do a lot of damage. But then I'm looking here and I'm like, I can't believe like, so here's to give you a rundown if you're at all curious or interested. Well, I don't know. Do you know anything about iDubbbz and Froggy Fresh and this whole situation? There's reason to think iDubbbz in the situation that this is talking about is not like doing everything perfectly, but the presentation from Jabroni here is dishonest.
One of the cornerstones of Content Cops is building a solid argument that proves that you're right and your opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde?
So disingenuous part kind of won, which is saying like, I'm not okay with it, but I'm willing to kind of move past it. And then Jabroni is showcasing this as if it's like, wait, so you're okay with it and you kicked him off? That doesn't make any sense. It's like, clearly I'm not okay with it, but okay, I'll look past it. It's not the same thing as being okay with it. So just dishonest framing.
If you look at my text exchange with Froggy,
and then we go into the text exchange with Froggy,
it's very clear that I didn't want to kick him from the card.
All right, these are...
So he says, I didn't want to kick him from the card. What the texts actually go to say are, you've got Froggy saying, I don't understand what's wrong. Can I not work with Sam Hyde? He's been very nice to me. iDubbbz responding, it's a tricky situation. I've personally been hurt by a lot of things he's done. If he's your friend, that's fine. I just don't get along with him, and I'm afraid of having him associated with the event. So basically saying, there's like drama that comes along with this stuff. I'd rather that you didn't. I'm okay with you guys being friends. Not even that. Like, I'm okay with you guys being friends, but this will cause drama for the event, and it's a charity event and so on, so I'm just not comfortable with that. And then a response from Froggy. Yeah, he's my friend. I don't understand what me going and working with him has to do with anything, whatever. And I honestly, I agree with this. So far, it feels like Froggy Fresh is being reasonable here. So, yeah, I don't really get it. I'm going to go work with him. He's my friend. What's the problem? I know it's, drama, but it doesn't have anything to do with the event. That seems okay. And then iDubbbz says, I agree, privately, it's all right. Do whatever you want to do, with your own time. But, because you're kind of a part of the charity, it's more substantial. And then saying, like last year, for example, Harley, whoever that is, worked with Sam Hyde. And I was like, okay, I thought, no problem, Harley, right? Work with Sam Hyde. But that ended up attracting a ton of drama and causing problems at a charity event, and that sucks. And then Froggy Fresh responds to this and says, that's nice of you to give permission to work with Harley permission to work with Sam Hyde. I didn't know I needed your permission, which is a really crappy thing to say, because it's okay, he didn't even say he gave her permission. He's saying last year I was whatever about it. You're on his card, so you need permission from iDubbbz to be in the event because you're on the card that you're in a thing that he's running. But last year he's saying I didn't have a problem with it. I was okay, it shouldn't be an issue, and it ended up being an issue, which is why I'm bringing it to your attention this time. So you saying you gave them permission, and that's nice of you, which obviously you don't even mean. That's just a smarmy way to say like to make fun of him, like, oh yeah, you gave him permission, good job, and then to say like, I didn't know I needed your permission as well, like. You need his permission to be in the event. He's running the event. Like you idiot, right? And then it's like, and also like you're just being smarmy and smug and whatever. It's like you're talking to the person who's running the event, who's saying like, hey, this is bringing bad attention to it, and it's a charity event. That's something I maybe don't want to be involved. Like that, I don't want this guy to be involved in because he does cause problems and already did last year. Like what? So very clearly here, Froggy Fresh is in the wrong so far. Then listen to what Jabroni has to say about
messages that Froggy alluded to before the event. So, green is Ian and gray is Froggy. Froggy asks very plainly if he's allowed to work with Sam. Ian responds with a long text that doesn't even fit on the screen. Froggy is confused.
So we're not going to read that text, right? We're not going to read that text because who cares? It doesn't fit on the screen. Like what does it matter? Why does it matter what's actually being stated in this thing? We're just going to move on so you can tell your fans that this is the way that this thing went after like showing evidence is not the way you presented it. But okay.
Confused and asks, what are we actually discussing right now?
So obviously the response to Froggy Fresh saying, I didn't know I needed your permission, is to say, it's not about permission. He just called and asked if I was cool with it. So this Harley person called and asked iDubbbz if he was cool with it because he knows there's drama. So like, yeah, we're kind of responding to the smarmy, smug BS on Froggy Fresh's side by saying, like, it's not about permission. The guy just asked me, and I was like, yeah, that's okay. It shouldn't be a problem. And then it was a problem, is what he's saying, right? So then Froggy says, so what are we discussing right now? If I work with Sam Hyde, are you going to prevent me from fighting the event? So, like, honestly, this is the real issue here is that iDubbbz didn't just kick him out right then. Because screw you. Like, if you're just going to, like, undermine and dismantle and, like, act like whatever is, just I think the problem here is that iDubbbz doesn't, stand on his own 2 feet and be like, yeah, get out of my event. I don't care. Not my problem. Like, if you're going to be this way about it, why I have so many people that want to be in this event. Why would I want to work with you if you're going to be like if I'm telling you, hey, this is an undermining thing, and you're like, okay, I didn't know I needed your permission to do whatever I want to do. Like, yeah, you're part of my event, loser. Like, what's wrong with you? Okay? Like, this is like, So, yeah, the real problem here is that iDubbbz just kicks loser from his event right then and move on, and instead just let him go on and be ridiculous. I understand the way you feel. I'm sorry about that, but you also have to understand that he is my friend, so I can't just tell him I can't be friends with him, which is literally something he never requested. Okay, let's see where he requests him to not be friends with him. So he actively makes content about wanting my marriage to end, that my wife is evil and hasn't respected my boundaries. I don't feel comfortable with him associating with the event. I'm wondering if you can understand where I'm coming from on that, which is very, very, very clear. Now, the clarity on that is that you should understand that from a business perspective with a charity event in mind, I'm not comfortable having someone who's this wild about me and my personal situations being associated with the event that I'm running for charity. Now, the response is, I can understand the way you feel. What that means from Froggy Fresh's perspective, what he's actually trying to say there is, I can understand that you're like a little crybaby about him making content about you, and I'm sorry you feel that way, but you also understand that he's my friend. Like, so I can't just tell him I can't be friends with you as if that's because Ian said so. Like, are we really keeping this guy in the event? Is this not a guy we would just kicked out right then? Like, what? Like, what? This guy sucks. Like, he's saying, like, because the guy that's putting me in his event and that's, like, paying me and, like, putting me in these situations, like, just because this guy said I can't be friends with you, when that's not even what he's asking you to do. He's just saying, I don't want to associate with my event, which just means don't make content with him when the event is coming up, because you're a public figure that is part of an event that is raising money for charity publicly in a very presentation style format. Like, obviously, you can't just do whatever you want. Like, what... When you're doing something for money in these types of ways and your public-facing figure is part of the event, you have to follow a set of rules that have to do with whatever this guy wants. But he's being super reasonable, being very, very clear, at least so far. Okay, maybe he becomes less clear later. Who knows? But so far he's being very clear, and you're just being like a little crybaby loser throughout the whole thing. So Froggy Fresh, the funny thing is, going into this, even when I watched this video, my general takeaway was that Froggy Fresh was like probably more reasonable, and that Sam Hyde, as he is, was like, it became a Holocaust denier, that Sam Hyde seems to be just kind of like, although like kind of an awful person who also is funny. Like that was probably just like the iDubbbz in the past or Philly Frank in the past kind of seemed like awful people who are kind of funny. Only those are characters. Sam Hyde, I think, seems to be pretty genuinely like who he is or whatever. Although I think he would kind of say whatever for money. So like maybe he doesn't really believe in any of the Holocaust denial or like the Jewish stuff, whatever. But generally, I would say Sam Hyde has shown himself to be a pretty awful person. I was assuming Froggy Fresh wasn't that because everyone is associating like, oh, Froggy Fresh is like good for some reason. Everyone's been saying like Froggy Fresh is good in this situation. This guy seems like he sucks. Who would want to work with some like little baby brat like this? Like, I can't believe that. I'm so surprised. Like actually, like, I remember when I first watched this, like listening to that, like, what? You know, you say that you're fine with it and kick him from the card. Like when that's not even what he said, when you just fully misrepresent what someone just said in your own video. I thought that was pretty disingenuous and it informed the rest of the video. I didn't even read these at the time. Like this is such like a, like, is there a word for like completely like destroys your own side besides like, you know, a swear word? But like there's like this is horrible. This just makes his own side appear so bad. It's not a reflection on you. It's just a very painful and difficult thing for me that I'm dealing with and I need to keep distance from, and that includes this project. So for the sake of this project, I would also like that to not to be associated. Then I would just appreciate a yes or no answer, man. I'm trying to figure out if I'm going to boxing practice tomorrow or not. Okay, kind of depends on what your plan is, because Sam Hyde is banned from our event. If you want him to be there, we cannot accommodate that. Okay, also pretty fair. Although you should, I do think in this case, iDubbbz should be like, we can accommodate that, and him being a part of your content is going to also harm the event, so that can't be accommodated either, right? Like this, but that's, he's kind of already said that, but he should be doubling down, tripling down every time, or just say, okay, you know, I see where you're coming from. You're not a part of the event anymore. Like one of these two things is the best option. He says, my plan is to go to Rhode Island, all right, to hang out with him. So again, I ask, if I go to work with him, are you going to prevent me from fighting in Creator Clash 2? I would appreciate a yes or no answer. I have to talk to my coach about practice this week. Then he says, wait, I'm not sure I understand. Does that mean you aren't expecting him to be at the event? Are you going to make content together? So now, okay, so he's asking specifically, we're saying, are you making content together, or are you going and like working with, like, what do you mean by going and working with him? Like, do you mean like you're going to practice boxing with him? Because currently we're saying working is like practicing boxing because you're using that for the event. Or do you mean like you're going to make content? That's a different thing. So I want to clarify that. And then the other side of this is, are you or are you not going to expect him to come to the event? Because this is important, and you didn't answer that question that was clearly asked to you like just now. So, okay, can you clarify these things for me?
Ian explains that he's uncomfortable with Sam. Froggy directly asks for a yes or no.
So now we're pretending basically at this point that everything Froggy is saying is like super direct and honest and forthcoming, and everything Ian or iDubbbz is saying is very like skirtish or whatever. But actually, it's pretty clear what iDubbbz is saying. This is just, yeah, it's just dishonest.
No answer, and Ian says it depends. He's banned from the event. If you want him to be there, we cannot accommodate that. Froggy.
Yeah, right. Okay.
He again asks for a yes.
Without answering the question, while snaking and skirting around answering the question. So when we say, he like says, well, it kind of depends, whatever, and we're trying to present him as if he's being unclear, and then he directly responds. This is what I'm doing. This is what's happening. What's direct about, if you want him to be there, we cannot accommodate that, and then not even at all approaching that topic? What's direct about that when you literally ignore half of the statement, right?
Yes or no answer.
Like, isn't we cannot accommodate that direct enough, or are we going to pretend that he's being unclear here? Well, we say that this guy who doesn't even respond to that portion of it is being super crystal clear and direct.
Sir, Ian says
like,
he needs time to think.
Yeah, this is like this entire section. The thing is, like, everything before this section was okay, while being a little bit like parts. This entire section is like, this should be something that hurts this guy's career. Jabroni should not be able to just walk away from this presentation for the amount of dishonesty involved in it. And I'm pretty sure as it goes along, there's some whole segment. I forget if it was this guy or somebody else. I thought there was like some segment, maybe it was between him and somebody else, like Jabroni and some other loser, where they're like going back and forth on things, and the whole time they're just being like unclear, dishonest, or like they're like showcasing things in a way that's not really how they're happening, or like asking questions that have clear answers in like there's like another side to this question that's pretty obvious, and then ignoring that there's another side to it and just pretending that it's like super obvious, or like asking a question and then there's an answer that's clear there and just being like, right, as if like there's no answer to the question. Like a lot of just bad framing. Vetrez, welcome to the stream. So what all this is that towards the very end of, and I've gone through, we did like I took a bunch of notes. I have like I have like notes after notes after notes of timestamps where I've got all the different editing things that I'm going to be doing for today's edits. There's that one, and then there's this one, and then in order to just, and this is the final set of timestamps of every place where I want to create edits or make changes or whatever. But then as we get to the very end here, my notes IRL, because then I can watch this and also take notes easier. Or like I could do it on my phone, but like that's like the other option. Why on PC? Absolutely not. So the reason that I do it this way is because then I can, instead of looking over here on this screen, like I can have this up and have this up. Because if I'm looking at the screen and then looking down and writing, the screen is still in my, it's sort of like you copy and move stuff easily. That doesn't matter to me. So copying and moving stuff, I mean, like there's a sort of potential for that, kind of. Honestly, the trouble here with timestamps, I think I have to do it in reverse order. I would say that becomes an issue, or it could, but not really. So I'm going to do it in reverse order, and then going from bottom to top, that means that all the timing should stay correct across it. But I don't really want to. I think if I'm typing it over here and then looking back over here and typing it over here, it's just, I don't know. It's like, it's more work where I can write stuff down and then look up and watch the video. The video is still playing. I don't have to like multi-balance things on the computer. Having a separate thing to me is better. I would rather do it on my phone maybe than doing it on this, because then I can move stuff easier in that way, and I would agree with that. Anyway, so the reason what we're talking about this particular video and this, like, I feel like, gosh, like this guy, like, it sucks people can have a career and be so dishonest and disingenuous. I don't know. No, they should have a career, but it's frustrating sometimes to watch like someone with that many subscribers, that big of a following, be so dishonest and get probably a lot of positive comments. The reason people loved iDubbbz was his confidence. He wasn't afraid of criticizing anyone. Unfortunately, he's now starting to care about his reputation. It makes him nervous and cautious and strips away all of his charisma. Sam Hyde is a business risk. Also, iDubbbz loses 250. Like, everything in here is just going to be like basically just reiterating or hyping up the video, even though this guy's video is pretty clearly it's just pretty clearly badly put together. Like, this whole segment is awful. Like, why are we showing things on the screen, these text messages, but not actually talking about the contents of them, and instead just like brushing away half of the sides? Like, every time this guy's being dismissed, oh, he was just casual, he wasn't really serious what he was saying, and this guy's being direct and exact. We're not even going to say what he said in this to make it clear. like so yeah, gosh, I don't know. I guess it happens, right? But this is like sort of goes to show there are some people who can be very compelling and good at trying to change people's minds. Actually, specifically here, what I say is
one of the few people who is really successful at video essay, and video essays are really powerful. They're very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before.
So that's the use of a video essay, in my mind anyway. Okay, we could disagree. But I think video essays are important because someone could have one opinion, and then you show them all of the data, all the facts, all the scenarios, you make good arguments, you read it out, and you basically you prove to somebody that there's this other side to it by showing them enough information and data to shift their perspective. That's the good thing about video essays, which is exactly why some video essays are so bad. Because something like this, if you don't agree with him, you're going to look and you're going to read and you're going to be like, oh, okay, wait. This is literally saying it's saying something and you're saying it says the opposite of what it says. And so that makes you like really unlikable and like there's like a super negative. But if someone already agrees with you, they're just going to assume that what you're saying is accurate because you're presenting it to them and you're saying it's what it says. There's no way that this guy would just show something on screen that says the exact opposite or shows or proves the exact opposite of what he's saying it says. Because that would just, like, nobody has like the balls for that. There's no way that somebody would just show you directly on the screen exactly something that disproves everything they're saying while saying it's, like there's just no way. Why would you do that? And so people just assume that this is that this guy's being honest here because he's showing enough information. And this is, I think, an area where video essays really fail, is when they, instead of looking at all the data, showcasing it all, presenting it all, and going through it all in a way that's like consumable but also accurate, when they just lie and like misrepresent things all the way through or a lot of the way through. Because then, like, it doesn't really matter. Like, honestly, this could be the only area where this guy's lying, being just like deceptive and and not really showcasing stuff properly or not accurately talking about what they're like showing what they're saying, this could be the only spot in the whole video where he does that, and it still kind of destroys the entire video because it's right smack dab in the middle. And so you're watching through the beginning part and you're like, okay, yeah, this is kind of rough. iDubbbz is doing weird stuff here and there, and Froggy Fashion, okay, we're also establishing what's happening, and he's obviously using colorful language just like he does here throughout the whole video, where it's like, okay, yeah, this Froggy Fresh guy seems like a hero because we're making him out to be that. He seems like a very straightforward hero, whatever. And Sam Hyde, yeah, like he's kind of a crazy wild guy, but you know, that's like the cool thing. And iDubbbz used to be that, and now he's not anymore, and whatever. And then we start saying some weird stuff, and then we start showing some messages and lying about what they say on the screen, and you can just read it for yourself, and that's not how it actually went. And it's like, ugh. Like, this is like the problem with video essays is in the same way as like Leafy is here or some of these guys, where it's like you just already have formed an opinion and you're just taking whatever you can to prove that opinion, and then if it doesn't prove it, you're just going to say that it does anyway. It's like the NFL, like when the NFL says that, you know, non-concussive head trauma doesn't lead to brain damage, and then they have scientists research, you know, what happens when people slam their heads together and don't have a concussion, and the consequences of that, and those consequences, all the studies say, yes, it does cause brain damage, and it's really severe, and it lasts lifelong, and then they come out and say, look, you know, it says it doesn't cause it, right? We're good. Or like we did studies and it said it doesn't cause brain damage. Like when they do these sorts of things, if you could actually imagine if they didn't just like say that's what the studies said and actually showed you the studies, and you look at the studies and you're like, oh, this literally says the exact opposite of what you said. Or imagine if they were so brave, so unbelievably, like naively brave, that they would put the studies and their findings directly on the page and then have an audio that says, and it says that it doesn't actually cause non-concussive, like it doesn't actually cause brain damage, and then on the freaking screen in front of you it says, you know, studies find that head trauma, non-concussive head trauma does cause brain damage. Well, they audibly speak and say, like, it turns out that it doesn't. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so unprofessional. It's so dishonest. It's so garbage. And you look at their fans and they're just like, yeah, like. I mean, and to be fair, like looking at what the NFL did and everything like that, like they said, yeah, it doesn't cause brain damage, and there were studies that proved that it does cause brain damage, and the fans of the NFL, of course, they said, yeah, look, it says it doesn't cause it, even though it did cause it, even though it says it did cause it. Like, of course, people that are fans of one side are going to already agree with that, and so they're going to back any stupid nonsense you throw out there saying that, like, they're right. But there are also, like, the point of one of these video essays is to reach out to those fan bases that are like that will just take whatever you tell them when it comes to like supporting one side and say, hey, here's all the evidence to back the other side of the argument, and here's like a step-by-step, like we're going to walk through it slowly and like honestly, and then it kind of shifts the perspective. Like I remember D'Angelo Wallace is so much in this direction. Welcome back, Pale King. D'Angelo Wallace is so much in this direction where like there are things that he says where I'm just like, I don't agree with, like this is too far for me. And then I listen to him and he puts all these great, you know, things in front of me. He puts all this, like all of this data, all of these messages, all of these whatever in front of me, and I'm like, okay, actually, yeah, I do kind of see what you're saying here. I do think that like there's a good point to be made that what you're saying is true. And it's funny because like and this is kind of why I mentioned it in this video a little bit, is because like D'Angelo Wallace, when he does that, when he honestly and earnestly shows all of the information and makes a point and like makes these sets of points and then uses them all to create a conclusion, like that's a really good way to sell something. And that's exactly why someone like Jabroni here is so horrible at it, is because they're genuinely dishonest to the point that the only people that agree with them are people that are already agreeing with them in the first place. I didn't agree with D'Angelo Wallace going into the video about a lot of things he was saying, but he made such good points regarding actually this specific situation that I came around to. And I was like, okay, like I wouldn't generally come from this perspective, but I can really appreciate what you're saying because you have the data to back you up. Where this guy, Jabroni, again, is just showing stuff on the screen that disproves what he's saying and then saying it proves it. It's like, yeah, like what a... Yeah, exactly against the point of a video essay. But anyway, okay.
Very, very good for convincing people of ideas that they didn't really have before. And it's funny, actually, I recently watched a breakdown that was extremely, extremely anti-iDubbbz. And I was watching it. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they were talking, and they brought up some point. And they asked some question, and they were like, but why would that happen? And it was something like why would you in the past have done this, but now you do this? Like, that makes sense. And it's like, well, yeah, you changed. Like, is that crazy? Some big point they made central to the video, like, this thing doesn't make any sense. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it does. Do you just not think about it? You're just going to say it?
True. I'm going to cut out this part because it's not exactly...
have done this, but now you do this. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll cut this part out.
And they brought up some point, and they asked some question, and they were like, but why would that happen? And it was something like some big point they made central to the video, like, this thing doesn't make any sense. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it does. Do you just not think about it? Do you just you're just gonna say it doesn't make sense, or we're just gonna leave it there and you're gonna use it as like a core position? It's something I find a lot. Everybody makes disingenuous arguments sometimes, or isn't fair to somebody, I suppose. Like, that happens. It is what it is. It's not always intentional, I guess. With this video, it was frustrating because I was like, and I found it a lot. Like, they always side with the one side, and there's a lot of times, so there's this thing called grifting, basically a concept of like somebody agrees with
grifting. Is grifting what I mean here? Welcome back, Pale King. Welcome back. Grifting, right? Engage in petty or small scale swindling, like lying, like deceptive. Yeah, that is what I mean. Good.
Something or says something because their fan base believes it, even if they don't believe it themselves. There are times where, especially with this, there's a particular person, a video essayist, where whenever I see what they're doing, I'm just like, you just don't want to ask. Like, you ask the question, but then you don't actually think about it. Like, it actually, like, what you're saying and acting like it's ridiculous does make sense. You just don't want it to make sense because it's inconvenient for your overall narrative. Which is crazy behavior. Because, a lot of video essays, the way you structure a video essay, generally, is like, you showcase what's happening, you ask questions, want it to make sense because it's inconvenient for your overall narrative. Which is crazy behavior. Because, a lot of video essays, the way you want it to make sense because it's inconvenient for your overall narrative. Which is crazy behavior. Because, okay. Just don't want it to make sense because it's inconvenient for your overall narrative. A lot of video essays, the way you structure a video essay, generally, is like, structure a video essay. You showcase what's happening.
Okay, so here as well.
For your overall narrative. A lot of video essays, the way you structure a video essay, you showcase what's happening, you ask questions, and you kind of provide answers. You look at the different sides of things. Well, why would they do this? Here's the different directions they could have gone, and none of them is right. Right? And here's why this one's not right, that one's... You look at it from every...
Yep, yes, exactly. This is exactly what I'm kind of talking about. Is when you create a video essay, you want to look at all the different sides, and you want to fight each angle. So, like, in an example where somebody does something or says something wrong, if you say, hey, it's wrong for this reason, people are just going to say, well, that's not the reason they did it. It's because of this reason. So if you allow for that wiggle room where people can just kind of sneak their way away a little bit and say, well, no, it wasn't because of that. They did it because of this thing. Then you allow for someone to still hold the same opinion. But if you fight on every single one of the grounds of why, like, this reason wouldn't be good, and this is what people say they do it for. There's this other reason people claim, and here's why that one's not good. You have to fight all of these, or else you're not really making a compelling argument. Because if you say, like, like, a good example is kind of tough, but if you say someone did something because they were, like, if someone justifies doing something because they think that it's the right thing to do, and then you fight on all the grounds of why you think it's the wrong thing to do, someone could say, well, actually the reason they do it is because they'll make, like, more money and therefore be able to donate to, like, charities, or, like, donate to something, or whatever. And then you say, okay, or like they're just joking. How about this? Like, they say, well, no, they say this because they're joking. They're not actually being serious. So you have to both fight against, like, they're right and they're so true and they're so based. You fight against that and say, like, no, here's why that's wrong. And then someone's going to say, well, no, they're just joking. It's all just a joke. It's always just a joke. Okay, well, if they're just joking, here's the consequences of joking. Here's what this person did and this person did. Here's what these people will say. Here's how this will go. It's bad to just joke about these things because it leads to these bad outcomes, right? And then you look at the next one. The next one, like, you look at every single argument. It's kind of an unfortunate side of things where people will just, like, they won't fight both sides. They'll just fight one side, or they won't even fight that side. They'll just kind of dismiss that side, and then they move on. It's a bad, like, that's not really a video essay. That's just, like, that's like grifting, basically. Like, you're not actually trying to argue for anything. You're just trying to win points with your own side.
A lot of video essays, the way you structure a video essay, you showcase what's happening, you ask questions, and you kind of provide answers. You look at the different sides of things. Well, why would they do this? Here's the different directions they could have gone, and none of them is right. Right? And here's why this one's not right, that one's... You look at it from every angle, and you break it down, and you tell us basically why, no matter which way it goes, this person's in the wrong. If you believe they're in the wrong. Because that's just how you do something. Like, you do that because you want to be doing, like, the due diligence. You want to convince people. You don't want people to be left with, like, this question in their head where they say, yeah, I'm not really so sure if I agree with that, like, or you didn't really explain that very well. That doesn't actually make any sense. Because then the rest of the video, I'm just sitting there like, yeah, but your point hinges on this thing and it didn't make sense, so now you're just coming across as like a hack, you know? I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. A part of this is political, a part of this is maybe an argument style. A lot of it kind of gets baked into itself. For me, D'Angelo Wallace is probably a lot more, I guess, left-leaning, or like, I would probably generally consider myself left-leaning, let's say, but I would consider him to be like pretty radically in that direction. But he does a really good job of convincing me of things that I don't agree with initially. So I think about the thing, and a part of this is political. A lot of it kind of gets baked into itself. For me, D'Angelo Wallace is probably a lot more, I guess, left-leaning, or like, I would probably generally consider myself left-leaning, let's say, but he does a really good job of convincing. He does a really. Here. You don't want people to be left with like this question in their head where they say, yeah, I'm not really so sure if I agree with that, like, or you didn't really explain that very well. That doesn't actually make any sense. Because then the rest of the video, I'm just sitting there like, yeah, but your point hinges on this thing and it didn't make sense, so now you're just coming across as like a hack, you know? I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. A part of this is political.
Okay, so we cut out this segment.
Initially. So I think about the thing and I experience the thing. He does a really good job of.
Okay, so it'd be here to here. Cut this part out.
I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a really good job of convincing me of things that I don't agree with initially. So I think about the thing and I experience the thing and I'm like, okay, I can actually see why that's how you feel about it. That actually makes sense. Whereas I feel like a lot of people, the way they do video essays is like, if you agree with me already, you're gonna love this one guy. It's like, come on. That's kind of lazy, right?
I do such a good job of explaining. I'm so proud of myself. I was so worried, I have all these feelings about it, and I was like, worried. The funny thing is, I didn't even remember all the circumstances of the video, but I can cut in that clip here because I do such a good job within this segment of explaining the problem with a bad video essay and what people, like the reason why a good video essay is so important and the reason why a bad video essay does so much damage to your own channel and people's perception of you. Like when you just try to get points from your own side, it's very see-through, it's very obvious, and people don't like it. It's like inauthentic. And yeah, like your own side might like it, but you're not really building this bigger network because your own side will slowly whittle down into nobody because it tends to be the case that specific opinions don't really last as being important. So if you have a more universal, like more authentic kind of message that's like we're looking at every single aspect of this thing. Like actually, here's a really good example of this too. Grade A Under A, I talk about it earlier in this video, within this video that I'm working on. Grade A Under A made content on Leafy and on a variety of other creators. And his content was kind of like, it made fun of it, but it didn't like very specifically go into detail. It was just more general, more like, haha, this is stupid. Oh, you're a this, you're a that, calling them names, calling them this or whatever. And so there wasn't actually a breakdown of anything, but he was doing video essays in the style of like in this unique style, and people really liked them. They blew up in popularity. The problem was, as he continued doing this, people became like kind of disenchanted with it because the only reason they liked him in the first place was because he was on their side. They didn't like him because he was analytical and whatever. Like for example, if D'Angelo Wallace made a video, made a criticism, a critique of a content creator that I really liked, like he has done, then I would watch that and most likely I'd go into it like I hope he's usually right on these ones, but I know this guy's a good guy, whatever. Maybe like let's say I have that perspective. I could go into that and I could watch through that, and then I'm pretty confident, having watched enough D'Angelo's content, that he would do a good enough job of convincing me that it would harm my opinion of that person, because D'Angelo wouldn't make content on somebody unless he like very thoroughly had evidence and believed that that person was in the wrong in a pretty strong way. And so then watching through that, you get all this information, all this data, all of these texts, all of these everything that like proves at whatever video, whatever, in a good enough way that you're like, yeah, wow. Like I really like this guy, but I don't know if this is a good guy, right? Like this is and so like yeah, in a similar set of ways, like this is the importance of a video.
I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a really good job of convincing me of things that I don't.
But I was very worried that I wasn't actually going to do a good enough job of like conveying that here, and that I would be like, oh, okay, I might have to cut this whole part out.
Initially, so I think about the thing and I experience the thing, and I'm like, okay, I can actually see why that's how you feel about it. That actually makes sense. Whereas I feel like a lot of people, the way they do video essays is like, if you agree with me already, you're gonna love this one guy. It's like, come on, that's kind of lazy, right? Give me all of the explanations, help me understand where you're coming from, or just don't make a video. There's terms for it that are kind of derogatory, but I don't need you to basically just like pat yourself on the back or pat your group on the back, pander so much. It's
okay. Honestly, that's a good ending spot. So right here,
or just don't make a video.
or just don't make a video, can go like black screen with just my kind of laughing voice at the end of it. I think that would be a fine way to end it off. So now we're left with an hour and 2 minutes. Whew, that was quite a bit. That was quite a bit to go through. So now I have to go. Let's see. We're gonna. I guess we should work back from end to start. So, I'm gonna have to get a lot of clips. Is there a way for me to save or like download a set of clips in a way that makes sense here? So say I were to go. What I need here isn't actually the whole argument. What I need is just this part.
Where I was like, okay, I don't want in the world.
Okay, that's not working. Let's try a logical argument. One of the cornerstones of content cops is building a solid argument that proves that you're right and your opponent is wrong.
The main...
Yeah, just this part. That's all I need. Okay.
Cops is building a solid argument that proves that you're right and your opponent is wrong.
So 2140, let's say we do 2146 exactly, and then we do through what?
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that.
Opponent is wrong.
Okay.
The main reason
Hyde that you're right and your opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked
46, and then we're going to say to 20
was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the
with Sam Hyde. What?
If you look,
it's so hard to control this. This clip system is really bad. What? Wait, what? Can a clip only be a certain length? Ah. Okay. 2146.
My text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that I didn't want to kick him from the card.
All right, these are the text messages that Froggy alluded.
Okay, can I just click download? Try it free. Oh, okay. I have to like, what's the best way? How to download YouTube videos. Clipgrab.org. Okay. Reddit. Can anyone recommend a safe YouTube downloader? Just use YouTube dip. Works great. Only correct answer. Slatcher2. Okay. Good work. Interesting. Correct answer, the best. Good to know. Okay. It's been explained to me before, and I'm pretty sure it checks out if I don't understand GitHub. Oh, true. I get it. Must be a boon because I couldn't do it. How am I supposed to even use this? I hate GitHub programs. Can't thank you enough for introducing me to this. Grab the UI for it too. Okay. What is the best one to download? WinZip. Okay, let's download that. Okay, so we download it. I go to my downloads, do extract all, browse, we're going to say YouTube, we're going to say videos, okay, select, extract, okay. So we can pull out this, and then how do I use it? This. More info, run anyway. Okay. Read the README for further instructions. README. Where's the README? Videos. README is probably in here. Where is the README? Pull request, issues, code, this one, README. Alternative miscellaneous update. You can use update if you use binary release. If you okay. Example usage. Dependency. Okay. Compile. Run the following commands to build these standalone executable use. Okay. Python. I have Python. How do I don't know how this works. Okay. I have to learn how that works, I guess. Okay, we have this. I would love to be able to just grab a clip. Why can't I move where it is in
So,
here?
green is Ian and gray is Froggy. Froggy asks very plainly if he's allowed to work.
Actually, wait. This clip is enough, isn't it? So let's move back to here.
If he's allowed to work with.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating.
So we're going to say 2147. Okay, with 0.
With Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
If you look at my text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that
So like right here.
What? Opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the
Raise it a little
bit.
bit.
Look at my text exchange.
Opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
If you look at my text exchange,
opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde.
I'll say one,
I got to the
but private's
point
gonna be
where
what
I was like, okay,
public.
I
Is there a
don't
way to
want
not do
you
public?
working.
Is there a way to do private? Share clip private? Share clip private YouTube? Sign into YouTube Studio. From the left menu, select content. If you'd like to edit. How to make YouTube clips private. You never shared the clip link. It's private for now. Also, you can upload. Okay. When you upload your video, you can select private or public and say, okay. That's not really what I'm saying here. So where? Here. Dishonest framing. Jabroni. Dishonest framing 1. Okay. Share. Okay. Then I can take this link, right? So copy, and then I can paste here. Is there a way for me now to
Opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for
download just my own clip is what I'm hoping for. Let's see if I can go somewhere to download my own, because I've now made the clip, right? That's the idea. Maybe. Content promotions. Interesting. I've never heard of that. Playlists, posts, live shorts. What would I hope for with this? Where would I go if I wanted to find a clip? How to download a clip I make in YouTube. Download a clip of a YouTube video. Screen record with OBS. Yeah, bummer. Okay. All right. Well, that's okay. We've got the clip now. We've clipped it, and now we can use it later if we need to. And we will. We probably will. Okay. So we're gonna get a set of clips, and I guess I'll just record them later. Okay. Now where do I want to go? So then we're gonna get that one, which is gonna boost that forward. Okay, video on iDub/hide. 101.11. No, I don't need that. D'Angelo Wallace. Okay, can I, Jello Wallace? What am I going to actually need to grab to put things together here? Skynet Nobody. I'm going to need basically a whole set of different clips over a span of time. D'Angelo Wallace. And also just imagery. Okay, so I'm looking for 140. 140. Let's see. 1. 40.
It's funny, actually. I recently watched a breakdown that was extremely anti-iDubbbz, and I was watching it. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they were talking, and they were really successful at video. They're very good. Grade A under A, that's what it is. He used to be able to kind of just bully them.
Where
in any
is
direction.
D'Angelo
And
Wilson?
I was watching it. I forget exactly what it was, but I remember they were talking, and I was just sitting there. Like they always side with the one side, and there's a lot of times. So there's a lot of video essays. You showcase what's happening. You ask if you believe they're in the wrong, because that's due diligence. You want to think about the thing and experience the thing. And I'm like, okay, I can actually. He does a really good. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good.
All right, so 102 we're gonna go with. 102 is where I might take a shot of his face. Save image as. This one we're gonna go 2D assets, D'Angelo Wallace. Okay, and then back to here. I want videos and not extraction. YouTube, 2024. Okay, how are we doing? 430. I'll probably cut it 5. We'll say. Let's see. 2D assets, D'Angelo Wallace. We're gonna go here. Okay, so at this point I can probably play some smooth music. I want to pull this up. There we go. Pull this down. D'Angelo Wallace. Here.
I think D'Angelo Wallace is like.
Okay. Okay, and then I want to do cropping. I want to do softness a little bit, but I want rounded. Can I do rounded corners softness at all or no? I don't know if there's a way to round. Is that a thing I can do here? Round. No. Background, right. Rounded corners is what I want. I don't know if there's a way to do that. File, zoom. We'll just do this.
I think D'Angelo Wallace is like. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a really good job of convincing him. I think D'Angelo Wallace. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a really good job of convincing him to think.
What's a good way to introduce a character into a shot? What's a good way to do that? I'm gonna go like this. I think it'd be a good idea to maybe cut out the blue. Cut out the blue might be good. Photo editor, open image. Assets, this one open. Okay, we do a quick cut out of the blue, and then that might make this a little better. Remove, contiguous. We're gonna move tolerance up. Okay, maybe tolerance down. Down by enough that we don't get into the shirt, this area as much. There. Maybe it's okay too. More tolerance, this. And then I can do... Well, Maybe I could do a pretty decently high amount of tolerance to make this more of a solid cutout. And then do remove, like a keep, a more manual keep. Okay. Pretty good. Save, PNG, save as. Back to here, 2D assets, and we're going to return it. Okay, put it here. And then let me cut out the original so that we don't have that anymore. There. Okay.
I think D'Angelo.
There. Okay. Now you're going to want to go smaller, over, and up. You're going to be in the exact opposite corner of me.
I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly.
Okay. Maybe a little contrast so you show a little better color. What's my color here? Okay, contrast. Shadow.
I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a. It's like shock. D'Angelo Wallace is like.
Okay, now I want like a text pop-up effect. Can I do that? Titles. We're gonna do text plus. Drag this to here. Okay. Pull you in.
I think D'Angelo.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Settings. No. Yeah. Forward a little bit. And then I want to move it over this way. And up to here. I don't know if I could do any smaller. I'm gonna have to do bigger for him. Okay. Y goes down. You are gonna have to become bigger. And then move over. And then come down a little. And you are gonna come down a little. Okay. D'Angelo Wallace, and I want you to be title. We're gonna do shading 2, red outline enabled. I want black outline. Size. Is there size to outline? Thickness. There we go.
I think D'Angelo. I think.
Can I do cropping? Can I do cropping here? Is that an option? Tab spacing, advanced controls. I don't know if cropping. Settings. Setting would have cropping. Okay, cropping. Crop right to here. We're going to fade in with you.
D'Angelo Wallace.
There.
D'Angelo Wallace is like shock. D'Angelo Wallace is like shock. D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like. Wallace is like shockingly good. D'Angelo.
Okay.
D'Angelo Wallace is like shock. D'Angelo Wallace is like D'Angelo Wallace is D'Angelo Wallace is like D'Angelo.
Okay.
D'Angelo Wallace is like. Wallace is like. Wallace. D'Angelo Wallace is like. D'Angelo Wallace is like shocking. I think D'Angelo Wallace is like shockingly good. He does a. He does a really good job of convincing you. He does a really good job of convincing. He does a really good job of convincing you of things that I don't agree with initially. So I think about the thing and I experience the thing and I'm like, okay, I can actually see why that's how you feel about it. That actually makes sense. Whereas I feel like a lot of people, the way they do video essays is like, if you agree with me already, you're gonna love this one, guy. It's like, come on, that's kind of lazy, right? Give me all of the explanation.
Yeah, what I need here, I need the ability to extract videos in this sort of a way. I downloaded a thing, but I don't think it's going to work. Live from start. General options. Yes, playlist, no match filter. Do not use any match filter default. Download options. I want to do enable a path or an external downloader to use optionally. Okay. Yeah, okay. I want it to just, the goal of the extractor is to just download the thing for me. That's all I want. None of this, like what they're showing me here, for video for ADHD competitive gameplay. True. So let's see. Yeah, the issue right now that I'm running into, unfortunately, is I can't download. I want a video extractor to just extract, so I can just extract the video. That's what I want. I don't want. Like, screen record with OBS is a good option, but right now I'm streaming. QuickTime or screen record a Google Chrome extension. Download 4K video download, copy and paste the YouTube link to the software, and it downloads video audio straight to your PC. That'd be great. This would be great. Use streamable.com. I've been using it for a while and it's really safe. You can trim up to 10-minute clips from videos. Streamable.com? There are webs. Select videos to upload or drag and drop files. But I need, no, that doesn't work. There are webs that let you download videos? Yeah, like what? Yeah, because that's what I need right now. That's what I'm looking for. Because what I found was... what I found was this thing on GitHub, I think, with a Python script, and that didn't work, unfortunately. But, like, this I don't think would work, because I'm pretty sure this would require me to upload the video and then create clips from it. That's not even what this thing is asking for. I don't know why someone would suggest that. Doesn't make sense. Trimming clips from videos isn't really what you're trying to do. Type YouTube video downloader and try. Well, I think that's why I'm looking on Reddit, is because a lot of this stuff can have viruses and stuff, and I'm looking for people's actual suggestions, but they're not giving real suggestions. Easy video download is actually on Cutter. Tried accessing the site, and it seems to be dead for me on one that works. Okay. Try this. Okay, save tube. Okay. Is save.tube safe Reddit. Save.tube. Let's see. How risky would YouTube DL be to use? JDownloader. I don't know. Is it safe to use? Yeah, people aren't. Save that too, but. Alright, whatever. Let's try it. Video link. So the video link. What if I send a link to a clip that I made? Because apparently YouTube doesn't even let you download your own clips that you make, which is crazy. Couldn't fetch. Fair enough. So duplicate this tab and go back to the.
Opponent is wrong.
Go back, somehow find a way to escape the clip there. How about this? Interesting. Okay, no, I'm good then. That didn't work. YouTube Clipper. How can it have virus? Well, anything if you download anything you download can have a virus in it, right? Let's see. Sure. I mean, I suppose. Sure. I figure. If you download something off the internet, the odds of it having a virus, yeah, there's of course always a chance, right? Seen videos and no virus made full scans. I have some videos and no virus. Okay. What did you use to download them? It's that open broadcast software. Random web. Video download YouTube. Online video downloader. This one. YouTube video downloader. Downloader. SS YouTube. Something that is SS YouTube safe. Website SS YouTube safe. Only thing I could find was something that may lead you to other websites after downloading. Website scanning by online security tools tend to have zero relevance. Most websites are dynamic and therefore different users. Website receive different content. Potential victim, home user, is attacked with malware, while the automatic online scanning tool is considered non-victim and provides safe content. The only online tool that is safe or clean is a true result of scanning content received. However, the user or potential victim will receive malware. Because of this, it's important to always use official websites and services and have some protection. Thank you for the advice. As I'm kind of broke, I don't particularly want to pay for an antivirus. So does SSU have malware that you are aware of? SS YouTube, okay. There are a very large number of domains with the name Y2Teammate, as there are with the name SS YouTube, and between them the scanning results are different and possibly they are completely different services by the name. Worse, they probably use the same name maliciously, so is it difficult to know which is a real or legitimate domain and which is the clone or copycat? And as you already mentioned, a positive result from an online scan does not mean anything. Anyway, to download video from streaming platforms, you can use YouTube Dip or DLP, a legitimate command line program supported on Reddit. This is what I just downloaded. Gosh dang it. This is what I just downloaded, isn't it? Yeah, this is. Gosh dang it. Okay. The trouble with this is, let's see, where is it? Yeah, okay. Release this one, which is this. But how do you actually use it is the problem. So you can open it, but usage, okay, general options, usage. Why can't they just be simple? Like, I don't understand why these stupid GitHub people have to be like brainiacs all the time. Can't we just say like, here is a step-by-step way to do it, like I do, you know? I can't be this much more I don't know, user friendly than these people. Why don't they just like and I do it for free is what they okay, listen. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this, right? Why can't you just do this for the 99.9% of the people that are clicking on this? Just do this. Just do this. For 99.9% of them, this is what they want, is just this. It's a paragraph of step-by-step instructions that tell you exactly what to do. Yeah, for my game now, yeah. Look at GitHub. Yeah, it's ridiculous. This is so stupid. Like, literally, I do it for free, and I do it for free. Okay, listen, I do this, and then everyone who looks at this should work for them. If it doesn't work for them, I don't know what to tell you. But, like, this is what people want. And you just do that, and these people are way smarter than me, and they have way more experience than me. They could just do that. Just do that. One paragraph that tells me exactly the order of things that I need to do, and then I do the thing that I want to do, and it helps 99.9% of people, and then you're good. But you know what? Maybe there's someone who just says, easy way to correctly auto-tag download. Okay, can someone in here please explain how it works? Download part from second 5 to second 28 in 4K MP4. Can't you just, instead of just sending me a code as if that's an answer, can't you just give me a paragraph? Give me a paragraph of human English, all right? There's already plenty of GUIs, ... Smug freaking losers. Okay, give me a paragraph. All right, let's see. What about how to download YouTube? Yeah, right? That's, yeah, maybe legitimately. Let's try that. Let's try that. All right. Well, no, I have it downloaded. The problem is how to use it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Have a tutorial or just download non-cap room, whatever. Okay. Step 1: make a directory on your desktop or anywhere you'd like. Give a copy of this and a copy of the file to your directory. Create new file name. Rename it download.ps1. What is this? What is this? Okay. Huh? Okay, so what I have right now is this, which includes this. What are you even saying? Okay. So how about, wasn't there somebody that said, good luck, I'm gonna go. All right, appreciate you. Pretty sure there's a GUI, right? There's a GUI. I guess it would be in here. Already part of the GUIs. Okay, but how do I... Where's the GUI? Grab the UI tool here for it too. Yeah, this one. Okay. Okay. And then if I have the GUI for it, it'll work for me automatically. GUI, Windows, extract all, browse. Yeah, select folder, that's fine. Extract. Okay. Maybe this will work. GUI. There. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this works. Then I want to do paste. No. Okay. I want to do this video into it. Okay. Is it working? Path format, path. I want it to download to documents, YouTube, 2024, this, Driftforce videos, We're going to say extra videos. Okay, maybe that'll work. And we're going to say jabroni. No, this folder. Extra. Okay, extra videos. Select folder, and then file name is going to be jabroni. There we go, jabroni. And now I want to do MP4. That would be good. And then download. No links in the list. What do you mean? Add. Click. Would you like to remove? No. Okay. Download. Maybe. Links in the list. No. Speed error. Okay. Size error, format error, status error, speed error. Can I pull this off my screen? Okay, let's see. Actions. Okay, yeah, allow that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, controlled folder access is okay, I think. Add. Actually, yeah, like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Okay, there we go. That might have worked. Oh my god. Okay. All right. Okay. So hopefully that means I now have this, which may well mean that I have the video. Videos, extra videos, jabroni.
Opponent is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for
Oh, I accidentally had it download the link to this. That's awesome. The clip. It got the clip, which means I didn't download the whole thing. That's awesome. That's perfect. That's what I wanted. Okay. So now when I pull this up, okay, we made some progress there. That's huge. Jabroni gets pulled in. Jabroni is going to be where? Oh my gosh, I can't believe that worked. Oh, okay, finally.
Really good job of convincing me of things that I don't agree with initially. So I think about the thing and I experience the thing and I'm like, okay, I can actually see why that's how you feel about it. That actually makes sense. Whereas I feel like a lot of people, the way they do video essays is like, if you agree with me already, you're gonna love this one, guy. You just don't want to ask, like, you ask the question, but then you don't actually think about it. Like, everybody makes disingenuous arguments sometimes, or isn't fair to somebody, I suppose. Like, that happens. It is what it is. It's not always intentional, I guess. With this video, it was frustrating because I was like, and I found it a lot, like, they always side with the one side, and they...
Okay, so back here's where I want it.
Like, but why would that happen? And it was something like, some big point they made central to the video, like, this thing doesn't make any sense. And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it does. Did you just not think about it? Like, this thing doesn't make any sense.
Okay. So then I should be able to cut here. I'm gonna say right here.
And I was just sitting there like,
okay. Brownie here. Wait, why, Jabroni, let's do, yeah, here we go, there we go. Okay. Is there a way for me to, like, paste it onto track 1? I don't know if that works that way. That's the tough thing. Because if I, let's see. But I could zoom it out and go to here. Oh, wait. Oh, crap. Stop texting me. Fuck off. Sorry. I just keep getting texted. I'm sorry. Would you... shut up. I'm streaming. Oh my god. Alright, let's see. So I want this whole segment to move. But I also want this part to move. Control. There we go. Control click. And we get this whole part to here. And then we drag these parts down. Okay.
Some big point they made central to the video, like this thing doesn't make any sense.
Opponent is wrong.
The main
Opponent is wrong.
So what I want to do here is I want to expand this. I want to ease us into it a little bit, like so.
Is wrong.
The main reason for...
So I want then Jabroni. Okay, I need to get their imagery here.
This video is sponsored.
Shift S. Let's cut like so. And this will be in the top left. And that should work fine. I'm going to want to put you into texture assets 2D. Extra videos we go back to Driftforce, 2D assets. And I'm going to want to go to pictures, screenshots, this one, pull it into here, Brony channel, and then I'm going to go online. Yeah, admittedly, I'm getting a lot more comfortable with just throwing out shots at people. I don't mean to. I mean, this Jabroni person seems like a real loser, but like generally speaking, I feel like with Wander, for example, I think I should try. Like, I like Wander a lot, and it's like I feel like sometimes I'm overly, I don't know. Like I'm stating things that I believe are true, but it's not like an overall condemnation. The same way as like if you talk about a game, if you harp on the same part of it too much, then people think, oh, you really hate that part of it, or you really hate this game. When it's actually just like, I think this needs to change, you know? Even if you just say something kind of offhanded, like I was playing Vessel the other day, and it's like, there's parts where it's like, yeah, this part's frustrating. It's like, that doesn't mean the game is frustrating. It just means that there's like a part that's frustrating. But I know for people that can sometimes feel like, oh, you must, like, you hate the game, or you do not like the game, or whatever. And it's like, no, I think the game's awesome, actually. It's just like, easy to like there are gonna be parts that aren't as good as others and whatever, and so or like are gonna struggle, even just struggling on a part. Like if you struggle at a part and you're like, oh, this is difficult, or like, and you say something like, oh, this, like, oh gosh, this sucks. It's like, doesn't mean I think the game sucks, but you have to be careful with your wordage. Like I think this guy sucks, but like I think Wander's great, and so it'd be really easy for me to say like, you know, or I think this, I think this guy's content sucks, or I think that what he represents sucks, but I don't know the guy personally. But yeah, with Wander, I feel like it's more like. I like Wander a lot. It's not at all like that. So like it's difficult to criticize aspects without it seeming like you just don't like the thing overall or the person overall. All right, let's come into here, and I want this, and then we're gonna shrink you down and put you in the top left. And we're going to pull this back and like this.
Like this thing doesn't make any sense.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the car.
This can be a little smaller, but still in the top left corner. Bottom left corner is actually maybe better.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy.
Wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where.
is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I got to the point for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde?
To the point where I was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got
is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam.
Okay, so let's see. So then, in order to get this point across, I'm going to need some text. I'm going to need some text to make it clear what I'm saying here. So 2 pieces of text. The first piece of text is his first statement.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for
reason for kick. And we're going to say, let's see, reason for kick is, what's the reason? Hold on. Sam. Working with Sam. Working with Sam. Okay.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam. The reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to
is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating. He was kicked from the
is wrong.
Okay, shading to enable black and thickness up.
Wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the
Settings, crop, right. Okay. And then this is going to go, we're going to want this to be in the top, how do I position, thank you. Rotation, shear size, no. It would be layout, text, top. No, doesn't make sense. Okay, no, I want it to just be at the top of it. Okay, can I, no, that doesn't work. Okay, then we're gonna do settings, position up and to the left. Reason for kick.
The card was he was kicked from the reason Froggy was kicked from.
So settings, we're gonna do the crop is here, and it's gonna start here where there is nothing.
Reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. Reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. Was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. It's like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past.
Okay, text. Looked, decide. Past tense. It is past tense. The tough thing is here is it's past tense. So in the past tense, he decides to look past it. But past tense was like, I'll look past it. Past it. Okay. Settings. Because genuinely, I think the thing that I'm accusing, or the thing that I'm stating here is, like in this situation, is that Jabroni is being dishonest and is kind of ignoring, like pretending his fans aren't smart enough to keep up with what he's doing. And they're not. No offense to them, but they're too bought in to recognize what he's doing here.
Is wrong.
The main reason for...
I mean, they could recognize it, but I think it requires someone to give a compelling argument. And so without a counter to what Jabroni says there, he's just allowed to kind of get away with it because his fans either aren't smart enough or just don't care enough to bother thinking about what he's saying or what he's presenting.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that. So, all right, I'll look past it. So, all right, I'll look past doing that. So, all right, I'll look past or training where I was like, okay, I got to the point where I was like, oh.
So here it should be cropped with the right side, and we're going to want it to be like this. And then back to the beginning, we're also cropping where the right side is like this.
Where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look.
Here to
all right, I'll look.
Here should be like this. Okay. And then we bring these forward, and it should go for basically the rest of the clip, I'm imagining. Okay.
Where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were event because he worked.
And then now I need more text. Okay. Text above like this becomes... Actually, no, we can delete this or backspace this. We can just copy this, Control-C, move it up one, Control-V, and then this one is going to be like so.
Also, we're... Oh.
So then this one is going to say, title, Jabroni. We're going to pull it down and over. Or no, down in order. So Jabroni.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde?
Actually, I don't even need to say what. I don't even need this. This stands for itself.
The reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're...
It's a little bit faster.
Okay, I don't... Where I was like...
So here is where this should be. So we want this one, or a crop. This is going to go 806, Control-C. It's just a little bit slow to the draw there. And then remove this one.
I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
If you look at my text exchange...
And I was just...
You also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
There.
Why would that happen? And it was something like some big point they made central to the video, like this thing doesn't make any sense.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
Like, yeah, what I'm trying to point out here, if possible, I don't know if people will get it or not, is you didn't kick it. You're not okay with it. The idea that you are okay with it here is the dishonest part.
Also, we're okay with it.
I wonder if I need that in text or not. That's the trouble. I guess it's probably best to put it in text to be on the safe side. So we would do title shading 2. We're going to say red outline, turn it into black. Max thickness would be up here. Okay, so the text would now have to say, Jabroni, you said you. No, we're going to just say you're okay with it. Okay. Yeah. I think that's what I need here. Jabroni, you're okay with it?
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were So
then here we go like this. Settings. Like it is a little bit splitting hairs. The more egregious part was right after, but this is what started kind of setting me off at the time, was where I was like, okay, wait, this doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because like this is definitely a thing you could be. You could say like, I'm okay with it, or no, you could say I'll look past it, and then later on be like, yeah, I don't think this is right. At one point in time say, yeah, I'll look past it, and then overall you're like, okay, no, this isn't going to work. That's totally fine. And saying like, what is crazy here? Because it's like, yeah, you definitely could do that. Yeah, I do remember this is the part that definitely did rub me the wrong way at the time. And then thinking about it more, it was like, okay, wait, not only is that kind of dishonest, saying like, what? You can be at one point say I'll look past it, or think I'll look past it for now, whatever, and then come back and be like, yeah, this isn't really going to work. Like, that's dishonest framing. But then the more important end of it that's dishonest, I think, is the presentation of it like, you're okay with it. Like, that's not the same thing as saying I'll look past it. And although that's a little bit splitting hairs, I think it's substantively different to where like saying like, yeah, I'll looking past something actually implies that you're not okay with it specifically. So he's directly like just lying. Now I don't know if he meant to lie there, but I think even asking the question, even if what he was saying was being honest, it's a stupid question. Like, yeah, you can be okay with something and then not okay with something. That's like pretty substantively like important. Obviously, yes, you can. It's important in a lot of different contexts. But so like that feels like a dumb point. And if it's just a dumb point, it's not as bad. And actually, like, genuinely, the first time I watched through this or listened through this, I thought that was just a dumb point. And then the fact that he hinged on it the whole time, I thought was like, oof, like that sucks. Like, you didn't really think about this enough. But actually, now that I'm watching it again, I'm like, okay, wait, knowing this and the context of what happens after, I genuinely believe he's being dishonest or grifting here. Because you wouldn't make this dishonest. You would because it's not just wrong, it's dishonest presentation. And then the next set is so much dishonest presentation that I don't believe it's an accident. Because I think like the second part is definitely not an accident, but it also makes it so I don't believe this first part was an accident either. I think he's intentionally being dishonest with the way he's presenting this information. Okay, so we put this here. Where like people, I think in the comments, or like if people did have a response to this, if there were a good response, especially from this guy, it would probably be like, well, no, like that's like an honest mistake, or like we're splitting hairs. But you can't say we're splitting hairs here when right after this you do as much dishonest presentation as he does. Okay.
Because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also.
So then, this part we're going to go cropping. Right side to here.
So we're okay with him, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde?
Like, genuinely, this is, it's just too much to fit into such a short span of time. Would people follow this or no? Reason for kick, working with Sam, past tense was like a look past it. Jabroni, you're okay with it. I would need some quotes around past tense, I guess. Or no, quotes around was like, because that's what indicates it was past tense. Or else people won't follow, I feel. But if somebody, I don't know if who's gonna care.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you.
Wait, why is this in the wrong spot now? Okay, we gotta move it all over a little bit to here.
The reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde.
Which then at this point requires this cropping to be changed. Gosh dang. All right, cropping needs to be moved over a tiny bit this way. Copy this. Paste it here. Paste it here. Undo this section, I think, as well.
Where I was like, okay, I don't want you working.
Dang it. Okay, it needs a little bit more even. There. To there. Which should now be correct. Good.
Where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with...
Then this part we do it ease in.
With Sam Hyde, but you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde?
Period.
I'll look past it.
But you also were...
And then settings, you need to go to crop. Cropping here should be a little back. To there we'll say. Yep.
But you also were okay with him working with Sam Hyde? What?
And I was just sitting there like, yeah, it does. Do you just not think about it? Do you just not, you're just gonna say it doesn't make sense, or we're just gonna leave it there and you're gonna use it as like a core position? Central to the video, like this thing doesn't make any sense.
Is wrong.
Do you just not think about it? Do you think about it? Do you just not think about it? Does. Do you just not think about it? Do you just not think about it? Do you just not
there.
think?
And then cut here, and then this creates this point. Okay.
But it was something like some big point they made central to the video, like this thing doesn't make any sense.
Is wrong.
The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it.
He was kicked from the event because he worked with Sam Hyde, but...
Okay, so that's... Okay, fine. Okay, that part's ready. And we would just keep working back from there. So I think the idea here is, we're just going to keep stepping back. I probably need to end it off here. The cool thing, though, is I now have all the notes that I need for the next stream to go step by step by step. We're pretty well aware of how this is going to kind of go. A lot of it's going to be more funny. This ending part is a bit rough because it's very focused on, like, whether or not some or other, or, like, how do you focus or how do you concentrate on, like, the good or bad about video essays, where the earlier stuff is more like there's the meme kind of part with Schlatt. There's some pretty dark parts with Basher and everything. And Keemstar and so on, but even those are like, they're more like well, they're still internet culture. Like, this is also internet culture stuff, to be fair. But I'm imagining at the end of the day, once I have this fully done, we're probably going to be looking at an hour and 20 or an hour and 30. That's my assumption right now, based on how this went, of content overall. I don't know if I'm going to cut any parts out. I considered that a little. It's like, it's possible. I also have I have a few notes of places where there's like these little blips you can hear between cuts. Hopefully we can get rid of those as much as possible, but I do have quite a lot that I'm going to be adding to this before it's complete. It's going to be a toss-up in some areas of like how much editing I do, whether I just add a graphic or, like in this case, I add a whole video thing to it. But today we also learned how to cut out videos and download them without needing to upgrade to YouTube whatever, or needing, any other thing, like needing to use the OBS to manually get it, because that's so much better. Not need OBS for that is amazing. I'm always a little bit, on edge around things like this, because it's like, Like, if it works, it's great, but if it's like some scam or whatever. So I'm glad I got this because there's so many people talking about it. Like, this is kind of a good way to protect yourself a little bit, is when you can go onto Reddit or wherever and you've got like pages and pages and pages of people being like, yep, this is the way to go. You can't be, you're not really safe with other things, whatever. The trouble with something like this is like, how do you find the right one? How do you find the one that's actually good and not? And like this one's, I'm pretty confident in this just because of the way people are about it. I'm thinking it's probably pretty good. But, and I might even add this to my, like, comparing this against, like, if you look around, you can find a ton of websites. Sometimes you'll be like, oh, this one's great. And people are like, don't use that one, whatever. This feels like everyone's unanimously like, yeah, use this. But the only complaint about it is like, it's kind of complicated to use, where this GUI seems to help a lot. Where did I download this? I should add this to my set in here. File extractors. Yeah. We're gonna say YouTube video extractor, and then we're gonna link the GitHub to this. The GitHub to this one and to, let's see, this one and the GUI of it. All right, so this one and its GUI, which is this one, right? Is this the GUI? I don't know. I don't know if that is. No, maybe it's this one. Yes, this one. Okay. So we're gonna link to both of these, and we're gonna say, let's see, and we're gonna do this in bold. Let's see. We'll just link to them for now, and then I'm gonna go in later and do some type ups of how to actually make them work. But super useful tool, amazingly useful tool, where now we can add in video pretty freely to our stuff, which is gonna help out a great deal. I'm excited for this. I don't like, the thing is, like, comparing this is a lot less consumable to or advertisable, right? Like, this is something that you could see a lot of different people potentially liking. It's got that kind of mellow feel to it, and it's got a lot of different pop culture references, I guess, or YouTube culture references. I'm very YouTube informed, and so I feel like within this video I'm sharing a lot of that, which is a nice thing I don't do too often. But at the same time, it's not like, oh, this new game coming out, this new thing coming out. It's like, this is almost like a video essay on its own, which is funny because someone actually mentioned that within the stream, which got me thinking, like, well, yeah, maybe I could turn this itself into a video essay of a sort, because it's not exact, but it's like a podcast video essay combo. And I can kind of appreciate that, because it's like, there's like this reality to it of like, in the moment when I'm saying these things, I'm just saying my memory of everything. This isn't like a proper video essay. What I do after, where I add things in and contextualize, is kind of like getting me closer in that direction. But there's still, there's still this awareness of like, yeah, I'm playing a game, I'm just having fun, whatever. And then I'm also talking about this stuff live and on the fly. So I'm not, like, while I'm doing it, I'm not super confident, like, this is how this happened exactly in a lot of scenarios, especially if you watch the full stream. There's points where I'm like, or it happens something like that, and again, I could be whatever. Like, I do a lot of that. And then now while I'm coming at from this perspective, this editing side of things, I can cut out parts where I'm like, yeah, that wasn't really fully accurate. I don't want to misrepresent that. But then keep in parts where it's like, this is the essence of what happened. I'm doing a good job explaining it. And it's fast-paced, action-packed, Driftforce content, so that should be pretty fun too. So anyway, honestly, I could probably theme this entirely without Driftforce as being a focus of the game, because this is genuinely, it reminds me sort of like, I guess, Leafy, or like some of those old creators where they played games and the game was in the background, was entertaining and good to watch, but then their content, like real content of it, was what they're talking about. That's really what I'm doing here, is I'm creating like a dialogue or a narrative here of different aspects of what happened and how they happened in my mind and my memory and so on. And it's pretty accurate, because I was there for a lot of it, but it's not 100%. There's always going to be things. Like, I think a big part of it is going to be the JSchlatt thing, is that JSchlatt, like, how much of JSchlatt's whole situation do I remember accurately is a little bit tough. Because, like, I remember some of the stuff with JSchlatt, or not even JSchlatt, even like Dream or like any of these people, but like, was JSchlatt really the one who brought Minecraft in? In a lot of ways, JSchlatt has a huge impact on the resurgence of Minecraft, but can you really say like he's the #1 focus of it? I don't know. Like, it's hard to say. Like, PewDiePie had a big boost to Minecraft. Was there some Minecraft stuff already brewing before JSchlatt made the tribute to Minecraft? If he hadn't made it, would he have still been popular? Would Minecraft have still been resurfaced? Like, people could probably point to something and be like, well, no, that's not really why JSchlatt, although it boosted it or helped it, there was this thing before JSchlatt that kind of helped Minecraft grow and bubble up a little bit, and JSchlatt just saw that and made that video because of that. Although, yeah, like maybe that's what happened. Yeah, but in my mind, JSchlatt had this huge, substantial place in all of it, and these are the ways in which he boosted it. This is the way in which he became famous. Like, that's my understanding. And so, like, yeah, there's like an awareness of it's not perfect. It's not an essay. It's like I don't know. It's like a talking piece or whatever. It's I don't know. I think it's good. I think it'll go well. It's going to be a lot of work to make it exactly how I want to make it, but I'm excited for it. I'm excited for whatever the end product looks like because I think there's a lot of potential. But okay, so this has been Driftforce. This is the first editing stream of it. I think we got a decently far way into it regarding taking different notes on things. Not very far in terms of the actual editing itself process. I kind of knew that's how this would go because it is an hour plus long. So I'm guessing from here, I'm assuming from here, as I work my way back, we're going to go step by step by step until it's all done. We'll watch it all the way through again, and then we'll have a really good understanding of where we're at and maybe make some final adjustments from there. That's kind of my thought for this whole, I don't know, the future of this. But really appreciate everyone coming around. Really appreciate all of the comments and all of the engagement. Apologies if at different points I went too much into a ramble or a rant about a situation going on. Because, yeah, like I get passionate about some of these things, but sometimes it can come across as maybe more aggressive or whatever than I mean to. But yeah, hope you guys have been enjoying. Hope you guys enjoy these and look forward to more because I will be doing some more editing streams and get this one into a really solid place from here. But all right, see you guys in the next one. Thanks for coming around. See you next time. Later. Bye. See you next one. Later. Bye.